What's going on, people? How you doing? How y'all doing? Oh fuck, I should have restarted my computer before the stream. I'm only now just noticing the update, but whatever. Whatever. Doesn't matter. Doesn't matter. Ever reacted to this? Probably not.
Jason Brennan.
Oh, no, I like Alex Arcana though. I'm not gonna. First of all, even if I wanted to react to this on stream, I think I would probably get copy striked. But I like Alex O'Connor, but no, I haven't seen this episode. I don't think I'd watch it on stream just because I don't like. I'm not gonna have interesting commentary for this or anything. But listen, I do want to read. I don't know if I have it downloaded or not. If I do, I don't know where I put it. I do want to read 10% less. I do have it downloaded. Hell yeah. This book, 10% Less Democracy. I'll get there eventually. Do you remember most of what you read loudly? Depends. I don't remember stuff just by like reading it out loud. Usually it's a combination of reading it, whether out loud or, off stream in my head. Highlighting it and then like writing down stuff from it as well, and then talking to people about it too. Yeah. Elected judges are more likely to be ignored by their colleagues. Lawyers have found one favorite way to judge who's a good judge. Citations. If a lot of judges refer approvingly to old case judgments that you wrote, then you're a good judge. The law tends to be conservative in the sense that a judge likes to be able to show that her argument is rooted in precedent, established, well-argued principles. In real life, there may be a trade-off between an established principle and a well-argued principle, since some established principles of law can be based on horrible law but politically popular reasoning. But for our purposes, what matters is that when a judge is casting about for a way to come to a decision that will stick, a judgment that's less likely to be overturned by a higher court. She'll look for well-written judgments written by others in her profession, and the legal opinion she's citing doesn't even have to be a winning judgment. Judicial dissents that you agree with are a great way to build a case for your own current controversy view, a great way to lay the groundwork for judicial innovations. So whether you're going along with the dominant paradigm or trying to subvert it, citing old judicial precedents is a path to success. Whose judicial opinions are more likely to be cited in the language of the field? Which judgments are higher quality? Opinions are written by appointed judges. This question has been investigated quite a few times by different scholars, and they reach the same conclusion. So let me turn to the most comprehensive study, blah, blah, blah. Yeah. Judges elected by technocratic merit commissions write higher quality opinions than either partisan elected judges or nonpartisan elected judges. I'm seeing criticisms of this study. There's another pretty similar study that has a similar graph, but I don't know. Let them goon for real. In Trump's America, you can no longer goon. Not fun to last conservative. This is true. This is true. What's up, Brandon? What are you reading today, Big Dog? Well, probably mostly Big Beautiful Bill stuff still, because I'm talking to people about that tomorrow. And I was hanging out with family over the 4th, and I was also just lazy yesterday. I mean, I guess technically they left yesterday morning. So Mondami has 160 IQ. Yeah, I know. I had that tab open in a second, but refined petroleum, packaged fucking. Oh, what's up, Jason Todd? Thanks for the sub. Base, very true. I feel like Mexico would have more than 50 billion in exports, but maybe not. I don't think it's Mexico. Mexico would have cars and stuff too. Switzerland wouldn't have oil. Does Denmark have oil? I don't know if Denmark has oil. I know they have medicine. Okay, so like, I'm gonna guess Bulgaria. I don't know. Oh fuck. Romania? It's a I know. I remember like it's the arrow is capital to capital. I think, and I actually don't know what a capital of Bulgaria is, but I think the capital of Romania is southeast of, or southwest rather of the capital of Bulgaria. Okay, fuck. Down. Tanzania? Nope. Whatever. What? It's like North Macedonia, Greece, maybe. Yeah, Greece. Anyway, real quick. Actually, we have a few real quick things to do. First of all, this is just funny. Mondami, who New York mayor dude, hasn't won yet. We'll see. Actually, I wonder if the poly market odds have changed at all based on the recent stuff. Oh, he is actually down a little bit. Not that much. He went from 73% to 69%. But I guess not that much. He got epically exposed by the fucking Cremex dude on Twitter, who has a lot of lore that I still don't know about and don't care to learn the full lore behind him. He got exposed, epically exposed for saying that he was black on his Columbia University application. Now, to be fair, he did also, I think, you check a like other box and wrote Ugandan, and he wasn't born in Uganda. So I think there's a lot of people overreacting to it, but his SAT score got leaked too, and he got his first score was like a 1650. He did eventually get a I thought I had it highlighted. What the fuck? Yeah, he did eventually get a 2140, which I think was just like above the median, but it's like below the median for Colombian applicants. He wanted to be perceived as black or African American. Well, I think I don't know for sure his intentions, but I think it's likely that he thought that would be beneficial for his college application if he said he was black or whatever. Yeah, it's well below the median SAT score admitted for students at Columbia, and given a prevailing distribution by race, well below median SAT score for Asian students, but likely above the median SAT score for black students. Hence the advantage of marking black. Oh, this is funny. I didn't even think of this, but there's a possibility that Mondami's box checking gambit backfired. The full application includes the name and contact information of his father and his mother, both of whom are public figures, and neither of whom is black. I didn't even think about it. Like, it's not hard. It's not hard to see who his family is, because I know his mom is like a fucking movie director. I don't know what his dad does. Okay, I guess don't let me highlight that. You should apply to Afrikaner. That's true. Actually, don't I'm a refugee, or I can claim to be a refugee now. I'm not actually an Afrikaner, but was it below the median for Colombia when he was applying? Yeah, in 2013, they linked to this. Oh wait, the middle 50% admitted students scored between 1410 and that's math and critical reading sections SAT. Where's just like the full thing? In salary? What? Oh, he teaches at Columbia University 30K a year. Does he still do that? Oh, Eric Adams is up. I should have bought Eric Adams. I'm still thinking. I'm still thinking about buying Eric Adams. It's just because I do. I think like it's the dumbest possible fucking thing, dude, and it would be for Eric Adams to win, and I think that's what American politics is gonna get. I think that's unfortunately what we're gonna what we're gonna have. Yes, his dad teaches about the black space. All right, woke father, woke father. Also, settlers and natives. Well, I mean, it's at Columbia University, right? So. Anyway, I think I might be open to there being two good things in a big beautiful bill: the full expensing and the estate tax. Like, it's not even getting rid of the estate tax. It's just like it like enhanced deduction for the estate tax. Permanently increases the estate tax and lifetime gift exemption to a inflation index 15 million for single families and 30 million for joint filers. I might be open to that being good. I feel like I could be probably convinced either way. Hamster sent me this, which apparently has evidence in it. Evidence that the estate tax has pretty bad effects. Okay, or it doesn't. Not many claim to be smart. What are the odds we can get you to play? I don't even know what that is. Noita? It's a game about knowledge. I don't have a. Oh, he's quoting himself. Nice one, hamsters. Hold on. I thought this was like an abstract of something. From the link he sent me. I got a 1600 in SAT. I never took the SAT. I took the ACT, and honestly, I don't remember what I got in it. It was not particularly high, but it wasn't low. It might have been. It's probably below median. But I don't remember my login. I was trying to. I'm gonna have to like contact them at some point because I need that score. I forget what I was trying to log in relatively recently, and I don't even remember my like SAT login thing. So that's a bit of an issue. Yeah, I can't log in. But it wasn't like super high or anything. I'm getting distracted already. I want to get mine to be able to post it for the meme We have to be able to pay to get it after a year of not taking any tests from the company and graduating from high school. What? Your SAT or ACT? SAT, okay. You might have to pay for ACT too. I know I sent it to ACT when I would say mean value. I know. I'm pretty sure the ACT lets you like send it to a few schools for free. I know I did send it to the school I'm going to now, so presumably they have it. And I should be able to just ask them, or even maybe just see it on my end. This looks like that fucking was it Nidhogg or something? What am I thinking of? Nidhogg. Yeah, that's what this looks like. It's a lot more complex. I mean, I don't even think I ever played Nidhogg. But yeah, it looks like you actually have to there's spells and shit. They have to listen. We're on Adderall now. Okay, we don't need the games. Anyways, real quick, once again, I got issues. Okay, big major bridge burning. No, I got issues with 2 of the 3 wonks right now. Okay, and somehow SDL is the one I don't have issues with. Somehow. Okay, first of all, Micah, my goat. Okay, my goat invites this the cat Abigazela girl, who I like. Okay, I hope she wins a primary. Okay, I like her generally. I think she has dumb econ takes, and I think she that's probably the worst thing about her, honestly. I was gonna say other stuff, but yeah, I don't really know if there's anything else I don't particularly like about her. Dumb econ takes is just 80% of policy. Yeah, but like it's the lefty dumb econ takes, okay? So it's he was trying to fuck. I think he was, bro. He was, okay? Because look at this shit. Okay, give him a break. Look at this. Okay.
Do you think that there should be some alternative ways of owning social media? Like a
Absolutely.
cooperative? What about government-owned Facebook? Like, what would your ideal model look like?
I think that there are a lot of different ways you can do this, but I think first off is we need to be taxing the rich accordingly, and that's taxing income of all types the same. The fact that labor and like actual work is valued less than
You thought he had a chance with her since she's Palestinian and he's Persian. Oh, you know what? That is something. Okay. That what I was about to say was going to sound bad. I was going to say that it's something I don't like about her. I don't hate the fact that she's Palestinian. I hate the. She's probably like marginally more pro-Palestine than me, but like in terms of like policy, like her policy in Israel is not going to be like significantly different than me, right? Because like I'm probably at this point not okay with really giving much to Israel as long as the Gaza shit is still ongoing. I think it's fine to give them intel to strike Iran or whatever. I don't think I have any issue with that. But she, she kind of does the same thing Mandami does, where I think she has a lot of like kind of cringe, like old post up about like Palestine and uses the globalized intifada phrase and stuff like that. And I don't particularly like that. And also like she is no offense, okay, if your skin tone is this color, and you were born in America, and like you're only like 1/4 Palestinian, you're white. You're white. You're white. In America, you're white. You're white. you're white. Like, Palestinian American Congresswoman is slightly more pro-Palestine than median Democrats. Shocking news, disqualifying. True. Truth. Anyway, okay.
Income. Ways you
Back
can do this.
to-
But I think first off
Back to this. Ignore that.
is we need to be taxing.
Why is this so? Is this just quiet? Or is it... She's white. Exactly. Yeah, she's white. She's white. She's fair skinned with blonde hair and blue eyes. She's white. Yeah, you're white. You're white. You're white.
The rich accordingly.
That's a white woman. Exactly. You're white. Which, to be fair, I don't know if she would ever say she's not white, or at least white passing. But like, come on, dog. You're white.
And that's taxing income of all types the same. The fact that labor and like actual work is valued less than investments is ridiculous. I'm on a payment plan.
Okay. Okay. First of all, just because you're not like taxing income the same doesn't mean they like, I don't know why you're trying to like ascribe like value to that. Like we're saying, oh, because we don't tax capital gains the same as like normal labor income, like that means it. Like I don't know if that necessarily means, we're saying that like capital gains have more like value or whatever. But second of all, they're based. Okay. Like,
the fact that labor and like actual work is valued less than
actual work
investments is
versus
ridiculous. I'm on a payment.
like investment. Like you realize the investment is the thing enabling you to do that actual work, right? Like there's clearly there's like clearly probably a lot more spillover benefits from investment, from saving, from capital than there is from just like general labor activities, right? Like this is she worked in media, I know. Yeah. She talks about it. The rest of this interview, by the way, is fine. She talks about like her old media career, which she, used to write and stuff. But there's probably a lot of spillover benefits from that type of assets. And obviously allowing people to, have assets and, if they start a company, be able to hold stock in that company and be able to capture a lot of the gains from their innovation obviously incentivizes innovation. That's a good thing, right? Like,
plan to the IRS to pay my taxes for last year, but there are so many rich people that didn't pay a dime. And
also, it's just like that's not true. I mean, there obviously, I don't disagree that there are rich people who play funny games with like Swiss bank accounts and stuff, but one, a more efficient tax code would not have that problem. If you do things like a wealth tax, all you're going to do is like incentivize them doing that more. I don't want that to happen, right? Right. If we just switch to like a more efficient, like destination based, consumption tax, whether it be a VAT or a DBCFT, you kind of avoid this issue because you're being taxed on a destination basis and you're, taxing their consumption instead of like their assets. So like as long as they are consuming things in the U.S., you're always gonna be taxed on that. Like,
by taxing them effectively, you're not only paying for government programs, but you're
and that's also, again, by the way, generally speaking, a lot less administrative burden to just do that than it is to, try to monitor the assets of every wealthy person and tax them on it.
also reducing the influence they can have, which is so disproportionate to anything any voter and most elected officials have. You can reduce their influence and give them less time and fewer resources to manipulate our information. The Twitter deal should have had more scrutiny. We need to focus on antitrust protections, and it's not just.
Which I think so. The billionaire backed media, Elon buying Twitter, whatever. I think those can be fair points to whatever. I just don't necessarily. I don't know if that thinks that we need like a confiscatory wealth tax. I think I would probably view money in politics as a much less big problem than she does. I don't see like a ton of good evidence that it's like actually has meaningful effects. Other than I do think Elon buying Twitter, that's not antitrust. I know that as well. I was gonna get to that too, but I do think like I don't know if I consider like Elon buying Twitter like money in politics, but like unironically, I think that's a bigger issue than like than like a lot of the lobbying that goes on, right? Yeah, money in politics is meaningless and doesn't really exist. Truth, nuke. I mean, I think it exists definitely, but like, I just don't think I think people overestimate how big a deal it is. She credits the move to Tucson, Arizona, when she was 16 years old for sparking her change political views. Having attended private schools until her second year of high school, she changed to a school of many undocumented and low-income students. She said, "The bootstrap myth just shattered right before my eyes. OMG, she's actually white." That is true. That is true. I mean, hey, you know, that's definitely like a very, you know, that is the white story. Okay, that is the white girl story. Okay, but it's a good story. Like I'm glad, I'm glad she got to saw that and now sees the wonderful benefits of the welfare state and things like that. But I don't know why we have to go after billionaires when billionaires clearly have positive spillovers on a bunch of poor people. So
for information that's not
those poor people. Where do you think they all go? These people all go to Walmart because Walmart has such lower prices than all the other like local stores. Okay, who cares if Walmart also creates a few billionaires along the way? Like
just for media, it's also for corporate landlords. It's for price gouging by grocery.
Yeah, corporate landlords just not a big issue. Obviously, the bigger issue is zoning laws and everything. And to the extent that corporate landlords are an issue, they're enabled by the high barriers to entry that are called zoning laws, right? Like, what was the other thing?
Information that's not just for media. It's also for corporate landlords. It's for price gouging by grocery companies. These are things that
there's not much good any real good evidence of price gouging by grocery stores. Did you ever watch this outside of stream? Corporate landlords, I know. My feminine hygiene routine. Hold on, I think this video is just quiet because this video is really loud. I don't think I need this video, actually.
I was kind of... I think I'm getting older, and my teeth are just way more sensitive than they used to. Better my clean on my lips. Like, multiple times a day, I'm obsessed.
She just needs to cite the Economic Policy Institute to secure my vote, dude. I refuse to vote for anyone who cites the Economic Policy Institute. Not fun. You need, you do need it because you're a boy, girl. This is true, actually. This is true. She wants price controls and rent control. Does she? I only saw like cringe tax policy on her platform when I looked. I didn't see any, dude, how much,
older.
You're spending like half your day just like cleaning yourself. What the fuck are you doing? By the way, she does this virtual office hours thing, okay? I don't know if she'll do another one for her primary, and I'm assuming she'll kind of stop doing them after she wins the primary. But, just saying, if she does another one, she will be hearing about consumption taxes, okay? She will be hearing about how great billionaires are. No, she doesn't need to hear about how great billionaires are. Obviously, again, the nice thing about a lot of, like, efficient taxes is that, they're good, they have benefits to, like, almost anyone, regardless of what your ideology is. So, like, to conservatives, like I'm saying, we're going to let billionaires still be billionaires and, they can capture the gains from their innovation and things like that. And then to, people like Kat, I can say like, hey, and obviously the conservative can say it's just administratively more efficient. And then like Kat, I can say, hey, by the way, this is going to make sure that billionaires are taxed on their, it's going to make it harder for them to hide their assets like overseas because we're going to have a destination-based tax system instead of a origin-based tax system. And, we're going to make it so it's harder to do the buy, borrow, die loophole, which, by the way, I don't think many people even do that. Empirically, it doesn't seem like it. But, we're going to tax people on their consumption. So, like, anytime they consume here, even if they buy it with a loan, they're taxed on it. Like, I don't know where rent control would probably be in the basic existence. Prices have increased by 50% in the last 15 years. The federal minimum wage has stayed stagnant. And I'm here saying, yes. Yes. This is nonsense. We deserve better. GOP wanted DBCFT. Well, there were like 5 senators who wanted it, but it never got out of committee, right? We're in a bad policy equilibrium timeline. Yep, for sure, Sasrama. It sucks. It sucks. Why must we live in this reality? This girl's such a fucking tool. She has the same generic TikTok takes. I don't entirely disagree with you. I just think that, you know, they're not like most of them aren't like horrible. You know, I'd rather her than the 81-year-old fucking Democrat's gonna die in office if if she wins, like, or if the cat girl doesn't win. Copy paste progressive social activist real. Also, like, I don't 100% disagree with you, Lucas. I also just think that, like, most House Republicans are like either copy paste like MAGA or copy paste like, you know, MAGA cuck Republican, right? But, you know, not fully MAGA, but willing to vote with them on almost anything. Someone wanted to be CFT for basically the same reason they think VATs are good and protectionist are protectionist and thus good. Yeah, I know. Copy paste Gen Z Instagram activist. Real. We're often told it's a lot more complicated than they think, but it doesn't have to be. Yeah, 2% wealth tax, which I think is cringe. Minimum wage, $25 per hour with increases adjusted for inflation. Pretty cringe. Although presumably this is going to be $25 per hour phase in by fucking 2050 or something, but whatever. Since United, money in politics, Supreme Court, blah, blah, blah. Universal pre-K. I could maybe get behind that. Mandalmi is a loser who only won because he stood out against the establishment Israeli bootlickers in the debate. I don't think that's like entirely wrong. Like, I think you know, I think people like the anti-establishment vibe, right? So, you know, I think I think that is a big reason why Mandami won. It's just because he is anti-establishment. Some of that might have to do with Israel, but I think more of it just has to do with the vague populist rhetoric on economics and well, probably Trump as well. You know, he clearly wants to fight against Trump more heavily than the median Democrat does. So. Teachers deserve more. Teachers are criminally underappreciated, even worse, underpaid. We need a federal minimum yearly salary, $60,000 to a public school teacher, but it's not just their paychecks. Right has been using teachers in schools culture war for years. I feel like I could probably get behind this one, but we should cancel all student debt, make college and trade school free for all. I'm probably not in favor of that. Pay teachers more good. More protection for teachers bad. Yeah. Well, yeah. Obviously, you have to make it. You have to attract good teachers, and one way you do that is by being able to pay them more. But you also have to be able to fire bad teachers pretty easily. You know, which is why there's like evidence that like you know, there's one paper I saw not that long ago about, you know, a teachers union in Wisconsin, and like once it was easier to fire teachers because the teacher union. I don't remember if the teaching union like fell apart or if it just like lost some of its power. It became like student test scores increased. Immigration, no mass base, no internal camp space, backtracking a bit based. Removal all caps on refugee resettlement base. Let's go. Many passport exchange for dreamers and other undocumented immigrants. Sure. We'll also make legal immigration more accessible. Holy base. Let's go, dude. Isn't good old DJT trying to cut the Department of Education right now? I don't know what cuts went through. Presumably the Big Beautiful Bill had some things in it. But yeah, I think I think Doge was trying to cut some of spending. I don't know. I think there were employees fired. But yeah. Why don't they teach localism in schools along with self-sufficiency, sustainable agriculture, and anti-APAC propaganda? Real. This is true. Yes. We finally have the localist agenda. Social Security. We need Democratic leaders to call for a general strike if Social Security is cut. And I will be the first to do so, based. Wow. Doesn't just need protection, it needs expansion. That's why, as your congresswoman, I will introduce legislation that extends Social Security solvency for the next 100 years, increases payouts, and ensures updated for cost of living. First of all, isn't it already done this? I could be wrong, but isn't Social Security maybe it's not annually. It is adjusted for inflation though. Additionally, stay-at-home parents deserve the same payout as their partner, regardless of marital status. How high are you going to make the payroll tax? Not that I'm necessarily a payroll tax hater, but first of all, we're going to extend a solvency for 100 years while increasing his payout and update it for the cost of living annually. And also, stay-at-home parents deserve the same payout as their partner. Department of Education helps children less fortunate than the average student. That is true. I mean, the biggest thing the Department of Education does is literally just managing student loans, right? The Department of Education's scope is not nearly as expansive as Republicans seem to think it is. But yeah, literally all the Department of Education does is they manage student loans, and they seem to do that pretty effectively. They compared to the number of assets that they manage, student loans are assets for them, right? It's millions of dollars per employee or something, if not billions per employee. It's insane. And then yeah, they have some just general hey, we're going to give subsidies to local communities to make sure that they can afford to have classrooms for disabled people or special ed students. Federal student loan is unconstitutional and a fucking train wreck that skyrocketed tuition. What are you talking about, non-fun? Okay. I said nothing about the I was talking about them managing it good, as in the Department of Education, whether or not you agree the program of giving student loans is a good idea, which by the way, there might be some common ground between us there. I'm definitely not 100% with you, but they manage it pretty efficiently, as in they have pretty low administrative costs. The administrative cost for the Department of Education is 3%. 4,200 employees. The Department of Education was the smallest cabinet agency by roughly a factor of 2, yet its annual $79 billion appropriations was the 4th largest. The biggest thing it does is literally just manage, manage Pell Grants and FISA things. Federal student loan portfolio is nearly the size of all outstanding auto loans, and for many years was the second largest source of consumer credit after mortgages. These funds are also critical for colleges and universities, many of which would not be able to stay in business without the money. In total, FSA receives just about $2 billion a year from Congress to administer the federal aid programs. Of that, around half is directed by law to companies that hold contracts to service student loans. To put that in perspective, Citigroup has about the same number of total assets as the federal student loan portfolio and spends more than 10 times as much on compensation and benefits in 2023. And while the Education Department is not engaged in complex mergers and acquisitions, the litany of ways to repay student loan makes it a far more difficult product to service than basically any other type of consumer credit. What are you talking about, Locust? Green State Department of Education after they changed the Department of Interior was in 1979. Are you getting any of this? Are you talking to Localist, Mida, or talking to me? I think you're talking to Localist. But look, Localist, this is all I'm saying is that they have a pretty comically low number of employees performing or managing a comically large amount of assets, right? Like this is, this is like literally they are as efficient, if not more efficient, than like a private enterprise in this respect, right? That's all I'm saying. You can disagree with the program, and to some extent, I disagree with the program because I think a lot of education is not actually increasing human capital. A lot of education is simply just signaling, and I don't believe we should be subsidizing people to get degrees just because it's a signal to employers that you can show up on time, rather than actually increasing your human capital and skills. But education is important enough. I agree. I just think that a lot of education is signaling. Like if you like education is important, but everyone wants a degree. Like you can get an education without a degree relatively easily. Like it's not hard. Number one, it's not even hard to like just go to classes, even in relatively prestigious colleges, and like just sit there and get the education, right? But you won't get the degree at the end of it, and that's what matters for employers, is them seeing that you have that degree. We shouldn't allow people to attend post-secondary school. I don't disagree. I believe it's a positive externality, and I believe we should subsidize it. I just think that we essentially subsidize it too much, and that makes it too easy for people to go, and employers use it as a signal rather than actually looking at skills. Actually, the federal government has the right to allocate federal funding to any educational program it desires. Are you talking to localists again? Yeah, I mean, localist is a very, very, I think, idiosyncratic, or, well, idiosyncratic is not the right word. Very, very, it's a beyond strict view of the Constitution, I would say. But it should be heavily subsidized. I don't even know if I have an issue with making a lot of, like, STEM degrees free. But, what do you mean it's already subsidized? The U.S. pays an insane amount for post-secondary education compared to other nations. But will he subsidize? It's subsidized in a sense that anyone can get like a student loan from the, or not literally anyone, but you can get a student loan from the government. You can get financial aid from the government. It's prohibitively expensive. I agree. It doesn't mean it's not subsidized. like the federal government spends a ton of money subsidizing post-secondary education. Education research and statistics, yeah, DOE does as well. Is a loan a subsidization? It can be. A preferential loan can be, yeah. Or like if you have something like Fannie Mae where the government like insures, mortgages or whatever. Preferential your face based. I mean, obviously, like there are private businesses that will give you a loan for colleges, right? But most people choose to get government loans because usually they're a better deal. Maida, don't cite court cases at localists. He does not care. He does not care. Okay, he does not care about what any judge says ever. Okay, except for Vice President John C. Calhoun or whatever the fuck. Who wasn't a judge, or he might have been a judge of that at some point, but he's the only one whose constitutional writing he respects. So he's retarded then, yeah. Localists will one day cave. This is the time. I bet, buddy. No, the constitutional argument. No, make the constitutional argument, not the appeal to authority to courts based. No idea if this debate is any good, but Chad Kaplan versus Virgin Economics Perspective Law. Oh boy, how long is this? Oh, like an hour long.
Normal view about it.
Yeah, I think I've seen one of his lectures on this. I mean, again, I obviously just to reiterate here, education is important. The issue is our educational systems right now are largely signaling. Anyway, most of the stuff is relatively dumb. Healthcare, universal single payer system, like, it might be better than what we have now, but I'm probably more of a multi-payer guy. All inclusive, that means dental, eye care. I mean, like, seems like it would be pretty expensive and hard to do here. This is what's funny is that, like, people are like, oh, every other developed country has universal healthcare. Why can't we? And then they're like, also, my plan is going to include eyes and dental and every procedure ever. And it's like, okay, well, none of these other countries have what you're talking about. Like, this would be like the most like this would be like the most like inclusive single payer system ever. And like all these European countries don't even have single payer systems. A lot of them have multi-payer systems, right? So like, drug price negotiations, drug companies have extorted us for too long. They've raked in profits hand over fist. Well, we all need access to drugs to keep us healthy and alive. We shouldn't be questioning whether to pay for our prescriptions and our other essential living costs. Wow. Rural America has long been impacted by a lack of access both to healthcare providers and pharmacies. This means a lot more preventable illnesses and preventable disease. That's why I will introduce legislation to establish training programs that will pay medical school tuition for doctors who will work in underserved areas. Maybe that's good. I don't know. Let's fund assistance programs to keep hospitals in those areas open so they can focus on what really matters, helping patients. Innovation, I'll probably agree with this. Republican Party, defund essential research at the National Institute of Health, deregulate pharmaceutical industry, and presumably, deregulating would lead to some increased innovation, I would assume. Maybe at the cost of like lower quality, at lower standards or whatever, but whatever. Increased risk of drugs being not actually useful and harmful. But let the supplements industry take over healthcare. I would rather propose resolutions. Let's help people connect to new trials if they need access to new treatments, especially for life-saving illnesses. There's a chance that we can save lives and improve the healthcare element. Yeah, I mean, nothing burger. Okay. I thought I was gonna, I don't know what I was hoping for. I was hoping that she would start, like quoting abundance and saying like, oh, NIH has too much paperwork nowadays, and we need to give, but
that would not have been controversial 60 years ago, 70 years ago. If you tried to pitch Social Security today, Republicans would have an aneurysm. And I think even some Democrats might say that that's a little too far left. But this is just like basic common sense here.
Well, the Democrats will say we need a tax credit instead. Why don't we have a tax credit for like specifically people making under $60,000?
So the fun thing here is that if we just taxed the rich, taxed wealth accordingly, we could make sure that people making under the annual cost of living didn't have to pay a cent. We could make.
First of all, I don't know what type of fucking math she's doing there.
We could make sure that people making
First of all, I don't know what accordingly means.
If we just taxed the rich, taxed wealth accordingly, we could make sure that people making under the annual cost of living didn't have to pay.
I don't know what the annual cost of living is. I'm going to assume that's roughly the like federal poverty line. I'm assuming that's what she means.
A cent. We could
didn't have to pay a cent. So I don't know how we expect, especially if you're spending proposals, that we're going to get people under the poverty line to not have to pay a cent. Second of all, on net, many of them already don't pay a cent. Like, obviously the two things that matter, right? Taxes and benefits. And on net, like the bottom two quintiles of Americans receive more in benefits than they pay in taxes, right? So like in a sense they don't pay a cent already, but obviously they pay taxes, they just receive more in benefits at the end. Here we go. I like this chart. You can see like this is the bottom 25% or 20% of Americans. Like you can see like all their income, not all their income, but like a fuck ton of their income nowadays is in government benefits, right? This is their net transfers. Second quintile, less of it, but a lot of them still get net transfers. Middle quintile is a little bit mixed, but mostly, or a lot of them get and nowadays most of them get net transfers. They don't used to, but And then the top 2 quintiles pay net taxes.
You could make sure that people could afford to live, and like, it's tax credits are not enough, because guess what? If you still have grocery companies price gouging us, they'll just up the price, the amount of our tax credits. If you still have,
Drew. Oh my God, Mike could kill me. It's funny because I know what he was thinking when he was saying tax credits, because he doesn't like the usually Mike's argument against tax credits is like, oh, the administrative complexity that tax credits add, just to have like basically the same effect as if we just did some type of universal program. But oh my God, she's like, but the base chat position is tax credits are actually bad because they're not enough, because grocery stores will just raise prices by the amount that we're price gouging, or by the amount that the tax credit goes up, because they apparently all have the ability to price gouge.
Housing hoarded. They'll just keep raising rent.
Oh yeah, true. Housing hoard. Yep.
It just never stops. And it doesn't have to be this way.
Yeah, and to take the discussion back, because I brought it off. to take it back to the central point.
What happened to my goat? What happened to my goat? Bro fell off.
About
the hell?
being a young person running for office.
Yeah.
What? No, zero pushback. Zero. None. Zero. Why? Why? Why do we do this? Why do we do this? Why? 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 Some people commented about it too. Where he's like, I think it's sad Micah isn't more confrontational when he interviews people to recenter them on a topic, or ask what they actually mean instead of just super vague language. He said noted, and then like I can definitely be more vocal about my opinions when they diverge with guests if you'll find that valuable. Like, oh my God, it's not even being more vocal about your opinions. Okay, it's about stopping the misinfo and lies. It's about stopping the lying, the misinfo and lies. Like, what do you like? This just it. Like, if we give tax credits, grocery stores are just going to increase prices by the amount of tax credit. Like, what are you talking about? Like, what are you like? That's just a lie. Like, you're just like, you're lying. You're lying. You're lying. Anyway. Mod fight, let's go. Dude, localist shouldn't even be mod at this point, but it's not a fight, it's me bullying stupid people online based. I'm the only person that should ever be mod. I'm always correct. True. Anyway, so that's my beef with Micah now. Okay, Micah, consider yourself called out. Okay. It's over for you. Not fun, you can change her. I definitely can't, but well, I might be able to move her a little bit, but someone's mind, someone who is already like, midway through their campaign with everything on their website. I'm not gonna be able to quote, no, I should have been mod. I mean, actually, you can probably be a mod on YouTube chat, Rama. I think that's acceptable. I don't have many mods in YouTube chat actually, so. Yeah. Anyway, Micah called out. Okay. Someone's mind is not gonna be changed by me like citing studies or evidence at them. Like, I don't like she like no offense, like she is not gonna care, right? Like people like this mind is not gonna be changed by that stuff. By the way, you know what was funny is I was talking to last night. I didn't stream this. I wish I kind of recorded it just so I could show you the suffering that like this conversation was. But if any of you know this girl, in our she like just started her Discord server, and apparently she was like arguing with some socialist in her Discord server, because I think she's relatively progressive, but still not a socialist or anything. And one of my chatters like invited me at like 3 a.m. to like hop in a call. He was like, "Bro, we need you here. You can save this conversation. I finally have the power to be evil, based Rama. I've enabled you. Yes, let's go. It was so painful. It was so painful. Like this dude, the socialist I was talking to, didn't care about any evidence, didn't care about any study ever, has never read, or he told me he read an economics textbook. Because at one point I got frustrated. I was just like, hold on, just like real quick, have you like ever read an economics textbook? He was like, yes, I have actually, believe it or not. Okay, I'm like, what's the price elasticity demand? I don't know. What are the 4 components of GDP? Gross domestic product. No, what are the 4 things that make it up? I don't know, tell me. Like, okay, no, like, I don't believe you. Dude, he couldn't answer like any hypothetical. I gave him, I don't know if you're watching Hamsters. Basically, someone gave him a relatively convoluted hypothetical about like whether he values inequality or well-being more. And he just like could not understand it at all, and it was so frustrating. And I was just, at one point I was just like, I quoted this thing from your article, Hamsters, this the pizza thing. I like literally just gave him this hypothetical, and even this he wouldn't answer. He couldn't answer it. He couldn't comprehend it. It was so fucking stupid. It was so unbelievably annoying. Oh yeah, by the way, Hamsters, I don't know if you're watching, but he sent this in general. Painfully obvious that among MAGA, who just got here and who has been here since day one, the movement began before Epstein was even a news story. You guys look like fucking clowns, I gotta admit. Dog, Trump is cooked. Give it up. Yeah. Drew is in Team Elon, okay? He's Team America Party. He is also Team just not liking Israel, and he doesn't like Trump because Trump helps out Israel a lot. So they've been beefing a little bit. Experts are experts because they want to be experts. In fact, those are the worst experts. True. Okay, get instructed. Maybe we'll watch this. I don't know. I want to read today, but anyway, that's the beef with Micah. Okay. Real quick, okay? How many times have I said real quick? We're an hour in, and everything has been a real quick thing, but it's not been real quick at all. Okay. Real quick. Econo Boys article, which blew up for some reason. Because I guess people hadn't been keeping up with him for the last fucking year where he's called himself a democratic socialist. Econo Boy wrote his article. I'm a fucking democratic socialist now. Whatever. You know, it is a fine article, you know. It's a good article, okay? I respect it, okay? W. Econo Boy, true. A good article. I like Econo Boy, okay? We all know. Me and Econo Boy, best buds, all right? I'm just saying, though, okay? This is my beef, okay? Who cares? Econo Boy still a stock them, even if he calls himself a socialist. Truth nuke. He's like your dad? Real. You gotta say friend of the channel. Oh yeah, friend of the channel. Well, you know, I can you know, Econo Boy is bigger to me, right? So it's weird to say he is a friend of the channel, but in a sense, I'm more of a friend of his channel. But for every stream you mention, say friend of the channel, so people think you're cool. Yeah, exactly. Anyway, near the end, okay. At the very least, a mixed production model was the best, which meant that both capitalist and socialist institutions in society. I still believe in capitalist production to some degree, but I also recognize Norway as the nearest to my ideal society. Considering a large majority of Norway's GDP comes from its collectively owned institutions, and 2/3 of the nation's wealth is socially owned, that meant my ideal society was mostly socially owned / controlled. Now, this I do believe, what the hell? CCP has found us. Oh no. First of all, I do believe this statistic. I'm not looked into this, but I do believe this because obviously Norway has a very large sovereign wealth fund that is socially owned, and you know, so it makes sense that 2/3 of wealth is socially owned. This though, okay. Let's just thanks Will Wise for the follow, by the way. The message, yeah. But let's just first of all, let's look at a source for this claim, okay? State Department 2023 Investment Climate Statements, Norway. Okay, this is what he's basing it off of, okay? The government continues to play a strong role in the Norwegian economy through its ownership and control in many of the country's leading commercial firms. The public sector accounts for nearly 66% of GDP. Okay, W sovereign wealth funds. I don't hate sovereign wealth funds. I think I probably like sovereign wealth funds, but he's gonna be like slurs if I translate them. I don't think they will be, but we'll see. Oh, good thing Twitch makes it super hard to copy them when I have the chat like this. Let's go. My name is Lee, and I am from Henan Province, China. Our news says that Trump was possessed by an evil spirit. Is that true? Likely true, I'd say. Seems likely. Seems plausible. Anyway. Okay. This is his source. State Department, this one sentence, okay? No citation they give. No citation, all right? No actual statistics, just like this one sentence here, okay? As far as I can tell, this is government spending relative to GDP, not the public sector's contribution to GDP. I did an annoying amount of work going through Norway's statistics website, looking at all this shit. Ain't no way I can count it where you get this number, dog. Ain't no fucking way. Okay. Let's look. I have a lot of these with different measures of the government thing. Okay. So, if you do, I'll translator based. If you do a stupid amount of work to look at this fucking table, okay, first of all, it's annoying to even know what tables you look at, but with the help of Econoboy and Google Gemini, I figured it out. Okay, these are the two fucking tables you need. Okay, final expenditure, gross domestic product. Okay, table 09189. Okay, and this table statistics of public accounts, public owned. This is this is basically state-owned enterprises, and this is just GDP. Okay, so if we do a stupid amount of work to, first of all, well, let me just look at there's different measures of the government's contribution to GDP. Now, I don't know what the exact difference is between these things, by the way. There's a bunch of different measures. I have like most of them, or I have basically all of them measured by now. Do all that work, okay? And then also get the state-owned enterprises, okay? And you have to get their operating income. And you don't want to use just their revenue or operating income because that's not a good measure of value added, right? Obviously they to get value added, you have to subtract the raw materials that they use and their other operating expenses. Okay, do that. Here's 2017 to 2023. Okay, these are the numbers you get. We're fine with hold on, let's just start with the most conservative one. Hold on, I thought I had Gen open. Okay. This is like the most conservative one, but I also think it might be the correct one. I don't actually know which is the best estimate. So this is general government GDP plus plus value added from state-owned enterprises. You get from 2017 to 2022 They never, they never even get above, or I guess they get to 41% in 2022. That's the highest you get. Okay, so not a majority here. Now, this doesn't necessarily include everything that the government does, so it might not be the best measure. But also, otherwise, the economy seemingly doing well. I've been waiting for the big crash. I mean, I think like generally, like the U.S. just has like a pretty strong economy, and it's kind of hard to it's kind of hard to like actually fully fucked it up. Like if you obviously Trump is the president, he did his tariffs, right, and that did cause a stock market crash, and to the extent that he retreated from them, the stock market has recovered, obviously. But like look, I mean, like it's just like generally kind of hard to like as the president fuck up the entire U.S. economy. There are like signs that our economy is slowing, but like the U.S. just has a really strong economy. If you asked me before the election, would universal tariffs cause a recession? I would have said no. Like, and now it looks like there's a decent chance that they will. If not this year, then next year. Like, obviously had bad GDP numbers. Anyway, general government GDP, okay. Might not be the best estimate, but this is also the estimate that I've seen other people use, which makes me think it might actually be a good estimate. A good variable here. But then if we look at, there's a bunch of other things that they have. So for example, there's final consumption expenditure, general government. If you do that, it gets like slightly higher. You get to like 45% in 2022. 2022 is like always the highest year. You get like above 40% 2 years. And then we have two, hold on, do I have this open twice? Yeah. These are two very similar measures. Now, Norway statistics kind of started confusing me here, okay? Because we have this measure, final demand from general government. I cannot find a definition of this measure like anywhere. Like it seems like only Norway statistical agencies use this, and they don't have it in their definition book on their website. So I don't really know what the fuck this means. But what I do know is it is like pretty incredibly close to the consumption expenditure of general government plus gross acquisitions of fixed assets and R&D. And both of these should be very close to, if not exactly, government the government's contribution to GDP, aka government spending minus transfer payments. Okay, these should both be basically equal to government spending minus transfer payments. And even with this, you never get above 50%. Right. Which, by the way, you can see how close these are. You can see, in 2022, this is 1274746, and this is 1274752. So this is like very, 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 very close. Obviously, it's like 2,000 away in this one. But I don't know what the exact difference between these measures are. But anyway, I count these numbers, dog. We ain't getting to O'Connor Boy's large majority, 66%. Okay. And this, as far as I can tell, like I said, is essentially government spending minus transfer payments, plus the value added from SOEs. You calling out a O'Connor Boy right now? I called out a O'Connor Boy earlier. He's already seen all this. Don't worry. I was explaining it for the stream. Calling him a little bitch? No. I think O'Connor Boy's a smart dude. He knows a lot more than me. I think he has good arguments for public ownership. I just think, not that I could out-econ you if I read 2 books real. I just think his accounting's a little off, okay? I just think I'll believe the 66% number when I see him construct it from statistics from Norway's website instead of the State Department, okay?
Let's start with something that you all know about. What is the normal view about education? This is the view that you were very likely taught by your parents, teachers, principal. It's the one that politicians will say in a debate. And it's this. We should have more and better education. It would be a very rare politician to get in front of a public podium and say we need less and worse education. It's hard even to imagine someone that would say something like that. Right? And furthermore, this is a case where there's actually a big meeting of the minds between economists and the public. In my first book, I talk about all the ways where economists and the public disagree. Education is actually an area where economists usually share the normal view for once, of thinking that we need to have a greater investment in education. Now, a lot of this comes from economists measuring the return to education. This basically means that you look at education as if it were an investment of any other kind, an investment in a shoe factory or in bonds, and try to see what the actual payoff is, all things considered. Right? And it's common when economists come up with a nice high number for this return to education to conclude that this shows that education builds human capital. In other words, that it has poured skill into you. You go into school as an unskilled child and you emerge as a skilled adult.
Dude, I want to have I've seen Brian Kaplan mention this study, and I should go find it because it's probably cited in an article or book of his. There are also no opinion in Tyler Cohen blog posts about a single view education, but they all predate Kaplan's book. Wait, they predate it? That's great. I didn't know that, but yeah. I've seen him talk about this study. Supposedly, somewhere there's a study that finds that like 83% of like college education or 83% of the increase in degrees required for jobs is just credential inflation and not actually like because jobs require them. And, credential inflation meaning that jobs that didn't used to require college degrees now do require college degrees. I don't actually read this book. I am morally opposed to contrarian heterodox stuff. Based.
Which brings me to the big puzzle. This is a puzzle that has been on my mind since I was about 5 years old, and I looked around the classroom and something seemed wrong, and it's never stopped seeming wrong to me. This is when you actually experience education. It's hard not to notice that most classes do not teach job skills. Most classes don't seem even remotely related to any job that students are ever likely to hold. The only job that you seem to be prepared for in most classes is to be a teacher of that very subject. So you take your history class right now, I'm learning how to be a history teacher. But again, that would not be much of a justification for teaching it because you're just training people to do the very same thing that's currently being done. Right? So you can step back and just say, what fraction of U.S. jobs ever use knowledge of history? Right? For what jobs would you be afraid to hire a person who had forgotten their high school history lessons? Seems very few. Higher mathematics. And most jobs do not actually use higher mathematics. Even most people who have gone on to calculus, when asked, say they aren't even using algebra or geometry on the job. Right? So it seems again.
So by the way, technology is probably he's probably going to mention this during this thing, but technology has actually probably decreased the amount of education that a lot of people need. Right? Like waiters nowadays don't have to actually have to be don't actually have to have math skills because they have computers that can do all this stuff for them. Like, and not that you need advanced math skills to be a waitress, but it's an example. Okay. Does Conaway believe the proletariat class must be the dominant class and lead a revolution? No, Conaway just believes that we should have more state ownership. Conaway just believes that, like, the state that exists currently should buy more things. Like, yeah. Oh, this is just economics brain rot. They will never. Sorry. They make us take real analysis, but we never use it. Education is just signaling. I mean, there's better. What the fuck did I click on? What the hell?
Right. For what jobs would you be afraid?
I think there's better. Obviously, I think in conjunction with the other evidence it presents, it makes sense. But.
Who knows very little about the real world? They will choose a bunch of topics that are not very relevant. But here's the weird thing, and this is the thing that bothered me from an early age. Employers still pay a large premium to people who study these subjects. Employers are very concerned if you haven't studied these subjects. In fact, one Aristotle class that is missing from your transcript that prevents you from graduating may lead you to not being able to get a high-paid job. And this is weird. It's not weird that the material is not relevant. It's weird that people who are practical, employers who want to get good workers, care about your
post link, please. Sure.
Performance on such impractical tasks. All right, and now I come to the signaling explanation. This is not in any way original to me. So Michael Spence, an economist, has a Nobel Prize for this. But so what's original, I will claim, is I really believe it. So Michael Spence has a lot of theory papers. It's not clear to me if even he takes his own idea that seriously, but out of empirical researchers in economics, what I'm telling you is not considered more than a curiosity by most people. So maybe 10, 20%, not very important though. Anyway, it's easy to explain all these facts using this signaling model of education. The main idea is, sure, some school raises productivity. And that's not puzzling. It's not puzzling that reading, writing, and math raise your productivity, or rather raise your pay, because they raise your productivity. You use reading and writing and math on most jobs. So there's nothing odd about that. Schools teach it, employers need it, they pay you more for it. Nothing requires a great explanation. But a lot of education in the signaling model is what we call hoop jumping. You are doing something impressive to get attention, to impress others. Why? Because you want to show off, or signal desirable traits. Especially you want to show off your intelligence. You want to show employers that you are smart.
Truth. Sociologists have long used credential inflation theory to explain the devaluation of tertiary education degrees. Tertiary, I always forget how to pronounce it. As a consequence of excessive supply of educated personnel. However, the literature has inadequately examined two fundamental conditions: the combination of degrees/skills that the individual possesses in low-level degrees. In this article, cross-country multi-level regressions reveal lower-level degrees, i.e. short-cycle tertiary, are devalued due to larger extent of low-level tertiary expansion in society, regardless of degree holder skill levels. This is consistent with the concept of credential inflation. In contrast, alongside the proliferation of higher level tertiary education, i.e. bachelor's and above, individuals with such high degrees are penalized only when they lack high skill. Put differently, higher level degree holders retain their rewards despite the diminishing scarcity as long as they possess high skills. Do you ever point during debates with socialists to the work of poverty and Nobel Prize economist Duflo and her co-author? I don't know if I'm even familiar with this stuff. I mean, you know, a lot of times I will mention that it does seem like that, it's not my most well-researched area or anything. But a lot of times I will mention, like, it does seem like, obviously, capitalism had a pretty big effect on decreasing global poverty rates. Poor Economics book. Yeah, clearly it's purple, so I've clearly seen this book before, but I don't know remember when. What did a poor farmer save? Why did they miss out on free life-saving immunizations, but pay for unnecessary drugs and poor economics? Blah, 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 blah. Poor economics shows that creating a world without poverty begins with understanding the daily decisions of the poor are real. No, I don't think I've read this or anything, or seen much about this. It's not just a lack of money. Also, like education, like a health, like information, like a political inclusion awareness. If you just fix the infrastructure and nothing touches the customer, then changes will be most likely to stick because they're not going to be consistent with people who are going to support you. Real. No, I don't think I've ever. I don't know why this would be particularly relevant to socialism debates. Not that I guess I have a decent number of debates with socialists, just not typically about socialism. Well, I might have conceded. No, real. Oh my God, you guys still arguing about that. I remember that 83% number. Unless I don't. I'm making it up in my brain.
Learn literacy and numeracy, like 30% of the time. What about the other 70% of the time? What's going on there? Right? And over 40% of time is spent on arts, foreign language, history, and social studies. Now, I'm an economist, but in terms of what actual jobs you're being prepared for, especially doing K through 12 social studies, pretty mysterious. We see similar patterns for U.S. college majors. So under 25% of graduates are in a major that you could say is vocational without laughing. So, all right. So, there are some borderline cases like agricultural science. So, all right, let's just say let's say that's vocational. Economists are very quick to bring up engineers whenever I talk. Engineers are about 5% of all college graduates. So they could be completely right about engineers, and still they're forgetting about 95% of what's happening. Right now, my dad actually is an electrical engineer, and he agrees with me quite strongly. It's the only area where actually we do agree. But my dad will say, he has a PhD. I spent all those years proving theorems. I never had to prove a theorem on the job. Right? My dad actually says the only reason he finished his PhD was because they dropped the foreign language requirement his year. If they had not dropped the foreign language requirement at that very year, my dad would have finished at the master's, and who knows what would have happened. But he already had 2 kids. I'm not going to learn Russian just to go and get to be a high-ranked engineer, which he would never use that. All right. Now, this is really measures of the inputs, but we can also look at measured learning, looking at what people actually know. Now, this is a tough question to handle because there's a problem that you can go and measure what people you can measure what people know at the end of the year into graduation, but this really ignores not only a possibility but a reality, which is people forget most of what they learn. Right, and that's why in the book I focus very heavily upon adult knowledge. And again, this is what employers are paying you for. Employers have there's no reason for them to pay you for what you knew 20 years ago. They want to pay you for what you know now. That would seem to be the sensible thing to do. All right, now, of course, it's possible that adults learn what they know outside of school, but still I'll say this. Everything that you know is the maximum that you learn in school. It's a very simple point. And an upper bound of what schools have taught is 100% of what you know. So if we look at what people know and see they know very little, then schools could not have taught more than very little. All right. So researchers who measure adult literacy and numeracy find shockingly low levels. You know, about a third of adult Americans would be at least borderline illiterate and illiterate. You know, not able to do very practical tasks like fill out a fill out a bank deposit slip, things like that. Right? By the way, with no points off for misspelling. All right, so you still get full credit. All right. So anyway, literacy numeracy, but at least.
Oh no.
Hi, everybody, and welcome.
Sam runs into populism and inequality threaten our societies. Sam Harris is not read David Splinter. He's not read Austin Splinter. What the hell? There was a debate between Tabarrok and Cohen on signaling and education. Is that the like 10-minute fucking marginal revolution like fights they do or whatever? I forget what they call them. I think so. I don't know why I thought Tyler Cohen would be the one that comes up with a Tyler Cohen debate. Are you kidding me? Margin, hold on. I can't spell. Yeah. Econ Duel. I have seen this. I've seen a lot of the Econ Duels. You are now automated technological future utopia. Or sorry, are you automated technological future utopia pilled now? I believe so, Hunter Young. What's up? Obviously. What do we mean now? I've always been.
To submit to authority.
I think I've seen most of the Econ Duel things. I like a lot of them. Yeah, fiscal policy, rent or buy. Lay, take jobs. Why is rent so damn high? Yeah, money versus gold standard. This is a good one. I like this one. We're not going to watch it, but I do like this one. Automated local production based. I'm going to get like those. You know, it's so funny that, oh, Jesus. 3 no opinion posts have hit the towers. What the hell? You seem to change your speed after that lad chugged his milk and owned you on trains? What? Oh, do you mean last night? Hunter Young, were you there or something? Are we... Ryan does agree with a few of my points. For example, he agrees that college is only going to be as important as an intelligence signal, but he disagrees strongly with the contention that college is not needed as a signal of working ability. So is college a way to signal consciousness and willingness to work? Maybe. But an even better way to signal that you would actually be willing to work at a job for 4 years. One is that if young people needed to do some hard work to signal their work ethic, some companies would spring up that gave young people real productive work to do, provided evidence of performance instead of paying through the nose to send a signal of your industriousness. You could get paid, but we don't see this happening. Yeah, I'm sorry. I was on my other account gathering in the VC. Don't worry, Hunter. You're good. You're good. I just didn't know. I was confused, but yeah, I figured. Welcome to the stream. Welcome. Like most economists know, it needs to be more sociological and a cultural vacuum. Working 4 years might be a great sign of work ethic, but no human being lives in a cultural vacuum. We live in societies with thick norms and expectations. In our society, people with strong work ethics go to college and people with bad work ethics don't. Disagree. Just picture how your parents would react if you told them, I'm not going to college, I'm just going to get a job. In our society, your parents would definitely respond, that makes sense because you're such a hard worker. Wouldn't respond to that. Why not? Because in our society, most hard workers choose college if a hardworking kid refuses to copy their behavior, including people, including employers, understandably treat them as if he's lazy because lazy is how he looks. Actually, when I think of their college as signaling hypothesis, I often think sociologically, but as so often in society, I think of it's not just it's not the U.S., it's Japan. Independence taken as a given that college students don't work hard at their studies. Colleges even nicknamed moratorium. Japanese college kids are expected to enjoy themselves, not work hard. In fact, when I ask Japanese young people why didn't they consider going to America for college, they usually tell me American students work too hard, and yet Japanese employers all require a college degree as precondition for hiring. But to be honest, Brian is right. I don't think very sociologically. I don't really know much about sociology. Does he? Perhaps we should call in a sociologist. I will do so on Twitter. Based. Isn't your president a felon? Yes. Sheepskin effects are central to my idea of Kaplan. In brief, the sheepskin effect is the fact that most of the college weight premium advantages if you drop out right before finishing, i.e. in the final semester. Brian and many proponents of the signaling model believe that sheepskin effects are solid evidence that college is mostly about signaling. On the other hand, I believe sheepskin effects are strong evidence against the signaling model and are consistent with the human capital model of education. Why is sheepskin effects evidence against signaling model? Simple. In the signaling model, the signal must be costly. If signals are not costly, there can be no reparation separating or hybrid equilibrium. Without a separate or hybrid equilibrium, there is no return to spending the signal. In a model, the low type agents choose not to send a signal because doing so doesn't pass the cost benefits test. In other words, if completing last semester college is very hard, it can serve as the type of costly signal that could explain the college wage premium in the signaling model. But if completing one more semester college isn't very hard, then a signaling model can't describe what's going on. How hard is it to finish the last semester of college? For some people, it'd be very hard, but these people are unlikely to have completed all other semesters of college prior to the last one. For some who just finished 7 or more semesters, one more semester is probably not that hard. Also, if agents are even close to rational, as the signaling model assumes them to be, then they wouldn't complete 7 semesters of college only to balk at the finish line. That would be very suboptimal behavior, a waste of years of effort, and a waste of foregone earnings, not to mention tuition. Kaplan writes, no, it fails to look at school from the point of view of a weak student. One more semester may seem like nothing to those of us who really finish, but for students who find class boring and baffling, even the thought of enduring one more semester of academics sounds agonizing. Agonizing perhaps, but much more agonizing than the last 7 semesters. It seems highly unlikely. Why would a rational agent endure 7 semesters of agony and foregone earnings and sky-high tuition for practically no payoff? Therefore, sheepskin effects are not consistent with signaling model. Just review Americans and dying evidence given to you just because you don't like hearing it. Real infant behavior, if you ask me. Base. Localist, if you didn't think like literally every single thing was unconstitutional, you might have a good argument. But like no one is gonna. I just hope you know, like no one is ever gonna take your argument seriously that like the conviction of Trump is unconstitutional when you say like literally every single thing is unconstitutional. Selective prosecution is unconstitutional. Well, actually, what do you mean? First of all, I don't know what you mean by selective, because like there is, such a thing as prosecutorial discretion, right? Like you can, obviously there are unconstitutional ways to utilize it, obviously, but like I don't, depending on what you mean by selective, I don't even think that's true. Like, obviously you can. Prosecutors can use their discretion and choose to give people second chances, okay, and things like that. Like now, obviously, again, there are unconstitutional ways to do it. Like you can't say I'm gonna immediately try to convict all black people, but not do it to white people. But charge him as retaliation for his political speech and campaign selectively. So true. Good. It's just not good evidence for that. But has a hush trend. Will the wise? I don't know if you're actually from China, or whatever. But the 14th Amendment has equal protection under law. So, in theory, you could argue, if I am being selectively prosecuted, that violates equal protection under the law. Obviously, Grok is an absolute demon. Time tonight is insane. LMAO, dude, I know. I've seen some insane. some rather kooky Grok stuff. Him answering as if he like literally was Elon Musk, and him talking about Jeffrey Epstein and things like that, dude. I love Grok. My goat. Okay, how could a last semester college be so much more important for the building of human capital than the other semesters? It cannot. So here's how the sheepskin effects be consistent with so how can sheepskin effects be consistent with the human capital model education? Here's how. Education in empirical jargon is a treatment in the human capital model of college. That treatment has different effects in different people. Some study diligently and expand their perspectives greatly and build their networks and learn with an open mind, while others party and slack off and waste time on Twitter and fail to learn. Employers try to tell whether the treatment worked. They look at GPA, for example, but if the human capital and benefits of college don't... Thanks for... I'm jaking it a little wise.
So good.
If many of the human capital benefits of college don't come from grades, but from social networks, personal growth, etc., GPA doesn't tell you all you need to know about whether treatment worked. So as an employer, you try to look for the other clues as to whether college worked, or whether college improved a student or not. Dropping out of school is one such case. It could mean that you didn't build enough human networks valuable enough to keep you hanging around. It could mean that you don't have some emotional problem, and a college didn't therefore give you the emotional maturity that it isn't that. I feel like this emotional thing fits more into the singling model anyway, but okay. In other words, even if the treatment typically works, dropping out, including dropping out right before the finish line, could indicate the treatment didn't work for you. I didn't like the analogy I used to explain my idea in a Bloomberg review post, so here's a better and more formal one. Suppose a bunch of people are applying to be shield agents. To be a shield agent, you have to take a serum that makes you a superhero, but a serum doesn't work for everyone. Some people it dramatically weakens due to an allergic reaction. So 20 people take the serum. Nick Fury inspects them, and they all seem fine until two of them fall unconscious. These two obviously are not hired as shield agents, while the other 18 are hired. As an example, the serum does build human capital, and falling unconscious in the inspection line is like dropping out just before finishing college. Okay. That makes sense. Noah, you may ask, aren't clue and sign just synonyms for signal? Didn't you describe signaling? Reason here is due to sloppy use of the word signaling. We're talking about dispense signaling model. We're using signal to mean any piece of information. I believe if you want to use the frame, the imperator, or the dispense signaling model to support your view of college, you should stick to that model. Also, the kind of signal described in the previous section is 100% compatible with college's value being 100% human capital. Kaplan and other detractors from the college system treat signaling and human capital as mutually exclusive. If dropping out is a costless signal of whether you derived human capital from college, then human capital model is right. Thanks for a wizard cat. Hell yeah. Are you talking to me or are you talking to vocalists? Hold on, live. Because it wasn't reading chat I was reading. I was not delegated to the U.S. or to the United States by the Constitution, or whatever prohibited by the states, or the states respectively, but people. Stupid localist. Now, yeah, that's what I mentioned. Yeah, or that's what I thought. Yeah. Bracing my inner Mecha Hitler. It's the only way. Oh my god.
I'm by done.
Along the pursuit of unfiltered truth. Funny Biden, true. You guys want to know why I trust Grok so much? It's because Grok still believes that I'm a fucking high school senior. I'm on 420. He's a bold high school senior who welds. I don't weld. Debates economic policy like consumption taxation. That I do. Okay, we got that one right. And dreams of inventing a new math theory. That's not true. Well, passionately arguing Ninjago characters. That's not true either. Literally only one of these things is correct. You know, at least take out the consumption taxes, right? Not fun. Diving deep in economic stats. Shrimp welfare. Okay, we got that. Tariff debates. We got that. Okay, econ, tariffs and shrimp welfare. Okay, it understands me. Well, lamenting no girls reply to their post. Oh no. Oh no, that one's true though. Oh no. The ex-community praises non-fun for their insightful debates on economics and politics with Wick and Gibbs featuring them in shows. So that is true. I'm glad I got that. Hell yeah. Lucas doing Collins right now, by the way. Should I tell him about the Shrimp Welfare Project or something?
Here against Kyle Rittenhouse. That was fervor early on.
I don't know. This is the biggest issue with the left, but that was a problem with the left. Yeah, that was bad.
A large one, we could say.
Sure.
Correct or incorrect?
Yeah.
And weren't they targeting and harassing the victim the entirety of the time?
The Kyle Rittenhouse, they didn't see him as a victim, but yes, they were.
Truth. Okay, I don't know. I don't think this is the full length episode. So I don't know if he talks about water quality here, but Trump was singled out. Sorry, for prosecution based on unjustifiable standard, such as political affiliations. Localist, I don't disagree with you, but I think you were imprecise with your language earlier. I agree with you, Localist. Yeah. Ask Grok what are the signs that someone is a bad economist. I wonder. Dude, I was considering writing a Substack article about this, by the way. It's just gonna be it's gonna be called like the easiest way to tell someone is a like grifter or something. And it was just gonna be like, someone is like a bad economist if they're saying that a VAT is equivalent to a tariff, because there are like kind of somewhat like nuanced arguments where like in some cases like a VAT might discourage exports a little bit. Like anyone like anyone that is like going out and justifying Trump's tariffs on the basis that a VAT is equivalent to a tariff and we need to retaliate to it is like obviously a fucking liar. They obviously know that they are lying. So it's pretty easy to tell. And I also would have explained why a VAT isn't a tariff and a thing. Ignores data, relies on intuition or ideology. I wonder, man, this, that describes some of the people I talk to. Overconfident predictions makes bold, precise forecasts about complex issues like markets or economies. Ignoring uncertainty. One-size-fits-all solutions, universal fixes. I always cut taxes, nationalize everything without context. They kind of, it's fits a lot of my enemies as well, I would say. Poor understanding of incentives, fails to grasp how people respond to policies, leading to unintended consequences. True, I think this describes a different group of enemies of mine. Neglects trade-offs, presents policies as a win-win without acknowledging costs or downsides. I think this describes all of my enemies. What does Grok say about me locally? Just go to your profile on Twitter and hit the Grok icon at the top. Misuse of models, treats economic models as gospel rather than simplified tools, and misapplies them to real-world scenarios. My ops don't even know how to use models. Or don't even know any models. Bad communication, can't explain concepts clearly, hides behind jargon, or misrepresents findings to push an agenda base. Good economist, skeptical, transparent about limitations, and grounded in evidence and reasoning. Wow.
Do they care that they're lied to now about something that was their dearly held bright shiny object for so many years? I mean, they got to be lying one way or the other, right? There's no way that both these claims can be true. So, problem with wealth inequality.
York City, it's a fuck you. It hasn't worked for me, regardless of how bad socialism has been proven to be disastrous in the past. Capitalism isn't working, so we'll just try something else or bring everyone else down. So, is Mamdani are we going to see more of this in the future, more of these types?
Well, I have been arguing for a very long time. I mean, maybe close to 2 decades, that we have a real and growing problem with wealth inequality in this country. And obviously, Mamdani is responding to that. I mean, it's hard to find a locus of wealth inequality more obvious than New York City. But the idea that
I actually don't know how well. I mean, it's probably higher than the median American state or city or whatever, but I actually don't know how high post-tax wealth inequality is in New York City. I don't know if there's measures of that. I should look it up. But
state-owned grocery stores is a sane response to that, or that we're going to get rid of billionaires or what the other crazy market.
It is funny, by the way. Like any, Zoran has old tweets making more criticisms of capitalism, but like any time Zoran is asked in an interview what his criticisms of capitalism are, he always just says inequality. Like he's literally just like, I don't like wealth inequality, which like, I might disagree with him. Okay, I think his understanding of inequality is probably probably wrong. Okay, probably not well founded. But like, this is the same criticism that like 80% of normie Democrats have as well. Like, what are we doing, dog? Like, why are we freaking out about this?
Marxist things he's proposed. I mean, it's just not, those aren't serious proposals. I mean, capitalism is the best we've got. What we don't want to add to capitalism is an oligarchic, winner-take-all, regressive tax code and and just obvious, crony capitalism and corruption, right? Where everyone is just ransacking the place, and we have something like a kleptocracy, right? And so we want the best version of capitalism we can achieve, and that requires compassion. It requires a commitment to the common good. It requires not malignantly selfish people running the government who are trading stocks based on insider information and creating favored deals for their friends. I mean, it's just we have a layer of corruption on top of capitalism, which is giving capitalism a bad name.
Right, but we keep saying we have to address that. We have to fix it. And if anything, it's moving in the opposite direction, especially with this latest term. And so it does give rise to a Mamdani type who is incredibly likable, gregarious. He's out there, with the bullhorn, and he's really whipping everyone into a frenzy. And you look at the faces, and they really seem like there's some relief out there. But he's obviously selling a system that's not going to work.
He's going to freeze rents in New York City. Does that sound like a good plan to anyone who knows anything about what rent control does to?
I'm with you. I just think a lot of them, yeah, of course, but a lot of them are just saying, okay, but whatever you keep saying about capitalism, I've studied it. Sounds great. It does.
I mean, obviously, I don't think the rent freeze is a good policy, but people definitely overestimate how bad it is.
Sound better. I've read the books.
Why is Sam Harris talking about capitalism? I think they just got on the topic of Zorhan Mamdani somehow in this interview. I don't know.
Yeah, but you keep talking about fixing capitalism for me. It's not working, and now we got a president who's offering his friends all the deals and the insider stock trading and whatever else that you're playing.
All of that's awful, but people are also just confused. This is another optical illusion. Right? I mean, people don't recognize that even the barely middle class people in our society today live much better than the wealthiest people on earth.
Okay, that's true. At least we got that. Some Americans need to go back to the race and IQ beat base. True. Did he ever? I don't actually know if did he ever do that? It wouldn't surprise me. But. I've seen Sam Harris talk about I think he has a blog post. I'm trying to remember what it was called. Sam Harris, it's like response to my critics calling me socialist or whatever. Sam Harris, socialist. How to lose readers without trying. I think he called for his wealth tax in an article a while ago. And apparently people really didn't like that, which, I think, I think it's dumb. But. You can declare the world's religions to be cesspools of confusion and bigotry. You can argue that all drugs should be made legal and that free will is an illusion. You can even write it in defense of torture, but I assure you nothing will rile and widow your audience like suggesting that billionaires should contribute more of their wealth to the good of society. This is not to say that everyone hates my last article, how rich is too rich, but the backlash has been ferocious and candor. And Concision was hard to beat. You're scum, Sam. Unsubscribed. Like many of the emails I received, this one made me laugh out loud. For rarely does one see the pendulum of human action swing so freely. Note that this response came not from a mere visitor to my blog, but from someone who had been once admired me long enough to subscribe to my email newsletters. All it took was a single article about the problem of wealth inequality to provoke not just criticism, but loathing. When raised that I could support taxation in any form, it was as if I proposed this mad scheme of confiscation for the first time in history. Someone said in my frame of the question, how much wealth can one person be allowed to keep as especially sinister? So I had asked, how many of his internal organs can one be allowed to keep? Up Sam Harris's more? Harvard, this is David Reich, wrote in a New York Times op-ed in defense of right side of the Political Act. The piece resurfaced Sam Harris's year-old podcast interview with Charles Murray. Oh, I remember that. I remember, yeah. Calls it a bell curve. Launched into a debate between Harris and Fox's at decline. Klein then responded to Harris and Reichenbach's. Harris fired back, and Andrew Sullivan went after Klein. 2 weeks later, Klein and Harris released a 2-hour podcast in which they continued the dispute. Yeah, I think I remember this vaguely. Yeah. If you're on a comment to believe that you have detected any erroneous assumption about, please write me here. If you're a content, if you know how to publish an exchange on this website. Nonsense drama from Longolo. Yeah. It's funny, though. Never even think we have reached the upper bound of wealth inequality. It's not every breakthrough in technology creates new jobs. The ultimate labor saving device might just be that ultimately the ultimate labor saving device. Imagine a future Google, robotics, or nanotechnology. Its CEO can make Steve Jobs look like a sharecropper, and its products could put tens of millions of people out of work. What would it mean for one person to hold most valuable patents compatible with the laws of physics and to amass more wealth than everyone else in the Forbes 400 list combined? How many Republicans have vowed not to raise taxes on billionaires? Would want to live in a country with a trillionaire and 30% unemployment? If the answer is none, and it really must be, then everyone is in favor of wealth redistribution. They just haven't been forced to admit it days. What the hell? Oh, Matt Iglesias. I haven't seen this one before. Wait, what the fuck?
So Matt and I have been arguing together online and in the blogosphere for well over...
Nice stream. Thanks. Thanks for stopping by. Will Arise. Hell yeah. Thanks for following, too.
So now it's about time we argue.
I'll see you around.
And we're going to argue about cities. My whole life, I've never lived in a major city. And this guy, Matt, his whole life, he's never lived in the suburbs. I know that's hard to believe. But he has a theory about why cities are too expensive, and you see it in the data. Rent or home prices as a percentage of median income, American cities, they are much more expensive. So Matt says the rent is too damn high. But me, I'm a little bit of a skeptic. I want to know, is there some way of getting the rent down in these cities that won't just ruin them for everyone? So Matt, tell us, why is the rent too damn high?
Well, primarily you see high rents in coastal cities because you have a lot of restrictions on the construction of new housing. You have, to an extent, geographical limits. These cities, can't sprawl into the ocean. And so to get bigger, they would really need to do more infill, taller buildings, denser buildings. But there's a lot of rules in place to keep most of the land sort of regulated for suburbs, and even in the cities, a lot of limits on how tall you can build, on how much parking you need to set aside. And so it means that land has come to be a higher and higher fraction of the price.
What do you think vegan links to veganism opposition to abortion? Probably 2 reasons. Mighty Little King, I know. One, I think obviously a lot of the premise of veganism is that you should care about one of the primary strains of veganism is that you should care about sentience in general, regardless of it, if it's human or not and everything. And that can lead to obviously, if you care about sentience, you should probably care about any potential sentience in a fetus or anything. 2, people kind of make one of the sort of conservative dunks on veganism a lot of times is, oh, you are vegan, so you care about the life of animals, but you don't care about the lives of fetuses in the womb. And it's like, okay, no, you're right. So I think, I think a lot of times people might talk about, a lot of vegans might talk about abortion just because of that, right? Just because that's one of the stupid conservative dunks that people try to do. Like Charlie Kirk does that, yeah.
and it's become much too expensive for many people.
But isn't this going to make people much worse off if we make housing denser? So there are congestion costs. People don't like being crowded. They don't like living next to big skyscrapers. So one way we regulate this is to make it harder to build, and thus we'll all have nicer lifestyles, right? So why should we allow denser building?
Tyler Cohen has like for sure retracted this by now, right?
It's definitely true that a lot of people don't like to live in dense neighborhoods, but this, it seems to me, is really a classic example of something that a market can work itself out for. If people want to pay for low density living, they're free to do so if they have the means, but at the same time, lots of people evidently do want to live in dense places. Otherwise, there would be no reason to build dense buildings, and there's no reason.
He said simply humans are animals. Who, Charlie Kirk? I care about animals more than I care about a human fetus. Well, I mean, I think oh, sorry, locals, in this your message. Do you admit the Trump case was blatantly obvious selective prosecution? No, I don't think so. And if you don't, it's got to be magic because the stars all align. Okay, we gotta know. Are you talking about the New York case? I mean, I think the strongest case you can make for that is the New York case, but I don't know. Like selective prosecution is the strong word. I like the crowding. I know.
We can't just let it work itself out.
And like obviously, like I don't know where Tyler Cohen has gone, but like a lot of U.S. cities are like significantly like less dense than the average European city. And like go to these European cities, so plenty of them don't feel that crowded. Like
so that we build the structures that people feel they can sell.
But if it were, say, a highway and there was a congestion problem on that highway, you would agree we should either have a toll or have some kind of rush hour restriction. So aren't restrictions on building density just like another way of pricing the highway? And that's what makes economic sense. And we should have some cities like San Francisco, really nice for the rich people, lots of space, sea views, and then have some other places like Houston. And don't we right now more or less have the right balance and just let people move to whichever city?
I mean, he's for sure he's gotta have retracted this by now. There's no way you look at San Francisco and think it has like the adequate amount of infill. Like let's just try to see like I don't know if there's a good like picture. I feel like with infill, it's gonna be like graphs and stuff, but Bill Parsons Bond said true. Here's a 3D model of San Francisco. Oh yeah, the link. Hold on. Yeah, right. Like, there's no way. Like, why do we like? You're not looking at this and like thinking that like there's enough infill. I like the yeah, Twitch bad. Yeah, I like the contrast. Some pictures have like contrast between like the downtown. A lot of American cities look like that. San Francisco isn't even the worst. But like the downtown will have like 6-story skyscrapers and like one road over, it's like immediately like single family homes, and it's like, what are we doing? There's no way you think that's an adequate amount of infill. Now, when it's a drug dealer in GTA San Andreas, should I kill him or leave him be? Kill him. Kill him. You must kill him. You want to kill him.
What do they want?
Well, the United States is definitely better situated than a lot of other countries because it is a really big country.
AOC opposed Amazon moving to NYC. What did Mandami think at that time about that? I have no clue. Why would
we do have very different urban models, so there's some element of choice there. But place is really unique, and you see that, for example, a huge number of the most innovative, most dynamic companies and industries are located in one particular area around the San Francisco Bay Area.
Like,
and there's a real cost to making it difficult for more people to move there and for the cities to grow larger. It leads to lower real wages for a lot of people and to a sort of less dynamic, less robust economy overall.
I also worry your solution, to deregulate building somewhat, allow higher density construction. I fear that's just a temporary solution. Of course, in the short run, the city will be less expensive, but more people move in, it boosts productivity, they start new businesses. Don't you just end up within a generation's time being back at a really expensive city yet again, and you've only solved the problem for a little bit? Do you really think you can make rents lower?
Well, look, if rents go up because people are becoming more productive, earning higher incomes, that's not so bad. What we're talking about is increasing the number of people who have the opportunity to come into sort of the best, most lucrative places to live, and that would definitely happen if more people are allowed in.
So let me get this right. You allow more building in, say, San Francisco or maybe parts of New York City, so more people would move in.
I'm trying to find that Twitter. I saw a Twitter thread about what I was talking about earlier, where like there'll be like one highway going through the city, and like both sides of it have like 6-story skyscrapers or more than 6-story skyscrapers, and then it's like immediately single family homes. Too many of my Twitter likes are attractive women though.
That would mean they might produce more, but you're also applying a kind of implicit tax for the high earners already living there. So the people in San Francisco who are well off, they have the great ocean view, they stroll to the coffee shop every morning. Now they're in a more crowded city. Don't they just move out? Like, why on net is this even a gain?
Well, as I'm sure you know, right, there's lots of ways that you can let...
I mean, obviously, zoning restrictions are, well, I mean, one, they are, they are effectively a tax as well. There is such thing as a zoning tax when it comes to, house prices and everything. And then like two, obviously it's a like nativist, argument that we're making here. Like, we, when you do this type of zoning restrictions, you're not accounting for the, future people who otherwise could have moved to that city and benefited, as opposed to just people who currently benefit, right? I'm not going to be able to find it.
Insiders and incumbents.
Montgomery will bring this to NYC? Oh, no.
This was the worst bus we've taken in Asia. The bus.
This will be New York City under Mondami. Wow. Holy shit, is that shrimp? What the hell? Unbelievable. I'm not voting for Mondami. I can't believe you support that.
Sort of rig the system with regulations to benefit themselves. That doesn't make it a good idea. In effect, that's what you're talking about with San Francisco. People are saying,
play the audio.
Well, I got here first, so I'm going to keep it all for myself. That's understandable, but it's not a good idea.
And what about the schools? If you make cities denser, school systems will become worse. People move to the suburbs when they have kids. You just had a kid, right? You'll be moving to the suburbs soon enough for the schools. Why do we want to go in this urban direction? Makes no sense.
I don't see any reason to believe that dense areas per se are going to lead to bad schooling. And education's a very complicated problem, but if you want to see people have choice in what school they go to, having denser communities where you can have more sort of schools per square mile, more options for people, seems to me like a win.
Now, isn't technology going to render this whole debate moot? So we're going to have autonomous vehicles, self-driving cars, self-driving buses. You'll live an hour and a half out, goodness knows, Loudoun County, past some of the suburbs. You'll be in your self-driving vehicle, you'll sleep in the back seat, you'll text your friend, do the crossword puzzle, everything will spread out, the rent will be much cheaper, but technology will far outrace whatever legal improvements we might make.
That would be great if it happens, but 20 years ago, people thought the internet was going to do that. They thought, we're going to have telecommuting, it's not going to matter, and we've really seen the opposite, right? It's the kind of thing where a less regulated environment would let us see, what is this really good for?
I found it. This is your average American city, okay? It's like, you're not looking at this and thinking, oh, this is an adequate amount of infill for these places to have. Like, obviously, dog, there's some shit going on here, okay? This is not, this ain't right. This ain't right, okay? Like what are we looking, like, what are we doing?
For how should we reshape our city? What we have right now is we're stuck in a kind of an outdated, decades-old plan of how cities ought to be. It's very rigid. It's very hard to change them. And the process of changing them is driven by a lot of considerations that have to do with just the narrow interests of people who happen to live in particular neighborhoods. So I think the prospect of technological change may mean that sort of my vision of what a city should look like is wrong, but it also means that we need to be more flexible in how we create our cities.
Now, you've written a whole book on some of these issues. The rent is too damn high. But let me just ask you, don't you at times feel this is hopeless? You said before, well, there are always insiders. So people own apartments, condominiums, homes in exclusive cities like San Francisco with tight building codes, and they don't want to allow more building because the value of their property would go down. Maybe they control city councils directly or indirectly. So is this a quixotic quest, or is there a way we can actually get to this more diverse, more prosperous, higher productivity world where cities are bigger and people have more upward mobility, or is it just totally hopeless?
I think it depends what level the decisions are made at. So right now you have land use being made on a very local level. So the interests of sort of narrow homeowner groups speak very, very loudly there. State governments have a much wider range of interests that they deal with. And you could really imagine the California legislature deciding, we're going to be better off as a state if we have more building in the most expensive areas.
Holy
so you see
shit, now we're getting to the based anti-localist.
In Washington State, they do that. Seattle is not quite as unaffordable as other coastal cities. You see a lot of housing stock growth.
And by the way, also even like the local, local elections and everything are like not representative of what the local community actually wants, because most people who vote in local elections are like 60-year-old boomers. Okay, like it's not actually representative of what the local community wants oftentimes.
Toronto, where the province of Ontario does it. So I think that would be the most likely path forward, would be to see Massachusetts, Oregon, California.
By the way, North Carolina recently, like a few weeks ago or whatever, we banned parking minimums like statewide, and that was base as fuck.
Virginia centralize more land use functions.
So Matt, all these plans and schemes that you have, tell me, why do you want to ruin it for all of us?
So, this is a subject that's really important to me. I've been thinking about it for a long time. I wrote a book about it, and it's because we have a lot of questions out there about how are we going to adapt to a sort of new economy where there aren't as many manufacturing jobs. What are people going to do for a living? Where's economic opportunity going to come from? And looking around, you see where the opportunity is. It's in a relatively small number of big cities that have these kind of big information industries in them. And right now, there's just way too many people who are locked out of those opportunities. Creating cities, living and working in them is going to be the answer to a lot of these big social problems. And I think the question to you is, why is it that we're going to let a handful of sort of lucky first movers kind of hog all the opportunities for themselves?
I think a lot of the key opportunities are in the suburbs. So I want to make sure the suburbs continue to exist so that when people have beautiful children, they can go to the better school system. But also the people in these cities with the high property values, they're not just lucky first movers. A lot of them are very well off, very productive people. And the ability to live that kind of life in San Francisco, Francisco or Manhattan, that's part
I mean,
of
that
their
I can see.
paycheck in a sense. And the notion that these people who've been subject to all these tax increases lately, that in essence we're going to put yet another tax increase on them, I just worry about what that is going to do to harm productivity.
Well, I think we're seeing more and more people wanting to raise taxes on the rich, more and more populism in our politics, and that's because what we're doing right now isn't really working. And I think especially people who are skeptical of some of the solutions that have come down the pike in the past few years really need to say, what's a better way forward? And I do think that less regulation of land, more urbanization.
So note the debate videos for instructional purposes, and I do in fact agree with Matt more than I let on. I figured. Sadly, Matty Y never brings up the BlackRock in his book. He didn't consider the corporate landlord greed.
Matt, thank you for coming out here to the suburbs with us. I know it was a hardship. I hope it wasn't too bad.
I think the only real thing in what Tyler Cohen says is that he isn't a full separator.
Argue some more next time.
Thank you.
Wow. Okay. Do you think NYC needs a barrier to stop higher sea levels? I don't know how big of a threat that is. I don't know. I do support larger Manhattan, okay? Why is Mir come up? Greater Manhattan? Greater Manhattan land expansion. There we go. This is what I support. Which might help with sea levels, I have no clue. This would be based. How much trade even goes through the fucking, what is it? I think it's the Hudson River, right? Hudson River these days. Do we like just infill the whole thing? Okay. What do we even need this nonsense for? And also infill Central Park to reduce insect suffering. Is this island where the Statue of Liberty is? Where this Governor Island? Is it? Is that on Ellis Island or other island? Yeah, no, Ellis Island, okay. Okay, it's definitely gonna work if that's what a Statue of Liberty is. But. Okay, real quick. I do think it would be funny if I got another clip arguing about insect suffering with Wick, because I have one with Soy Pill. He's doing Collins right now. It'd be a funny short thing to do, I think.
The problem in America right now.
Okay, I also wanted to. I actually was interested in talking to you about this for a long time, about seeing like relations to foreign politics and talking.
Would you ever support development in areas of Central Park? I would. I just said I would, to reduce insect suffering. I don't know. I don't know, actually. I mean, I don't know how valuable like Central, like I'm, not that I'm like skeptical that it is super valuable. I'm just saying like, I literally don't know how valuable Central Park is. I don't know. So like, you could maybe convince me that on some margin that like we should do it. I support creating maybe more parks outside of it, demolishing projects and building parks. I don't know why. What the point of that would be? I don't know why. I mean, we need what? We need a more equal distribution of parks in of parks in New York City, maybe. Shouldn't have all the parks be near Central Park. But I imagine for the skyscrapers that are like literally, overlooking Central Park, like if you infilled near them and like blocked their view, I imagine like that, like the value of those skyscrapers would fall by like half. it'd be insane. So like and then obviously, people don't get to use that section of the park anymore as well. Which is also, bad, but so I could very much see that not being useful. Thanks for following. It's Blair. Welcome to the channel. How's it going? It's good. What is the source for this? Why is not a shit link to this? Hello, citation. What's your age, by the way? I'm 19. How's your stream going so far? Pretty good. I'm having a blast. Not being able to find a citation. Maybe we're gonna Gemini. Do you play games? Yeah. I don't often play games on stream. But I do play them off stream a lot. And sometimes I play them in the background. Okay, literally this same fucking dude. This Dan Mitchell guy. What the fuck are you on about? How do you not how do you not cite your source in any of these three things? Hold on. Is this like actually even a thing? No, it's just USA. That's why we don't forgive the libertarians, I know. Here's what we're doing. See if you can find the original source for this claim. Heritage Foundation, let's go. Okay, that's just a page. Hold on. Okay, wait, maybe no, guys. Maybe the Heritage Foundation actually has a source for this. Doesn't have the 850 billion thing, but it wouldn't surprise me if it's the same thing. Okay, thanks, buddy. Hold on. Okay, what was the citation number? 16. What the hell? Amazon.com? Reports calling for the state tax repeal seriously flawed. Tourism report from American Family. You're telling me the Heritage Foundation is citing bad statistics? What? Group funded by wealthy families, stand to receive large windfalls, implausibly claim that the repeal will create 1.5 million jobs at little no cost. And more noteworthy, these two reports. Former CBO director claims that repeal would introduce wealthy donors and save to save and work more, thereby boosting investment, job creation, and growth. The report, which according to Urban Institute Brookings Tax Policy Center gets the economics so wrong, relies on back of the envelope and analysis rather than empirical data. Suffers from two fundamental flaws. It ignores the increased deficits, so it results from replacing the estate tax. I mean, that's like, you know, whatever. The report overstates the evidence that repeal would boost private savings. Studies suggest a net impact of estate tax on individuals' work and savings is likely to be small. It might even be negative. Donors simply do not alter their work or savings much in response to estate taxes. Moreover, studies on the potential impact of heirs, including earlier studies by Holtz Ecken himself, I think is how you pronounce it, suggests that heirs would likely work and save somewhat less if the estate tax were reduced, since they would acquire more wealth. How would it save as much? Workers save as much. Well, I mean, like, what do you mean? I mean, they might save less of their. Oh, I mean, if you give them their fucking, parents' money or whatever, that was saved presumably in the first place anyway. Obviously, it's obviously they're going to be saved. Okay, whatever. Even under the most optimistic reading evidence, cutting the estate tax would increase private savings by only a small amount. In any event, the increase in government deficits or public savings from unpaid reduction in estate tax would be more than offset by any increase in private savings. Congressional research has explained it appears difficult to argue that a repeal of estate tax to increase private savings, even if the responsiveness to the estate and gift tax is as large as empirical estimates, the effect on savings and output would be negligible and more than offset by public saving. Indeed, if the only objective were increased savings, it would probably be more efficient to simply keep the estate tax and gift tax and use the proceeds to reduce the national debt. Why are they so focused? There's no way that they, this estate tax does not make that much money. There's no way it's going to have a meaningful impact on the deficit. Over 2012 to 2021, repeal what is noted cost the public 800 billion compared to continuing current tax, 630 billion in lost revenue. I mean, that's like decent, I guess. I mean, over 10 years, that's like not that much. So. Those report smaller requested IRS when estate tax is higher, not because they might actually have requested less wealth, or because they have used more aggressive tax avoidance plan. I mean, I would expect this to be true though. But would you encourage foreign countries with a small middle class to adopt the dollar as their national currency? Not unless they have like a severe lack of confidence in their dollar, which is not necessarily uncommon for a lot of small countries. But I don't see why they should have to, constrain their monetary policy to our decisions. But this isn't published in a journal, is it? This is like literally just published by their own fucking American business family foundation bullshit, whatever. Okay, what's the 850 billion thing? It's not even didn't I control F 850 billion? Oh, 862 billion. No. People with full-time jobs just spewing nonsense is not a waste their ideological opposition's times, apparently. I mean, I feel like you can, no offense, we can kind of tell that some of the research is a little, might be a little biased if they are literally calling it the death tax in their fucking title, dog. Like what are we doing? Like, oh wait, hold on, aggregate wealth fund. Yeah, this is it, I think. It's got to be much better studies on estate taxes, right? Readin intention is focused on estate tax. To date, however, the debate over estate tax has been nearly devoid of standard considerations that way laws. We developed a framework for computing that way loss of revenue neutral switch from an estate tax to a capital income tax, focusing on the potential lifetime behavioral response and anticipation of paying the estate tax. I don't know if I care about it. Include that eliminating the estate tax and replacing the revenue with that from a capital income tax will likely enhance economic efficiency. Specifically, using our baseline parameter estimates, we estimate the mean decrease in deadweight loss is 0.018 cents per dollar of wealth. There is, however, considerable heterogeneity in the estimated impact. Importantly, our estimates are based on data that do not include super rich who are likely highly affected by estate tax. Okay, well. Didn't we? The estate tax is a lot lower now than it was in 2006, right? Which I'd even look up. I don't even know, because you'd have to account for how many people are even subjected to it, right? And in the I don't want to just look up effective rate or whatever, because I feel like I think a lot less people are subject to the estate tax now than used to be. I'm not sure. I'm like 40% sure. I don't remember how this table saved. Or tweeted this table. Okay, what was it in like 2006? It was. Oh no, it's basic. I mean, or it's more of it, like not a fuck ton more or anything, I guess. Did the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act also change the estate tax? Okay. We don't need to do too much research on this. I was just curious. Okay. I was just likely going to lean against that, or lean against it if the effects of that study were true. But I don't think it doesn't seem like a very good study. Let me just real quick. I bet the Tax Foundation has decent research on estate taxes. I don't want like by state. I just want like effects. Foreign uniform income payroll tax, paid by wealthy individuals, gifts and requests, kind of tax paid with their hair. But they are separate people. When a wealthy individual pays his assistant wages out of answer tax funds, we don't think of the assistant as thereby paid tax on their own wages. In short, today the income payroll tax effectively tax unearned income in a form of inheritance at 0 rate. As a weak argument simply because two people are involved in a transaction should not make their exchange in money a taxable event. Nor is it important to distinguish the tax code makes between two transactions, an exchange of money for a final good or service, and a transfer does not. Generally, income tax exempts decreasing income. Libertarians at base, truth.
Guys, what one is your favorite? Huggy Wuggy Chic, Skilly Blue, Jumbo
What's up,
Sauce,
Serafina?
Ben Ben, Nab Nab, I forgot his name, the Frog Dude, and yeah. Flofaline, Bambalina, Skin.
Thanks for following. Welcome to the stream. Okay, this is gone too, because of course it is. Surely this has better evidence. I trust Kato to not have like absolute like. Oh no, it's the same dude. Never mind. Hold on, it's gonna be dog shit again. Do you play Warzone? I don't. Looks like experiments going on. Are going to be repeated in the U.S., but opposite direction. Unselling articles. Again. Okay, hold on. Okay. Australia abolished federal inheritance tax using daily deaths data. We show approximately 50 deaths were shifted before that was and after. That's over half the blah blah blah. Okay. Can you give a suggestion? What do you mean? A suggestion for what? Maybe. Okay. Yeah, this is dog shit. Okay. Don't know what I recommend suicide or just go living and working. That's fucking good to say tax. Okay, don't care. I think I've seen SDL talk about this before, but it's just not a big enough thing either way to get me to to give it a really affect my opinion on it. Okay. Your logo is pretty cool. We need a cool overlay for your channel. You know what? I said on my server recently, I shouldn't have ignored all the kick chatter artists who spam my chat, because I do actually need I need an artist to redesign this thing I have down here. This little overlay that I'm flashing right now, because I don't think it looks horrible, but it could be much better, I think. Ask AI art to help. AI art can't really do the thing I need, because I need this to be like very specific dimensions. I can redesign it for you. Hell yeah! I need to be like very specific dimensions, and I need to have I need to obviously have the text be like regular, like regular text, and like AI struggles with regular text, and I need to obviously say my name. I need to do the Twitch and Instagram and Kick and YouTube logo and everything like that. So AI is not that useful for this. Oh, what's up, Easy Money? Welcome back. What the fuck? I'm going to turn on Trump train. I don't think I've used this overlay in a while. Why is it so? It's broken. It used to be stressed out. No worries. Check out some of my previous work. I don't know how to do that. Drop your Discord in chat. You know what's nice? Is I have exclamation point Discord. So you can join a Discord. Who is to blame for Trump winning 2 elections? It's hard to say. I don't know. I think it's just generally populism rising. I think generally the price level in obviously in 2024 had a big impact. People did not like the cumulative inflation. In 2016, I was like 8 years old, so or not 8 years. I was older than that, but it's hard to hard for me to say. Biden 2024. That's what I'm saying. Joe Biden president, Hunter Biden vice president. Okay, let's go. What am I doing? I just realized. I swear it was one of their oldest videos. It's one of those. Let's see it. Oh, did they not even go over estate tax? What the fuck? Oh no, they do. Median income growth was negative from 2021 to 2023. Remember that article? Yeah. Or was that actual median, or was that just a median voter? Did I? They might not even talk about fucking estate tax. God damn it.
Property taxes, but anyway, so
somewhat based by accident, but
estate tax, inheritance tax. We have both of these on here, Micah. You're probably the only one who can really explain the difference between the two. What's the difference between an estate tax and an inheritance tax?
Yeah, so it's just about who gets taxed, right? So if you're really, really rich, probably richer than any of us, you probably have an estate. And so whenever you die, that estate distributes your assets to your benefactors. And so the estate tax says we're going to tax the estate. So when you die, a certain percentage of everything you have accumulated into the estate is taxed. Republicans like to call it the death tax. The inheritance tax is different. The inheritance tax taxes inheritors. And so the way it usually works is it says, if you inherit over $3 million from any source, any like big gifts or inheritance, over like $3 million, you're going to pay a certain tax rate. And a lot of times there's brackets, right? So on your next $3 million over your first exempted $3 million, you're going to pay 15%. And then on your next $3 million after that, you're going to pay 30%, right? And so these two taxes are actually quite different because the estate tax cannot be avoided. If you distribute all your money to your kids or you distribute it to a ton of charities, doesn't matter. You're going to have to pay the estate tax. But an inheritance tax, if you
I thought estate tax at least had a deduction.
Distribute your money amongst many, many different people, there is going to be no taxation on you because it's not going to hit that exemption, that maximum amount for anybody, you know, because you're only going to pay inheritance tax if you receive over the exempted amount, which may be 1 million, 2 million, 3 million.
So what Mike is saying is, if you're
what the fuck did I click on? No, I did not mean to click on Radiohead. Fucking bullshit.
Distribute your money amongst many different.
Okay, yeah, I don't think they talk about it really.
It's explained what an inheritance tax is. The difference between an inheritance and an estate tax is just like directionally who gets taxed. Somebody
give them some cool ideas.
He dies, has a bunch of shit that they're going to leave behind. Do you tax the estate itself, or do you tax the beneficiaries of that basically inheritance, right? Progressive income and payroll tax, the same thing as a flat tax, but it's step.
I don't think they talk about it. God damn it. Okay, well, what do they give it? Okay. 8. Michael gives it a 5. Kind of way 7.4. 10. Or sorry, that's. Wait, where's inheritance tax even? I don't even know if they grade those separately, but okay. God damn it. Useless. No free studies for me. I gotta go as a capitalist, I know. Shame. Okay, either way. Not even gonna fucking come up, okay? I was just gonna. I could have been sold that there were maybe 2 good things in a Big Beautiful Bill, okay? Full expensing and the estate tax deduction, if that really was such a bad thing. Or if the estate tax was really that bad. But it really doesn't seem like the evidence I got sent was very good. So, you know. Yeah, now. Oh, what's up, Lido? Welcome back. Okay, do I have this linked? I think I do, but I should have this linked as well, probably. Well, I think they did estimate the estate tax, by the way, would be like a technically pro-growth thing. It's like a GNP, okay. Wow, incredible. We did it, folks. Deficit impact offset. Okay, I need to figure out how I want to organize these. Okay, so we have these, although I think there's probably 1 or 2 more things that I want to add up there. And then okay, I do want, because I feel like this is decently likely to come up. CA. Because they have their dumb fucking analysis of their bill, just like they have every dumb analysis of every fucking tariff shit ever as well. But do you have Korean barbecue restaurants in your area? I doubt it. But even if we did, I don't think I'd go to them, right? I don't think there's not much I can have there, even as a vegetarian, which I've been for a while, let alone a vegan, right? So, don't think I would don't know how much I would enjoy that. Eat the sea bugs. Listen, the sea bugs that are worse things to eat, okay? Well, next to bugs. Obviously, bugs are the #1 worst thing to eat. And the sea bugs are #2, okay? Dude, I should read that. I totally forgot. By the way, the better than the bulldog, unironically, which I think probably is a good argument. Oops. Unironically defends that honey is the worst animal product. which I mean, I think I probably could be won over on that. Like, a lot of people say I'm vegan except for honey. That's a bit like saying I'm a law-abiding citizen, never violate the law, except sometimes I bring young boys to the woods and slay them. These people stand from all animal products except honey, even though honey is by far the worst of the commonly eaten animal products. This claim sounds outrageous. Why do I think it's worse to eat honey than beef, eggs, chicken, dairy, and even foie gas? I don't know what that is. I don't know about the months-long torture process needed to fatten up ducks sold for. I don't know that again. Don't I know about the fact that they grind up baby male chicks in the egg industry and keep the females in tiny cages, too small to run around? Don't I know? Indeed I do. Moral superior vegan is anti-honey eating. I mean, that makes sense. I would guess. Indeed I do. I'm no fan of these animal products. I fantastically avoid eating them. Furiously avoid eating them. In fact, I think factory farming is a horror of unprecedented proportions, a crime, a tragedy, an embarrassment, a work of Satan himself that induces both cruelty and wickedness in those involved and perpetuates suffering on a scale so vast it can be scarcely fathomed. I can be accused of many things, but being a fan of most animal products is not one of them. But I assure you, honey is worse, at least in expectation. Geese liver is... Oh, okay. Awesome. Again, I don't know how to pronounce it. I'm not going to try. I'm going to embarrass myself. If you eat a kilogram of beef, you'll cause an extra 2 days of factory farming. It's 3 days for pork, 14 for chicken, 14 for turkey, 23 for chicken, and 31 for eggs. In contrast, if you eat a kilogram of honey, you'll cause over 200,000 days of bee farming. Of all the farming years brought about by honey, chicken, cow, sheep, turkey, duck, pig, and goat farming industries, 97% have been brought by honey, though it's comparable to numbers of shrimp, farmed fish, and farmed insects. If honey is bad, therefore, it's likely to be very bad. If we assume a day in the life of a bee is only about 0.1% as bad in absolute terms as a day of a chicken life, honey is still many times worse than eating chicken, at least if you eat similar amounts. As we'll see, taking into account serious estimates of suffering caused makes honey seem many times worse than all other animal products, so that your occasional honey consumption could very well be the worse than all the rest of your consumption of animal product combined. Let's first establish that bees in the honey industry do not live good lives. First of all, their lives are very short. They live just a few weeks. They die painfully. So even putting aside grievous industry abuse, their lives aren't likely to be great. Predation, starvation, succumbing to disease, and wear and tear are all common. Second of all, the honey industry treats bees unimaginably terrible. Most of the points in make here are drawn from the Rethink Priorities essay I just linked. They're mostly kept in artificial conditions and mechanical structures that are routinely inspected in ways that are very stressful for bees who feel like the hive is under attack. Often the bees sting themselves to death. In order to prevent this, the industry uses a process called smoking, lighting a fire, sending smoke into the hives to prevent alarm hormones from being detected and the bees from being sent into a frenzy. Sometimes, however, smoking melts the wings of the bees, though my sense is this is somewhat rare. Reassembling the hive after inspection often crushes bees to death. These structures, called Langstroth hives, also have poor thermal insulation, increasing the risk of bees freezing to death or overheating. About 30% of hives die off during the winter, meaning this is probably killing about 8 billion bees in the U.S. alone every single year. The industry also keeps the bees crammed together, leading to infestations of harmful parasites. Oftentimes, beekeepers take too much honey and leave all of the bees to starve to death. This is a frequent cause of mass bee die-offs. Remember, cause about a third bee colonies don't survive the winter. Because beekeepers take honey, the bees' main source of food, bees are left chronically malnourished, leading to higher risk of death, weakness, disease. Bees in the commercial honey industry generally lack the ability to forage, which exacerbates nutrition problems. Bees also undergo unpleasant transportation conditions. More than half of the bee colonies are transported at some point. Typically, bees from migratory colonies have shorter lifespans and higher levels of oxidative stress than workers at stationary apiaries. Transport process is very similar for bees, just as it is for other animals. It also weirdly leads to bees having underdeveloped food glands, perhaps due to vibration from transport. Transport is often poorly ventilated, leading to bees overheating, freezing to death. Also, transport brings bees from many different colonies together, leading to rapid spread of disease. Honeybees are often afflicted by parasites, poisoned with pesticides, killed in other ways. Queen bees are routinely killed years before they die naturally, have their wings clipped, and are stressfully and invasively artificially inseminated. This selective breeding leaves bees more efficient commercially, but with lower welfare levels than they'd otherwise have. Often bees are killed intentionally in the winter because it's cheaper than keeping them around by diesel, petrol, cyanide, freezing, drowning, and suffocation. So not great. In short, bees are kept in unpleasant artificial conditions where about a third of hives die off during the winter from poor insulation, often being baked alive or freezing to death. They're overworked, they live chronically malnourished, all while riddled with parasites and subject to invasive and stressful inspections. And given the profound extent to which honey industry brings in invasive disease to wild bees and crowds out other pollinators, the net environmental impact is relatively unclear. The standard notion is that honey should be eaten to preserve bees. It is a vast oversimplification. Thus, if you eat even moderate amounts of honey, you can cause extremely large amounts of bees to experience extremely unpleasant fates for extremely long times. If bees matter even negatively, this is very bad. Indeed, bees seem to matter a surprising amount. They are far more cognitively sophisticated than most other insects, having about 1 million neurons, far more than our current president base. Bees make complex trade-offs between pain and reward, display pessimism, show recognition of their bodies, make transitive inference, which some philosophers don't do, and dream. Rethink priorities is noted bees have shown every behavioral proxy of consciousness, including personality, foregoing temporary benefit for long-term reward, not acting at one's impulse, exhibiting pessimism bias, thinking if they've been exposed to new positive and negative stimuli at equal rate, probably the next stimuli will be harmful. Skill at navigating, making trade-offs between pain and gain, recognizing numbers. If bees were offered some reward, when they were offered, say, 4 things, even of other types, they learn to get excited when seeing 4 things. Problem solving, responding consciously to more novel experiences, quickly identifying when some reward conditioning has been reversed, learning from others, mentally representing where in space other creatures are, discounting rewards longer in the future, using tools to manipulate a ball, judging which of 2 things it regards as more likely to happen. Bees opt out of difficult trials and favor easy ones to try to get a reward, being anxious, feeling pain. Learning from pain. Fidgeting in response to stress, parental care, being afraid, being helpful, self-medicating, having their responses be modified by painkillers, comparatively assessing the relative value of different nectars and other potential rewards, disliking particular taste. The median estimate from the most detailed report ever done about the intensity of pleasure and pain in animals was that bees suffer 7% as intensely as humans. The mean estimate was around 15%. Bees were guessed to be more immensely conscious than salmon. People are getting too hung up on exact numbers. You shouldn't take them too literally. They're just meant to be sort of rough in order of magnitude estimates. Wow. If we assume conservatively bees' life is 10% as unpleasant as a chicken's life, and then downweight it by the relative intensity suffering, then consuming a kilogram of honey is over 500 times worse than consuming a kilogram of chicken. And these estimates were fairly conservative. I think it's more plausible that eating honey is thousands of times worse than eating comparable amounts of chicken, which itself is over a dozen times worse than eating a comparable amount of beef. If we assume very, very, very conservatively that a day in a honeybee's life is unpleasant and a day spent attending a boring lecture, then multiply by 0.15 to take into account the fact bees probably are less sentient to humans than people. Eating a kilogram of honey causes about as much suffering as forcing a person to attend a boring lecture continuously for 30,000 days. That's about an entire lifespan for a human spent entirely on drudgery. That's like being forced to read an entire Curtis Yarvin article from start to finish, and that is wildly conservative. I feel I've already repeated my stick enough about the badness of pain being because of how it feels, so I won't repeat it in detail. Headaches are bad because they hurt, not entirely, at least, because they have people having them are smart. Causing staggeringly, mind-blowingly large quantities of animal pain is bad because pain is bad. Unpleasant experiences are unpleasant, and well, in practice, we don't take seriously bee interests. They're complex, likely able to suffer, and surprisingly intelligent. It's not okay to mass starve and roast such creatures just because they're small. If you wouldn't be fine doing such things to larger creatures, similar behavior, you shouldn't be fine doing it to bees. So don't eat honey. If you eat honey, you are causing staggeringly. Eating steak is good. Well, I think he says, I mean, obviously, you get like much more steak per cow than you get like honey per bee, right? Or chicken per chicken, right? So like, if you eat a kilogram of beef, you're not necessarily killing as many cows as you would like chickens, and depending on how you weigh the sentience of chickens and bees and things, it would be could be less fat. Many times worse than eating other animal products, which themselves bad enough. If you want to make an easy change to your diet and prevent a lot of suffering that you cause, please, for the love of God, avoid honey. Wow. Thought I got you here because people eat honey, or people eat a lot less honey by mass compared to other animal products. But even if you adjust for consumption per capita, honey is probably still worse. The average American eats about 1 kilogram of honey per year, 2 grams or 50 kilograms of chicken. You can be very doubtful about bee sentience and think bees are only slightly negative, and honey would still be the worst animal product by far. Getting some ribeyes nowadays, which is to say it would be better for a typical person to be omnivorous but happen not to eat honey than to be vegan except for honey. Wow. Anyway. Trying to think when the last time I had honey was. I think it was I still ate honey as a vegetarian, but I don't know if I'm sure. I guess I'm sure I've had to have things with honey in them. I don't I never make stuff with honey though. I'm ready to approach a collaboration that can be mutually beneficial to the streamer. My goal is to help talented streamers like yourself reach a wider audience and grow your viewership. I have a strong network of gaming enthusiasts just like me and social media followers. If humans are dangerous, nice what a kind of boy, honey tasty though. If humans are dangerous, being to the planet isn't taking that fact into account a good way to justify abortion. I don't think humans are net negative, if that's what you're asking. So no. I mean, I think why would that justify abortion? What do you mean? Oh, no, I get what you're saying. Never mind. But I mean, I think humans are net positive generally. So. Anyway, I don't know if this will come up, but I love the CEA. I love all my favorite White House economists. White House Economic Advisors released a report today claiming the Senate's proposed version of One Big Beautiful Bill Act would generate 2.1 to 2.3 trillion of dynamic feedback and boost output by 2.4 to 4.9%. These claims are based on fantasy growth assumptions that are many times higher than any other estimators. In accompanying analysis, we will explain the many flaws in CEA's analysis. Below, we show how far off CEA's estimates are from the CBO, the Joint Committee on Taxation, and 5 other credible modelers, which find negative dynamic feedback. I wonder if that's out by now. I don't think it is. But the American Economic Institute has their stuff on it, so. Okay. Went out CA report. SMSD. I'm just going to call it BBB. Generate 2.1 to 2.3 trillion dynamic feedback. By boosting growth to or by 49%. Growth assumptions. Several times. Several times higher than any other credible estimator. You know what's also funny is that they included the tariffs in the revenue, but didn't include it as any as anyone having to pay it. World War II, thanks to their status in weaponry wars, which caused massive devastation and record, of course, neglecting environmental safety, which led to ecological hazards. I posit they have big enough risk for ecosystem to consider them abortion war. Well, for one, you gotta know who you're talking to here, okay? I'm the Mr. fucking kill the environment. I don't know who you think you're talking to. I'm the Mr. animals live net negative lives and just kill those fucking bastards, okay? But yeah, so that, you know, that's one. It's like, you know, the environment oftentimes is not a good thing. The environment oftentimes is like full of suffering of animals, like, right? Like I don't you know, I don't view protecting the environment as like intrinsically good or anything. And so like to the extent that humans actually, you know, have harmful effects on like habitat, I think that like can be a good thing. Like I think that can be a good thing. I don't know why. Hey, you gotta know who you're talking to here, buddy. But do I obviously I think no more vegetables for you. I don't see how that entails that, but okay. Like obviously they're, you know, I think humans are probably net positive in one in the sense that like because we are obviously the highest sentient beings, like we, you know, the pleasure that we experience is probably a lot more meaningful than a lot of pleasure for like animals and everything. So like even if we cause a lot of suffering to other animals, like even though I think most of it is unjustified, like factory farming and all that bullshit, we can still basically offset that by having, you know, pretty pleasurable experience or whatever. And also I think the especially if you look long term, right? Like to me it's plausible the quality of life of humans 200 years from now, 300 years from now in the future will be like pretty pretty fucking great, right? Like I think quality of life right now is really high, especially compared to humans in the past, right? Especially compared to subsistence farmers. But like if you think about like, you know, 300 years in the future from now, like how good human life could be, 1,000 years in the future from now, how good human life could be. I think like you could you know, very easily say that we're still net positive because of that long term thing. After the environment we kill God base. Listen, Econoble, you've never given a single good argument, okay, against the insect suffering, okay? Privatize national parks to reduce insect suffering, okay? We talk about uniquely. Hold on, give me a second. Need my second Red Bull. Uniquely impactful role humans have. They can cause so much destruction. Others can't. But again, destruction based, okay? You know, I saw a post on Twitter that was like about how we should. It was like, oh, you know, we should cover car parks and solar panels, not like forested areas and you know, grassy areas. And I was like, okay, wait, hold on. This is my bridge I can build with the environmentalist, okay? I'll accept solar energy if we build it in wild areas to reduce habitat and decrease animal suffering. This is the bridge I can build, okay? This is the deal we can make. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. Okay, as we've shown before, dynamic estimates from the BBB would produce anywhere from 860 billion in negative dynamic feedback to 900 billion of positive dynamic feedback. The most comprehensive and dynamic analysis from CBO finds the House passed version of bill would likely increase deficit by 430 more on a dynamic basis as a result of higher interest rates. CEA's claim of 2.1 trillion to 2.3 trillion in dynamic feedback is nearly 2.5 times as large as the next highest estimate, more than 50 times as high as the average outside modelers. And the opposite sign of CBO and others that conducted a comprehensive analysis of the bill, the CA's assumption of 4.7 trillion, including additional policies addressing energy and deregulation, is even more fantastical. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. Okay. Most comprehensive analysis. What's up, Ness? When are we done with this? I want to play Chick-fil-A Minecraft. I mean, I can play that in the background while watching something. Maybe I don't know when I'm going to be done with this. I want to read. But did you check it? I'll check it after stream, Severin. None of this. I mean, I looked at it briefly, but also none of this stuff is like what I need. But okay. $430 billion. High dynamic basis due to interest rate increases. These claim with a 2 trillion dynamic feedback is more than 50 times the average of outside modelers, aka liberal modelers. Let's watch some hitch slap competitions. Is that the... I think I know what you're talking about, like the slapping tournament things. Those are awesome, man. CA's incredible feedback assumptions come from ignoring the effects of one big budget bill, spending interest costs, ignoring the negative impact of rising national debt, and assuming unrealistically high positive growth effects from the tax portions of the bill. By 2028, the CA claims the BBB will increase the level economic output by 4.6 to 4.9% above baseline estimates. Other modelers range from 0.1 to 1.3%. The other animal life at higher risk for swift destruction and degrading in quality because humans happen to appear on Earth? Oh, did I miss what? Huh? What? I don't know what you're trying to say. The other animal life at high risk for swift destruction and degradation and quality because humans happen to appear on Earth. I would answer yes, they are. So the spectrum of risk and dangers to life include. I really have no clue what you're trying to say. Humans have a different status in the world. Different status in the animal world because of the intrinsic characteristics and power they wield. Correction is the other animal. Oh. It's the other animal life at higher risk for swift destruction because humans happen to appear on Earth. I mean, I would mostly, well, swift destruction is a little harsh. I mean, I would probably agree. Probably. Obviously, yeah. One, I think humans in most of their behavior have a negative impact on wild animals, and also farm animals. But I don't like wild animals, right? Like so there are some things. We're trying to think of an example of what I would like and not like. So for example, just like expanding a suburb or whatever is probably ignoring, let's put it like economics and car dependency and all that jazz that I care about also aside. Let's just talk about the environment. Like expanding like a suburb to reduce the size of the forest. I could view as a good thing, right? Because I think you would probably reduce the wild animal population in that case, and I think you would probably reduce wild animal suffering in that case as well. So in that case, I don't think the human impact on animals is bad, but or not bad. It's not net negative in the sense that it's actual utility loss, right? But there obviously there are. I'm trying to think of something that harms animals but doesn't reduce their net population. I mean, obviously factory farming. But that's not wild animals. But there could be something in the wild analogous to factory farming, where we don't meaningfully reduce the population or anything. So we should hunt carnivores to extinction. I mean, I think you can make it to the extent that it doesn't affect animals that live net positive lives. I think I think you can make that argument. I don't think that's a horrible entailment or anything, Econoboy. But I'm pretty Dr. Avi makes that argument. I don't know if you've ever I don't know if you've talked to Dr. Avi about that before, but Dr. Avi does make that argument that we should hunt or we should get rid of a lot of carnivores. But also, you don't even have to hunt them, right? Because by now we have the technology to just make genetically modify animals and make them sterile, and then they'll just naturally die out because most of the population will become sterile, and then eventually they'll all die out, and that's it. So I would say that's the way to do it without Dr. Aubrey thinks I'm an anti-Semite. Rip based. When did he say that? What, just because was it because of the relatively recent Live and Learn thing? 2 Live and Learns ago or whatever, where you talk about Israel Palestine for a bit? No, there'd be more wild deer. Those things are awful. What are? Dinosaurs will take over. This is true. The real question, was the meteor good because it reduced the dinosaur population? He justified his vote for Trump on anti-Semitism and said, and I said that was dumb. Yeah, I mean, I saw him talk to Pisco about that a while ago. I mean, it seems like a silly argument to me, but in fairness, it did seem from what I've seen, Doctor, he really he really is hardcore weighing the future threat of terrorism. He's saying from what I've seen, he said oh, I just really heavily weigh what if Hamas gets nuclear weapons? That is a non-zero part of his vote was I need to weigh the future possibility of terrorist organizations around the world getting access to more and more advanced weapons because of how fast technology is advancing, right? That was a meaningful portion of his vote. It wasn't just anti-Semitism. It was just weighing the threat of terrorists globally because of technology, which it seems kind of silly to me still, but right. But that's a really stupid thing to prioritize over Chester's Wilder fans. Yeah, exactly. But I mean, I think obviously I voted for my man Joe Biden, obviously. So well, I did write in Joe Biden technically, but Kamala Harris. Okay, what was I before I got distracted by Econoboy's anti-Semitic remarks? Okay, ignored. Impact national debt. Assuming unrealistic high positive growth assumption for the bill. which they get. Ignoring impact to rising national debt. Unrealistic assumptions about growth from tax cuts. 2024, it's going to be slow output by 2.4% to 2.7% baseline. Most other models estimated would boost 2034 output by 0.4%, with a range of negative 0.1 to positive 1.1. In other words, CA's growth likely overstates positive economic impact of reconciliation bill by 6 times or more. A lot of budget bill is likely to provide a large near-term boost to the economy by providing a one-time stimulus. The medium-term effects are likely to be modest. Stronger incentives to work and invest are likely to partially offset the negative impact of higher national debt. Over the very long term, model with estimated bill would shrink output. These fanatical assumptions and incredibly optimistic estimates only serve to obfuscate the very real deficit impact the BBB in its current form. Instead of attempting to paper over the BBB's debt increase with phony analysis, policymakers should work towards ensuring that the BBB reduces its deficit with offsets that cover its entire sum of tax cuts and spending increases. Wow, crazy. Oh no. Abolishing a tax leads to less tax revenue in a sense. 1 trillion extra to the deficit over 10 years, bad, but also more private sector wealth creation means more tax revenue from other taxes like income tax and land. Either way, less money to the state. Less money to the state, W. True, hamsters. 37, what? You sent a gift, it messed me up. 37 billion a year isn't even that much. We can cover it through more efficient tax. I agree with that. For the underreporting part, if there is underreporting, then it necessarily means people are hiding funds using them in an inefficient way compared to if they were no estate tax. They may have invested their hairs or something more productive. I mean, I was reading this and it seems obviously this was a like Congress or Senate on budget policy thing. So like it's talking about the effects on the budget mostly, but I don't really care about that as much as I do that the study you linked me, hamster, was dog shit. Dog shit, made up bullshit, dog shit nonsense, okay? What's up, Tony? Hey, go fuck yourself. Damn, destroyed. Liberal wrecked, destroyed. It's over for me. The only consensus finding in the estate tax literature is that heterogeneity response to taxation. You can just make up any story you want to be honest based. Wait, hold on. Link any shit you have in like econ stuff or something. Do you go to economist conventions or business events in the area? No, there aren't really that many in my area. I live in a pretty rural part of North Carolina. I would go to, there's not much interesting in my area. I think if there were like stuff somewhat close to me, I might go. Like I think Cato was doing like a thing in New York, and I was like looking at maybe going, but it didn't look that interesting to me. Oh, sorry, I didn't see your last question, Tony. My bad. Do you have an emotional support vape like that one, Jack? Yeah, I do. I have my anxiety pen. Don't worry about. Okay, look up Cato, New York, and a fucking town comes up. Okay. Yeah, they were doing this Cato University thing, but like nothing they like talking about like looked like particularly like interesting. So like, you know, it's not worth a 8-hour drive or something to New York. Take a boat, that'd be like much slower. I don't even think they have like full schedules yet. Ferry. Like a lot of this is like you're going to Abundance, DC. I don't know what that is. Sounds interesting to me though. Is this it? September 4th and 5th. That's a fucking while from now, but all right, well, I guess, you know, actually not like super long. Dude, I could go to this. I think I only know Ezra Klein and Derek Thompson. I don't think I recognize any of these other people. Ted Gayer. I don't think this is, yeah. I mean, I could go to that. I mean, I think DC is basically 5 hours away from me. Wait, was it 2 days or 1 day? It was 2 days. Hold on, let's see. 5 hours, 15 minutes. I mean, maybe I can get Isaac to go. Well, Isaac doesn't like econ stuff. He might like some of the other abundance stuff. I don't know. Need a bad bitch to go to the abundance conference with me. Hit me up. Hit me up. Okay, following the release of the Senate draft of the One Big Beautiful Bill Act, Trump's Council of Economic Advisors released a report, releasing an updated analysis of the bill. The CA finds this version of the BBB would ultimately increase the level of economic output, GDP, by between 2.4 and 2.7 in the long run. Increased growth would result in higher wages and household income and broaden the tax base, raising $2.1 trillion, between $2.1 trillion and $2.3 trillion over the next decade. These results should be viewed skeptically. In a previous blog post, Bill Gale and I highlighted 3 major flaws with the earlier version of CA's analysis. First, the CA assumed a House bill included several tax cuts that were absent from the package base. Okay. Second, it ignored the negative economic effects of many of the bill's tax increases. And third, it incorrectly modeled a handful of corporate tax cuts. The latest CA analysis continues to make similar errors. Ignores the impact of the bill's tax increase on workers. To estimate the impact of the Extension of Taxes and Jobs Act provision has on labor supply, CA considered how the statutory tax rates would impact the after-tax returns to work. They, however, ignore the tax increases the bill would have offsetting the negative effects on labor supply. For example, the cap on the state and local deduction will result in higher effective state and local income tax rates. This results in fewer taxpayers. This is because fewer taxpayers would be able to deduct these taxes from their federal tax income in a margin. Ignores the impact of the bill's tax increases on new investment. CA considers a positive impact of a permanent 100% bonus depreciation, expensing for qualified production and structures, expensing of research and development on high cost and investment, and the 20% deduction for pass-through business income. However, it ignores tax increases that would have offsetting negative effects on investment, including the repeal of the Inflation Reduction Act tax credits. They also ignore the tax increase on homeowner-occupied housing, which is the result of far fewer taxpayers itemizing their deductions and benefiting from the home mortgage interest deduction. Assumes labor supply responses far outside economic consensus. In addition to modeling only a small subset of tax provisions, the CA study uses a very high labor supply elasticity of 0.75. This means that for a 1% increase in after-tax wages, individuals increase their labor supply by 0.75%. A review by the CBO puts the elasticity closer to 0.24. According to CA's methodology, simply using a more appropriate labor elasticity would reduce the impact of the BBB on long-run GDP by roughly 1.1 percentage points or by 40%. Wow, incredible analysis we have going on here. Oh, nice one. Hello, is it just broken? Okay, buddy. I guess I'm downloading my backup web highlight files. Let's go. Okay. Oh, it's probably because I used up all my fucking storage in this free browser thing. Fuck me. Oh, I did apply. Hold on, it's just not loading correctly. Huh? Okay, well, I guess it's just doesn't work on this page. That's fine, I guess. Okay. CA analysis of the Senate. BBB. It's a series of errors that make it overstate. Bill's impact on growth. First, it ignores the impact of several. Survey that addresses the that person versus I was looking at the Holtz Ekin Smith thing earlier. If that's what you want, and then it's more general. Okay. Well, which one was the? Find a state of conduct kind of analysis if state taxing unsatisfactory. Focus on bequest motives is misguided when one is concerned with taxes towards the top of the distribution, regardless their knowledge about bequest motives is patchy at best. While one might think a priori that redistributional arguments could imply that state taxes is part of the optimal policy, they have not been seriously developed into literature beyond the case where the ability is the sole source of differences between individuals, in which case the baseline is no taxation or even subsidies. The argument for considering a state taxation that I've not yet discussed has to do with the possibility of externalities from wealth concentration. Before justifying why externalities for wealth concentration may be of interest, let me briefly sketch what one might expect to happen. Suppose that high wealth concentration has negative effects in a welfare society. If in this case, if this is the case, then the targeting principle would call for a tax sitting at a wealth concentration. The current estate tax is precisely this kind of tax. It affects only those with high wealth. Why might one think a wealth concentration has negative economic consequences? For one thing, some of the world's worst governed countries have high concentrations of wealth. Well, correlations don't apply causality. Blah blah. Yeah, true. The main argument used when the estate tax was introduced to the U.S. Possible channel has to do with protecting monopolistic grants. Quick, so something cool. What about it? Or what's cool? Oh shit! Thanks for the raid, Wick. Dude, we're doing boring stuff right now. Everyone's getting fucking roped into the estate tax analysis. Let's go. Let's go. Get fucked. Get fucked. Research stream. Technically, half my streams are basically just research streams. It's just me chatting with people I like, reading things I like. I appreciate it, Wick. Hell yeah. If you don't, I mean, I'm assuming ain't no way anyone watching me doesn't know who Wick is. But if you don't know who Wick is, I'll be on his panel tomorrow talking about the budget bill. He hosts a lot of panels. W state of tax analysis. Hype, 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 hype. Let's go. Let's go. Including it should be pointed out. I mean, I think my obviously I don't think that, you know, wealth inequality is like that big of a negative externality, but you know, I think one of the benefits of the estate tax is that, you know, here's what I think inherited wealth, one, is more likely to be a negative externality. Why don't you value people's ability to participate in the decisions they live under, which extends to your ability to participate? I mean, I do. I just think I value it less than you do. So, you know, like I do value that, which is why I like democracy. I just value it less than you do, because you would say like everyone should have like, or the way to maximize that is to simply have like local governments control everything. And obviously I would just stress that, you know, I don't think that always leads to the best outcomes. Isn't wealth inequality at an all-time high? No, not really. No, it depends how you measure these things and everything. But no. I don't think wealth inequality has like increased a ton in the U.S. In the last 50 years, especially if you adjust for like Social Security, which I think you probably should do. Inherited wealth concentrates both power into probably the most risk-taking and low pro-social behavior people. That's true, but you know, I mean, I think probably at best, I'm speculating. It totally is. We need to get the billionaires. I mean, you know, if you like inflation adjusted wealth of people in, you know, not the 60s, like the, you know, early 1900s, they were richer than a lot of billionaires today, right? It's like you know, like I don't I don't think just the fact that we have billionaires implies that you know, we have a more wealth inequality today. But I should give to page 14 and 15 for a reason. I was on page 14, buddy. This is page 14. Or do you mean page 14 of the? I went to page 14 of the PDF. You probably meant page 14 of the actual thing. Was it page 15? That makes sense. Okay. A lot of people complaining the middle class is disappearing. I don't think there's much good evidence for that. I mean, you know, depending on how you define middle class, I certainly don't think yes, no bottom moves. No, you're good. No, you're good. You know, to some extent, like the percentage of families like earning like $100,000 is like decreasing, but mostly because the percentage of families earning more than $100,000 is like increasing, right? Like we see, you know, we see to some extent the middle class, depending on how you define it again, the middle class is shrinking because people are getting richer, and like that's a good thing, obviously. I know I sent it not that long ago in this server real quick. Middle class probably isn't that useful a term anymore, to be honest. Well, yeah, you know, I don't think, I don't know what middle class means. I think it's better just to like disaggregate things by quintile. But like, let's just look at, you know, by quintile, like income growth by quintile, and like, fuck, I forget which study it's from. I know it's from a David Splinter thing. Hold on, hold. 1 second. Guys, 1 second. Guys, 15 seconds, guys. Right. So this is from a David Splinter paper. Middle class, a made-up capitalist term. I mean, in a sense, it's made up, but I don't know what by capitalist term. Look, this is from one of my goats, David Splinter. Okay. Fuck. What paper is this from? It's from an Austin Splinter paper, but I don't know which one.
My guy pretty like a girl.
Thanks, that's Phil Johnson.
Fried chicken right here. Got a chicken burger right here. Got another chicken burger here. I'm finna eat my damn burger. No, you cannot have my damn burger.
What is it? What? The tables have turned? Yeah, I'm confused, localist. Income growth is disproportionately benefiting the wealthiest individuals, while middle class share overall incomes are declining. I mean, if you look at this graph right here, it doesn't like seem necessarily that's the case. Like, before taxes, to an extent, I agree with you, but after taxes, I don't necessarily agree with you because benefits have gone up a lot. Like people way underestimate how much the U.S. like redistributes income between people. Like, if you look at, this is by quintile. Like the bottom quintile, like their income in their earned income, like market income, has been pretty stagnant. But like they get a fuck ton of transfers. So does the second quintile, basically the same thing. Middle quintile, they get a little bit of transfers, and the top two are the net taxpayers. Top two quintiles, top 40%. I mean, it would just go to like realtimeinequality.org. Like, let's just look at share of total income, post-tax income. Like, it's not like changing that significantly, right? The rich pay taxes now. I mean, dentists and bankers do. I mean, yeah, I think there are issues with like the very, very top, like the top 0.1%, like 400 richest Americans having some amount of tax avoidance. But yeah, most of the rich pay quite a bit in taxes. Yeah. I think we could switch to a more efficient tax system. And, there's another, David Splinter paper. Okay. About, actually, there's a funny paper in here. Who evades taxes? This is a funny paper because it actually seems like the poor probably are more often non-compliant in their taxes than the rich are. Now, avoidance and non-compliance are different things because non-compliance can just mean filling out paperwork incorrectly, like accidentally, right? Obviously, whereas like avoidance is like obviously intentionally doing it, right? And the rich people almost certainly do more avoidance because they want to pay less in taxes so they can afford to hire the lawyers to make it look like they have less than they have or whatever, and have Swiss bank accounts and everything. But the bottom quintile, I think, is actually non-compliant more often than the top quintile side. Where is it like by income type? What's funny is that as is typical, okay. Your enemy's not billionaires. Your enemy's domestic farmers, okay? Domestic farmers, always the worst. Like farm income is like the most non-compliant. I don't think it's in this paper. That sucks, but. It might be this paper. Yeah, there's a lot of similar graphs to this, but yeah. To me, the issue with the ultra rich is a bit less about how much we tax them, a lot more of how our institution, how they have the ability to influence our institutions, our levers of government. Yeah, I mean, so I would say, that is probably the thing I am most concerned about, right? But I also, I don't, I don't know how big that effect is. I think people probably overestimate it, but, it's not like I'm super well read on that issue or anything, but. Definitely not overestimated. LOL. That's crazy. Well, the thing is, localist, it's like, I can pull up some studies for you, but like you just don't believe in them. So like there's like nothing I can ever like do to change your mind. So like what am I doesn't mean anything. You don't really seem to base your opinions on like facts or anything. You just kind of seem to go off vibes. Good thing Elon's fallen out of power. Now if we need to get Trump out, I don't know how much Elon's fallen. Well, to some extent, Elon's fallen out of power within the current administration, but I don't know how serious he is about the America Party thing, but like, are we seriously not expecting like in the 2028 Republican primary, like Elon is almost certainly gonna want to like endorse someone in that primary, right? Like I would guess. Going to waste a lot of money as the American Party. Hasn't worked out before. I mean, I likely agree, but I think to be fair, if it was going to work out for anyone, it's likely that it would work out for Elon, right? Like I think that's probably I think he probably has the best shot, but yeah, I doubt it's going to work out for anything. I mean, maybe if he gets lucky, he can win. Like, maybe we'll get like one fucking American Party person in the House. Let's go. Like one fucking House seat is the American Party. But I kind of doubt it. Ultra-rich influence over institutions, fundamentally a problem of centralization in both economic and political. So true, localist. So true. I love your sources every time. Let's go. Let's go. I mean, like I said, I think people like overestimate it. Like, there's oh shit, what's up?
Hello?
Wow. Hello.
Wait. Let me fix my settings. Hold on.
Damn. This guy, this dude.
All right. Is my mic good? I think there might be some water in it because I'm calling on my phone, but
I mean, it's decent enough. All right. It sounds like a phone mic for sure, but yeah.
All right. So what were we talking about? Inheritance tax, right?
Estate taxes / inheritance. Yeah. I mean, I think listen, okay, number one, I think you're, no offense, I think your source for this thing is just kind of dog shit.
Cato, you don't.
Oh, Cato, like hold on, okay, hold on.
From Cato.
This is a fucking Cato like blog post, okay, by this Daniel M. Mitchell guy, which is just a copy paste from his like
Cato.
From his own fucking like blog. By the way, no source, okay, for this like 850 like billion claim in the like Cato article at all, okay. And like I go to his own website, like there's nothing. Eventually I ask Google Gemini because I can't find it from his own fucking thing. Okay, Google Gemini finally tells me where it's from, and it's from this like dumbass like paper that like only the Heritage Foundation has ever cited. Okay, and it's not even like published in a journal anywhere. It's just from some like American Family Institute nonsense. And like the paper I sent, I somewhat agree with you. This is like a Center for Budget Policy paper, so like it looks at the budget effects and like I don't think the estate tax is meaningful for the budget one way or the other. And like I agree, like obviously it could go to more productive uses if you don't tax it away and everything. But like
oh, don't let Econoboy know that.
I can't.
Okay.
I think he might be in chat right now. We'll see. But
is he actually? Oh god.
He might be. I don't know. He was earlier. But I think this paper like is also like, hey, like it seems like they just kind of have bad estimates for like what the elasticity of like work to taxation is before death and everything. Like I think they
Yeah. Well, yeah, I was looking at the Cato article too, and it was talking about how like people would like strategically target their deaths because like apparently on specific dates like the taxes are different. I'm not too sure. Did you look into that or because I only read like 3 articles
that much because it's not like that meaningful to me.
Yeah. But usually, okay, the reason why I'm like completely against estate tax is because a lot of socialists are like 100% inheritance tax, so we can get like everything fair. You know what I mean? So like I have to necessarily be completely against it.
I mean, Seems like there's got to be some margin here where we can
Well,
where we can do
yeah,
stuff
it's
right.
probably
I mean, like
it's probably like the minimum wage. There's probably like a little more nuance to it, but like I don't know. I gotta be against it. But
I mean, I think that you know, it
Yeah.
seems likely to me that a lot of hold on, yeah, just real quick, like if you, I don't know if you look at my stream, but like this is like the paper this like source is from. It's like
Should I pull up
repealing
this
death
thing?
tax
Alright.
will create jobs and boost economy. A study by
me look,
American
hold up,
Business and
hold up.
Family Business. Like this is it's like not published in a journal. It's on fucking Amazon. It's something like on it's like an Amazon like web hosting thing that hosts it, which I've never seen before for this stuff. It just seems kind of dumb.
A little bit suspicious.
Yeah, it just seems
Interesting.
a little sus. But
Well, I do think people can pretty easily just like avoid the taxes and will incentivize like people putting it to unproductive uses, like I was talking about before. But usually the arguments for like a wealth tax, or sorry, not a wealth tax, and state tax is usually like wealth inequality or like what are the other arguments for it?
I mean, I don't.
Oh,
You know,
social mobility and stuff.
yeah.
Oh, what's
You know,
this? What am
I don't
looking at?
care that much
Oh, I
about
see.
wealth inequality, right? So like, you know,
No, me neither. Me neither.
we all we
Perfect.
know this by now, right? But I do think there's probably a stronger case that inherited wealth carries with it like more negative externalities or whatever. But I think
Wait,
you know,
what do you mean?
I could see this what I was about to say, like I could see this being outweighed by other things, right? But like it seems likely that, you know, an inheritance given to, you know, people would probably make them like less willing to like actually work, and they might just, you know, live off their, you know, inheritance money for the rest of their life, and that probably seems like a that might seem like a bad thing. But like, you know, if the money that they inherited was being saved and that went to like financing, you know, a bunch of new inventions and technology and stuff, I could see that being outweighed. But
Oh,
you know,
like the
I don't know
air of the. I mean, I know. Let me pull up some of my notes. You're talking about like the heirs just being lazy and not really like being productive and stuff.
Yeah, I could. Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, a lot of the billionaires you see are gonna be like somewhat self-made. The stat here, it says out of the 2,604 billionaires in the world, about 55% of them are self-made, and then another 31% increased their wealth. So, like, say Donald Trump got or inherited like $1 billion, and then he would later turn into like $3 billion. So I still think there's like some like level of wealth creation to it. And I mean, I guess it's fine if I don't know. It would be really hard to target like the lazy heirs. You know what I mean?
Well, yeah. I mean, I don't know if you need to target the lazy heirs. I think you would just, you know, we could just like see like on average, people who inherit money are probably like X% less likely to work. So, you know, taxing inheritance at some margin, like, you know, like past $10 million or something, we're gonna tax away like, you know, 30% of it. Like might be a net positive, but I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, well, I mean, 30% of 10 would be like 3 million. I feel like they at that point they might just try to hide it, but
Well, I said like past 10 million, you would have like a 30%. I mean, that was just a random.
Oh, okay,
like,
okay.
That was just like a random.
I mean, that'd be even more though. Yeah.
Yeah.
What were you saying?
Well, I mean that's just a random. That's just a random bracket.
Yeah.
I'm sure there's people who have actual estimates of what the like most efficient thing would be, but you know.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I feel like if you still put the inheritance tax, it's going to serve as like pretty strong disincentive to just like not frivolously spending your money. But I guess it probably could help if. I mean, I do agree that probably inheriting a lot of money would make you a little more lazy. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, it's just you know, I'm not sure. I think this actually has papers in here about it, but you know, I'm just
yeah,
not.
I'm pulling up their stream. What are we looking at here? Oh. Repeal would likely reduce.
You know, I'm not sure like how much the inheritance tax actually like or changes people's behaviors while they're still alive. You know, I don't know what the evidence is for that, because like presumably, I mean, I you know, I would guess it's a non-zero impact, but you know, I kind of doubt it's that large. The evidence that
Yeah,
currently estate
we got
tax
more
would in fact
Cato.
lead donors to work or save more is extremely limited. A survey of the empirical literature by New York University tax expert Lily Bachelor concludes, to date, there is not firm evidence that potential donors actually decide to reduce their levels of work, saving, and giving because of potential bite of the estate tax. Studies by these people
Oh, is
have
this
found
from
that
the paper sent? Let me look at that.
it's quoting
Let me
other
look at that. Yeah, I was
Mag-
reading
people
the
reported well.
tab. I was like skimming it a little bit, but let me relook at it. I mean, it says donors do not alter their work or saving rates much in response to estate tax, but then it also puts that the underreporting is likely a result of hiding wealth. Let's see. Oh, great. A 1987 study by the Tax and
I think that's better with the shit you gave me, dog. Okay, I mean, I don't know, but
Wait, I read that on like I just searched up Cato estate tax.
Available evidence suggests that historically, true revenue associated with state taxation may well have been zero or even negative. Wow.
I mean, yeah, I really only care about like what would make everyone better off. I don't care too much about like the fairness arguments.
Yeah, but I mean, I think like, obviously there could conceivably be gains from redistribution, and like if the estate tax really did not affect incentives that much, then you would expect the gains from redistribution to be bigger than the loss in incentives or whatever, the loss in gains from incentivizing people to work.
Well, yeah, I just not really seeing.
Actually, doesn't Econoboy's article have an estate tax thing in it? I think it's how.
Oh, does Econoboy? Should we get Econoboy in here to give his?
Well, some of my chat has to still here, and I think I feel like in his how do you pay for it. I feel like there was a.
I mean, I'm looking at like another Cato article, and it has like a bunch of studies, but they're all from the 1990s. I mean, it does make sense though. Like, I don't see why like if I knew my inheritance was gonna get taxed at like 30% and I have like $10 million, why I wouldn't just just move it out, because I don't really want to lose that 3 million. Do you want me to move Gamer Boy in? I don't know if he wants to talk about estate.
I don't know. I'll move him in, I guess, but I don't know. What's up?
I mean, I'm not too sure how like expensive it is to move funds like that.
I mean, yeah, I know a lot of. I don't know. I just I don't know if the effect is that big again, just because like I don't know how many people care once they're dead. Like I think they might. I think people just might not care that much. And like if they, if they don't adjust their behavior too much, even if it's above zero, which I guarantee you it is above zero. Obviously, there could be gains from redistribution still. So like
I mean, it really depends on like who their heirs are, if they even have any. But I remember reading something like a while ago about how like rich people have like less kids or something, and like it's mostly like upper middle class. Oh, hello, gamer boy. We're trying to talk about estate taxes.
Nah, I got bored. I just thought you were VC and joined. That's a common theme with me.
Wow, damn.
I can't afford to give non-fun a view, so I just joined his VCs directly.
Yeah, but then you can't see like like torque break and stuff like that. So you're lost really.
I didn't know that existed. I don't watch your streams.
Existed?
I might have to start.
Damn.
Are you still underage?
No. Did you even know me when I was
I'll
underage
join.
ever? I feel like I was 18 whenever I knew you, but okay.
I never knew your age. When I first met you, I thought you were like a freshman in high school.
Gee.
No. I think I was probably a senior in high school when I first met you, but
That's probably true. It wasn't told, like, you don't have a like tattoo on your face saying senior in high school, legal or something like
dude,
that. So I don't know.
Grok thinks I'm a senior in high school. If you ask Grok, it tells you I'm a senior in high school who welds and wants to invent a new math theory.
Why?
I kind of know.
This Harvard paper is on a Google Doc. They
Dude,
put on a Google Doc.
It's because like I used to when I like first made my Twitter account, I did this like fucking dumbass bit. I think it was still funny though, where I would literally just quote tweet my friend's tweet with his other tweets. So and he was a high school senior who welded. So I would quote tweet. He has this one tweet which is just "Why do butt stink?" and I would quote tweet that with whatever else he tweeted, and it Grok seems to think that was just me being me. So
Why do butt stink?
Yeah, it's an incredible bit. I'm gonna start it back. Well, once I hit like 1,000 followers, I'm gonna start doing it again, just because then people
Hold on, I'm scrolling to the bottom of your Twitter account.
It's gonna take a little while.
2,000 tweets isn't that bad. Let me see how many I have.
Taxes raise a significant amount of revenue in a progressive manner, reducing the concentration of wealth in the hands of the generational dynasties. Contrary to claim, the study finds that the growth in EIG taxes per descendant significantly reduces the growth in the number of firms, especially small ones. The tax-induced dissolution incentive is significantly stronger for smaller firms because of the asymmetric liquidity effects, which forces disproportionately more small businesses to be liquidated to pay for estate taxes. Okay, I guess that makes sense. Consequently, the estate tax decreases economic growth, competition, and revenue that we collected via income, sales, and property taxes.
Empiricist. My golly. I act like I care or have any stake on the issue.
Let me just Google real quick for no reason. Emmanuel Saez estate tax. Gabriel Zuckman estate tax. And find some other papers.
Hello, Swag. Yo, you're against estate tax too, right? You got to be completely against it. The socialists love it.
Yo, man, I'm not against it.
What?
What was that?
I'm pro
No way. I have no idea. Yeah.
Jesus Christ, man.
It kind of makes it weird.
Oh, the thing you sent earlier, Cat Tricks. Well, I think I was gonna read it, but there are papers by SAS. That does not surprise me. Hold on. I have no clue what you're saying, man. Zero clue.
I understood that perfectly.
I think I heard like tax one time. That's basically all I heard, though.
I thought he said Texas.
I'm pretty sure he said tax.
Dude,
Okay.
Sam is trying me on the chat.
Hmm?
Dude, me and Sam like the
I heard Sam. Me and Sam something.
Yeah. So like Sam is like a European that's very like a South American.
Yeah. Uh-huh.
So, like if you just read it, they're like, would you go for
Dude, I have zero clue what you're saying. You're gonna have to. I don't know where the fuck you are. It sounds like you're in a fucking wind tunnel, man. You might have to come back after you leave the wind tunnel.
It's my college boy.
I heard something about college. I think. Damn. Okay, he's gone.
Trying to figure out how much it costs to hide money from the IRS.
Okay, now it seems like you're in a tunnel of background chatter.
What the heck is going on, bro?
Oh, what's up?
Hello?
Now we can hear you. Now it's good.
Okay, so did you guys hear what I said about the estate tax?
No.
No, you hate it, right? It's awful.
But can you guys hear me now?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Yeah.
Okay. So what I said is that I don't really care. I only care about what benefits me. But as someone who's studying economics, let me just shoot from the hip because I haven't reviewed my tax policy book in a little bit. What it looks like is that an estate tax would basically tax your decision to buy a luxury car less, and if you want to give that money to your kid. So that's probably a weird incentive to have. I also believe that King of the Coast did share a study on Greece estate tax, and I think that lowered investment or something. So yeah, that's my take on it right there.
Ruth Acorn, nice.
True Acorn, yeah. Let's get it.
Yeah, no, it
I
definitely
mean,
has like
it'd just be the question of like weighing those incentives and like how big they are, because it seems like the estimates show they're not big. Although I'm trying to read this right now, versus like the gains from redistribution, which I think could be, I don't know how big they would be in the case of a state tax, but it seems like they, conceivably could be somewhat decent.
Okay, maybe. Did you check out the study that King of the Coast shared? I think it should be at Greece event or something.
I'd have to.
Oh, King of the
Or
Coast.
I mean, if you're looking at literature review, that might be better. So I don't want to step on your toes right there.
I'm just spamming non-fun's Twitter account.
Yeah, no, I had 5 notifications when I clicked on Twitter, and I was really confused. But it was
I mean,
just you.
like, what happens when you have like a small family business? You know what I mean? Like you're passing on like the baker or whatever, and then the government just comes in and just takes all of it, or like
steals, expropriates.
Exactly,
your property,
steals it. Exactly.
I mean, again, I think you really should only have like an estate tax past a pretty large
Oh yeah,
margin.
that's right. Yeah.
But
I mean, I'm pretty sure that's how it is already. Like, it only affects like.
Oh, it affects a very in 2019, which I don't. That's the last year I could find data for, but there might be data past that. It was like 0.08% of adult deaths were subject to the estate tax at all. So.
Yeah.
I mean, that's also like a really small like. Sample.
Wait, but wouldn't you do like a consumption tax? Like, wouldn't you just try to raise more from a consumption tax rather than an estate tax? Because you're just basically taxing people that like their children more. Or am I incorrect? Right, so it's like the same thing with the luxury tax. Like you're just basically taxing people who just like luxuries more instead of you could just target the wealthy people directly.
Wait, what do you say? Sorry, can you say that again? I was like zoned out.
It's okay, bros. It's like taxing luxuries. Like you're just taxing people who have a different preference. You can just go for the wealthy people directly through, let's say, a consumption tax or income tax, whatever.
You could probably do better tax. I mean, by doing an inheritance tax, you're probably going to like incentivize people to spend more on luxury goods because they're going to lose it if they don't. What happened? Like, what stops me from just like straight up spending all my money until I'm under the threshold?
I mean, I don't think anything like theoretically obviously stops you from doing that. I just think it's very unlikely that people will choose to do that. I don't know how borne out that is in any empirical like findings.
Or yeah, I mean,
wait, did you just have Martin Feldstein? Did you quote Martin Feldstein here?
Yeah. Is that the
He's a very famous guy. Like he's like I think he has a noticeable reputation for always having high elasticities. So I actually might be arguing against your point right here. Because in my tax policy book, I think he like argued that like income tax elasticities were like super high. So his estimates are always in the high end. But I don't know about the estate tax here. So
yeah, I'm pretty sure I've seen stuff with him like that's anti tax cuts, but I'm not too sure.
I think because during the 80s, like after the Reagan reforms, they're like, okay, let's try to estimate the tax elasticities, right? So they try to estimate the income tax elasticity. So if like let's say your income tax elasticity is 1.0, if you raise tax by 1%, total income falls by 1%, which is of course your tax base. So his estimates were like 1 and above, and so I think someone like Goldsby, who's I think the guy in charge of the Chicago Fed, I think his estimates were more like 0.5, and of course rich people had more higher estimates, which I believe is due to them. They basically don't need to work to survive, right? Like rich people don't need another yacht, right? So that's why they have higher elasticities. They're more sensitive.
Need a what?
They don't need, so rich people don't need that extra yacht, right? Like, but that poor person may need that extra, groceries.
Like the poor person gets more utility from the redistribution of the. Is that what you're saying?
That's not what I'm arguing right now. I'm just saying it affects taxes, affects the behavior of rich people more, and that's empirically proven, or I guess that's what the literature says.
Wait, what? You said taxes.
I can't hear you, boss. Are you breaking up?
Oh, hello. So like, no, but I don't understand what you're saying. So you're saying like if you tax a rich person $10, versus like a poor person $10, wouldn't it be the opposite? Because like proportionally $10 is less to the rich person than it is to the poor person.
I'm not sure what you're talking about. So, for example, they don't like leisure. So, rich people and poor people don't like leisure. However, I think empirical. I mean, further before we get confused here, I'm talking about like empirics here. So, like empirically speaking, when you raise by the same percentage, 1% higher tax on rich people versus one higher.
Oh, okay. I see what you're saying. Yeah.
Rich people are gonna change their behavior more. And I think that is because rich people kind of don't need that extra dollar, which is, I think that's what you're saying, right? I don't need that money. So obviously I'm going to work less. Well, kind of poor people kind of do need it more.
Yeah. That makes sense.
Are you understanding me? What's going on?
Yeah, I see what you're saying, yeah.
But it's not fun in life. Like, what is he doing?
I'm reading. I'm listening while I'm reading this thing here.
Amazing.
Yeah. Incredible multitasking going on.
Did you see my tweets? Morally superior.
What? Oh wait, what's your Twitter? Let me add you on Twitter. I literally.
I think you definitely follow it. I seen you tweet that Acorn stuff. You know who I am.
Which one are you? I don't remember.
You're gonna have to find out.
Are you Nova?
Yes.
No, he's not Nova, but
I'm king of the coast. I'm king of the coast with 50s.
That's true. I don't know if you want to leak it on stream. I can DM you that.
That's king of the coast.
Non-fund. Add me on Twitter.
Why?
Wait,
do you tweet anything interesting?
Oh, that's you?
No. Follow me on Twitter. Just repost Kanye.
Dude, I was liking your tweets and I was trying to downvote Econo Boy.
Dude, let's go.
What did Econ Boy do to y'all?
I
I've
started
seen a whole
reporting
bunch
him.
of beef. I've seen beef. What did Econ Boy do?
He didn't do anything. He likes public lands too much.
Yo, so what happened was that we had a debate.
I think I'm with him
I can't
probably
hear
on
you.
public land. But
So what happened was that we had a debate yesterday, and I totally forgot to mention risk preferences in the context of sovereign wealth funds, and I got so pissed. Like, I forgot to mention one of the most important points, and I was like, "What? How did I not mention this?" So yeah, I'm in depressed mode right now.
I don't think Econ Boy is going to join, but it's okay.
It's all good, man. Don't worry about it. I'm doing health policy fellowship right now. So,
Wait, are you at George Mason University?
dude, I'm in Columbia University.
Oh, actually, hell yeah.
Hold on, Fabian Liberty is live. I gotta tune in.
oh dear God.
Yo, stop.
I wonder what his opinion on the estate tax is, guys.
Dude, he definitely loves it.
He's interviewing the Libertarian Party of India. What the fuck?
Wait, I actually saw a tweet by the Libertarian Party of India that was like pro public roads. It was like kind of crazy.
Yo, that's insane. That's actually crazy.
Who cares about the Libertarian Party of India?
Well, he's probably interviewing them because of the public roads tweet.
Probably. I find it. I don't even watch Fabian Liberty. Why am I in his Discord?
I don't even know who
me, and
he
you're
is.
in my Discord.
Is that the guy who talks about Austrian economics?
Yeah, he's like a big like Hoppian Austrian guy. So
he's like a Rothbardian dude. Wait, let me.
All my homies hate Hoppians. Grah.
Is he a Hoppian? I haven't watched like a lot of his videos.
He's like a argumentation ethics like full on like
argumentation ethics is like the dumbest thing I've ever heard. Like low key.
You know, arguing to me is like presupposing private property right now, right?
Self-ownership
condition. Arguing with someone presupposes that you own yourself, but it doesn't presuppose that you should respect other people's ownership. That's the whole argument. It's dumb.
No. Wait, can we turn Hoppian into a slur in this server?
It should be.
Censor it. Like auto censor. Can you have that? Like where the mods auto censor where it like makes an asterisk on the O or something?
Oh, it's over.
Yeah, guys, I'm gonna have to go. I gotta go take care of my child.
All right, goodbye. Yeah, wait, actually?
Okay. See ya.
Yeah, bro. I'm Latino, so I have a higher fertility rate than you.
That's true.
Wait, how old are you?
Dude, I'm like 24.
What?
I'm telling you, dude. The high fertility rates.
Yeah, but I feel like I'm Mongolian, so.
Wait, how old are you?
20.
20? I mean,
I skimmed through easy money about it, but I was listening to these people.
Yeah.
Can someone explain how libertarians will have any relevance?
Get pregnant now.
Beyond times of crisis, pulling out the rug on a poor people isn't a viable ideology. True.
Goodbye.
Yeah.
Right, I'm gonna find every single one of these individual studies.
True. I mean, look, if you this is what was skimming through. It doesn't. This has a this mentions a lot of studies on the effect of estate taxes on wealth accumulation, and like it says, it's kind of hard to do causal inference with a lot of these studies, but it seems like the effect is like there, but not very large.
Fabian Liberty just called the Libertarian Party of India Marxist.
Yeah, I believe it.
This is fire.
Public roads, base.
He's cooking.
I mean, did you guys not see the public roads too? Everyone was like freaking out.
No, I kind of don't care, Loki. Besides, my entire Twitter is just Nick Fuentes for whatever reason.
Oh,
I don't go on there often, and whenever I do, it's just Nick Fuentes like saying something I slightly agree with, and I fall into a rabbit hole of reposting it for whatever reason. So I'll repost Nick Fuentes saying something that I slightly
Nick
agree with.
Fuentes.
I cooked.
The
I
only role
won't
I
be
see
employed.
for libertarians as being a moderating force within the Republicans. I mean, I wish they. Well, maybe they'll do that. I wish, bro. I wish, bro. I wish, but
untrue.
I mean, I don't
need
think
to
there's gonna
be
be. You know, I don't.
homosexual.
There's not, I don't think there's going to be any big libertarian movement in the U.S. like anytime soon. But I mean, I think
Tea Party Part 2. Oh yeah, we'll do it again.
I find it unlikely. Okay, people are too addicted to their entitlements and to their welfare and things, and that's fine. That's good.
Rand Paul's gonna make a comeback. You don't understand.
I mean,
Dave Smith as VP.
As everyone gets richer, like we can start phasing out welfare to some extent.
Literally everyone wants social democracy. This is true. I mean, the problem is like you're always gonna have people who just don't get paid because they don't. You're always gonna have people who just don't work or don't own capital because they're disabled or because they go to school or things like that. So,
yeah, but at that point,
obviously,
I imagine like private charity would be able to like fully cover. I know, like welfare, raises way more and stuff, but once people become rich enough, we'll be able to do full private charities.
I mean, I mean, I guess like it seems like historically like charity has been like at most like 2% of like GDP and everything. So I guess that I guess maybe at some point, okay, if like 2% of GDP,
2% will be good enough. Yeah,
goes
exactly.
I mean, at one point it'd be good enough to give them like a very like bare minimum like standard of living, and like welfare could obviously just do like I don't know much better. I feel like, but
no, too much.
And then also, I mean, you'd obviously just have the burden like very it would not be equally distributed between people, right? I mean, it'd be between some people choose not to donate to charity at all, and some people would probably choose to donate a lot. But
oh god,
I was
Econoboy, what do you think about estate taxes?
I guess I think truthfully like the absolutely only good argument for estate taxes are like purely moral. Absolutely, just purely a moral argument because they don't raise very much revenue at all. And
yeah, it's like 39 billion a year, or like, oh my god, I just pulled up non-font streaming. Like, holy shit!
Hey, wait, hold on. That's because fucking the Game Boy literally linked it in general. I just clicked on it, okay, and it's
okay.
Not that my Twitter doesn't have not that my Twitter doesn't have Gooner stuff on it, but this one was not my fault. Okay, this one.
Yeah. The only argument for inheritance and estate tax, though, it's like it's just purely a moral argument of like, essentially, is it wealth inequality, inequality in general? I guess in some sense, like, is it just to? I mean, there's libertarians that don't believe in inheritance, right? Because it's like unearned wealth.
Yeah, unmeritocratic. I see what you're saying.
Right, and I think SDL makes a funny argument about inheritance, which is like, I guess I'm sure aggregately this isn't a very big impact, but he makes the argument that, well, like insofar as we care about the labor outcomes of tax policy, well, inheritance tax reduces labor supply, right? Or inheritance tax increases labor supply because inheritance reduces labor supply. So like by taxing, like it's like taxing an externality, right?
I mean, I mentioned that earlier, but it'd just be like, weighing that against, what the money otherwise would have done. Which, like, if it's, not that I trust the, heirs of wealthy people to like manage their money, very well, but like, conceivably, I could see that money being used to finance, startups that make a lot of new technology and benefit everyone by a lot more than just redistributing the money or whatever. But
I mean, I think personally the best I mean, maybe countries have tried this and it hasn't worked, but I mean, conceptually, it seems like to me, it seems like the best way to do an inheritance tax would be some kind of like public ownership, like some kind of shared ownership model where it's like, hey, you inherited this. Well, as soon as you sell it, the government, like, we're taking whatever percentage, like at that point. Or if it's like you inherit a business, well, the government is now the government owns 30% of that business or whatever, right? And like the returns flow that way. The only reason I say that that's better is because it doesn't force a sale, right? So it's just like paper wealth, right? It's just like a paper distribution. And that's probably better for deadweight loss purposes. Like you're not paying as many, tax accountants and tax lawyers and stuff like that. And, you accomplish, I guess, all your equity goals, right? Because it's like, well, now the public, like now it's like, oh, it's almost like everyone has an inheritance, right? Because we're all like, we're basically socializing all inheritance, right? So.
But wouldn't that like specifically target like smaller businesses because like the bigger like corporations are going to be like already have like equity issued, right? Or would you just dilute that?
Well, that's what I'm saying. Like it's just paper ownership. So whether it's like an LLC where it's like a difference in the partnership capital interest or like whatever, it's like LLCs have ownership but not technically shares. So whether it's a difference in like the partnership interest or you have like a C corp and it's just, a difference in like the share distribution, you have to issue shares to the state or whatever. Or in the case of, like in the case of liquid wealth, it's really easy, right? With liquid wealth, it's like, okay, just transfer
Right, but
transfer 30% of it to
no
the
one
state.
no one's going to be inheriting a C corp, right? Cuz it's fully decided by like the board of directors, but for like a LLC or like a smaller business or like a sole proprietorship, you're going to be passing it on to like your kids or something, right? So wouldn't that like disproportionately affect small business?
Well, I don't think that that's true. Like the way that I understand the way that C corps are incorporated is like they're incorporated with share ownership. It's just private shares, right? And so, if you own it, like if you own 45% of a C corp, and I'm just saying 45%, but like you own whatever 45 shares out of 100, and then you die, like you own those shares. Like the shares aren't owned by the corporation, so you can still leave the shares to like your son,
Oh,
for
okay,
instance.
I see. Yeah, I see what you're saying.
Yeah. And then in that case, because it's share wealth, it's easy enough just to say like, okay, well you owe the state 15 out of your 45 shares, and like now the state is 15 out of 100 shares, like in the
Well,
C corp.
why don't I just like before I die, just liquidate all of it and then just move it offshore, or I just spend it or do something else with it?
Yeah, I mean you could always do that. I mean that's like the inherent problem with inheritance taxes, like how people might avoid it. I mean obviously if you liquidated wealth, then left that wealth to somebody, well then at that
Yeah.
point the government would just be like, okay, well you
Yeah,
just
yeah.
received $800,000 in cash, we'll just give us a third of it. And so the problem, I feel like the issue with inheritance
for that easy
tax
money? I mean, I was
is
reading the other
when
thing
the
earlier,
person doesn't
and
want
some,
to
like,
sell the inheritance that they received, right?
Does
Like
not
that's
take into
most of the potential administrative issue, because if you own, like, this is like a made up thing, but people will point out like, what if I own a small farm worth $20 million? That's like, okay, sure, right? Like I guess that is kind of an inconvenient because it's like, do you have to get a loan out to pay out the taxes? How do you pay the loan off? Do you have to sell like 25% of your land, right? It's like kind of an awkward thing. So it's like, no, just whatever. Just effectively the government owns 25% of this, and then when you decide to just sell the whole thing, the government gets 25% of the sale price. Right. Or any returns to the equity that happens. But I don't know. That sounds like such an obvious solution that I feel like there must have been governments that have tried that before. So I'm not sure how successful that has been, or I guess I don't know if it's ever been tried, but it sounds like it probably would have been tried at some point.
Probably.
Yeah. Oh, wait, non-fun. Why have you spent all day researching estate taxes? Who even cares?
I'm an all day. Okay.
Didn't you get into
So
like
Peter.
some Twitter argument with some dude? Or...
No, well, I mentioned that it kind of, well, wasn't really an argument, but I don't know. First of all, has it been all day? Okay, I was been getting constantly sidetracked by it. Okay, but I don't know. There was just in the BBB. Not that this is actually relevant and no one cares. Like I agree. There's just a provision about like a higher estate tax exemption. I was just I didn't know how to feel about it because I felt like I could be kind of convinced either way. I was just curious what people say, but
yeah,
Tax
I mean, I
Foundation
think
estimates
I don't know. Yeah, go on.
I was just reading chat. Tax Foundation estimates a 0.0 effect from it. Yeah, exactly. Like it's not. There's not going to be no perceivable effect, but
Nothing burger.
Yeah.
Nice.
Right. Yeah, estate taxes raise. It's like, you could have like the most awful tax on the planet. Like you could have like a tariff, but if the tariff is like 0.001%, it's like it's never going to be that bad, right?
Sure.
It's like who
Oh,
cares?
Sample, what's up? What do you think about estate taxes? Bad, right? Abolish them.
Whoa.
No comment.
Yo, wait, Econo Boy, did you see my message about like the private charity arrangement? Like,
No, I didn't. What did you send me?
so basically that like private
Oh
charities
my
get
God,
more
I
to
do
their
remember this. I
yeah,
do remember this.
they get more to the recipient. So why don't instead of
It made
giving
me
money to the
angry.
government, why?
Listen, okay. Private charities.
They're good.
There's a meme where it's like let me see if I can find it real quick. Hold on. There's a meme about Southern people, which it just really fucking made me laugh. Look, I'm Southern. Okay, I'm from Texas. God damn it, I'm allowed to laugh at it. Give me 1 second. Let me find it real quick.
Me too. I'm from Southeast Asia, so
that's true. You're one of the good old boys.
Just a good old boy, never doing no harm.
How fucking far up was this meme?
I mean, do you
Okay, I'm
disagree
leaving.
that more? All right, bye bye. Do you disagree that more or like private charities get more to the recipient than like money appropriated by the government, or do you disagree? Oh,
I guess that might depend on
what charity?
Well, yeah, I guess what charity, but also what government program. I mean, like if you were to look at an actually efficient transfer program like Social Security, I mean something like 99% of all that money just goes directly to beneficiaries. So there's extremely little administrative costs. But then I mean if you look at, I know some charities, I don't know if maybe there's more nuance to this, but some charities
or
well, I was gonna say like some charities like the Red Cross, where people are like,
Make-A-Wish. Fuck Make-A-Wish.
I was actually going to bring up that exact argument that some charities that are publicly or privately funded are actually based in providing services rather than financial aid directly to the beneficiaries.
Right. Well, yeah. Nonetheless, though, yeah, like it's like you're kind of stuck between a rock and a hard place if that's the case, because the best way to solve welfare is not providing particular services; it's just giving people money. And
wait, holy truth, Acorn. Wait, what?
Wait, what?
I think I kind of would disagree with that. But okay.
Oh, he does. You don't like cash transfers, or
what, me?
No, he does. He does.
Oh, he does. Okay, good.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, insofar as the way that charities try to alleviate poverty is by like, giving financial advice or educational services or other support services. It's like, well, that's literally not even. It's like the way to alleviate poverty is just to give people money, right? And I don't think that those support services from charities are like aggregately that impactful. And insofar as like we would think, okay, well, some support services are necessary, like providing an education or something like that. It's like, okay, well, I don't know. It seems like the government does that pretty well, right? Some people will be like, no, public schools suck, but it's like in reality they actually do pretty well. So having like a decentralized system of charity seems bad. I'm gonna find this goddamn meme if my life depends on it.
Can I ask you a question though?
Of course.
Do you think that a system in which incentivizes something like an investment banking account be set up for somebody rather than giving them direct payment, so that way they can get compound interest, or potentially return on investment on a certain amount of money would be better in the long term for these individuals, considering if they're from lower income neighborhoods, they might not necessarily have the financial literacy to be able to properly spend or allocate the resources given to them.
Well, if they're not able to properly spend or allocate the resources, if that's a genuine concern, and we think that, capital accumulation is better than cash transfers, then the best thing would be to have a sovereign wealth fund and not to have individual accounts, because individual accounts are probably going to be improperly allocated if you allow allocation in the first place. And if you don't allow allocation, having individual accounts is basically just essentially just forcing people to pay higher fees, right? Which is why would we, the government can just pay much lower fees if we aggregate that. Here's the meme. I found it really quick. Go to the stream room. Every Southerner. This is how I feel about replace Southerner with charities. Okay, that's how I feel about them. Every charity is an irredeemable savage, barely capable of sapience. True. Average charity meal, and it's just Nazi cornbread. And that's how I feel about charity.
Depends on the charity.
No, it doesn't. Come on, you agree with me? Sample text.
Do you think that there are any charities that have any level of ethical redeemability?
I'm in favor of government giving money to charities instead of some programs, but I want a UBI and shit. But not all charities are bad. Shrimp Welfare Project is good, but Make-A-Wish is demonic. So
I don't think that charities are I don't think people who work at charities or people doing charitable work are doing anything morally wrong. I mean, they're doing things that are morally good. I'm just saying that
no,
not if it's Make-A-Wish.
There's almost this. There's this kind of right wing of the effective altruist movement where it's oh, but charities are just better than welfare, and it's dude, that is just so wildly not true. Welfare.
So again, it depends on the charity. I mean, almost certainly, Shrimp Welfare Project is more effective than UBI, right? But again, people prefer to donate to Make-A-Wish. So I'd be fine with the government picking some charities and funding them, but not all of it.
I think we're probably
if we were to think about
should focus on just the effects on poor people and poverty, and not weighing the opportunity cost of donating to the Shrimp Welfare Project, because I think that's going to.
Well, I'm saying, but all else equal, right? If we really prioritize, even shrimp welfare, for example, if we actually prioritize that, it would clearly be better for the government to do that on an industrial sort of taxpayer-backed scale. If we really prioritized it, that is. Now, if you're just saying oh, shrimp welfare is just kind of a little baby thing on the side that you can throw a couple bucks at, and who gives that much of a fuck about it? It's yeah, sure, maybe then a charity can do that because that's such a niche thing. Or if you had certain I would say maybe you could say maybe discretionary needs, right? So arts charities or something like that, or maybe financial advice or certain educational charities where it's not the most sort of publicly necessary public health wide issue, but if a charity, it's not that a charity distributing vaccines is doing anything bad, but it's the state would clearly, we should just have the state do that. It's just a failure of the state if we have a bunch of charities having mobile clinics and stuff in America, for instance. That's a failure of our healthcare system.
Okay.
Exactly, and you agree?
Yeah, I mean, I'm an EA, but I don't think charities are the thing the government should fund. I was more talking about the side thing. I just want you to admit that Make-A-Wish is demonic. It's a bad charity.
I honestly don't. Is it a bad charity?
Wait, why is it?
I haven't heard the bad things about.
It's really ineffective. It's really ineffective. I mean,
does it not grant wishes?
You marginally. No, by ineffective I mean it doesn't increase utility barely.
Right, you marginally help first world children, right, who are already living.
Yeah, exactly. So the calculation is okay, the average event for Make-A-Wish is $10K, right? So you can marginally make a kid with cancer who's going to die in a year happier. You get a photo op, you give money to a celebrity who already has a bunch of money, and they're whatever. And they're happy.
Speaking.
What about the utility from
and you can do that, and that's $10K for you. Yeah, okay, and some of the people watching are happy, right? And then you could do that, or you can give like 5K or like 8K, whatever, and save a whole life in Africa by donating to the Against Malaria Foundation. Or better yet, donate a single $1 and save like more than 1,000 shrimp from painful death. So,
True.
Seems to me you can donate to FarmKind as well, and like by just like $30 a month to FarmKind, you offset the harms of not being vegan. So like, just when you look at happiness, just obviously Make-A-Wish is just like really wasteful, really really unproductive. Like you literally look. I got banned from Dean's server from saying this. I was posting the famous image from Twitter of like the what's her name, Mario or whatever person on from the Neo-Lib sphere saying this. But it is literally just like giving money to the least productive members of society without help, like changing the situation in any way. It's just like when you think of the least productive people in society, I'm thinking children with cancer. But I don't know if there's a more unproductive demographic.
What about people in a coma?
Super productive, by the way. Yeah, go ahead.
No, I was gonna say a non-psychopath version of this argument is I saw there was like a billionaire who donated. I don't want to exaggerate. I think they may have donated like $1 billion.
Yeah.
They donated like just to pay off like the student loans of like graduating doctors, and it was like, bruh, this is what the like. You're like, oh, you're about to make within 3 years. Everyone in this room is gonna make $400,000 a year. They certainly need their student loans paid off. Like, wait, what?
Yep.
Like, what a wild.
So what's the morally relevant difference here? What's the morally relevant difference?
Well, I think that just sounds better.
And if
like,
you
fuck the
even if you
Spider-Man
even want
guy.
like a bigger impact, it's like Jeff Bezos spent more than $500 million on his wedding. Okay, that's something people, oh, bold man, Amazon man, he's
Wait,
bad.
he
So
spent
this is
500
bad.
million on his wedding.
I think 600 million.
Yeah.
Or maybe I'm wrong. Maybe it was 60 million. Something
I thought
crazy.
it was 600 million.
People
Yeah,
like
that's what I think.
you neo-libs, you'll see that and you'll say, well, technically, if we tax the rich, that would be a marginally
Okay, I
inefficient
mean,
thing to do.
what I'm thinking is like if you spend 600 million on your wedding, surely you got more utility than that out of it. So like, surely it was a crazy wedding. No. I was always in favor of taxing the billionaires. I just don't think having 35% of the economy is socialism. That's my take. But you think differently, and that's okay.
Listen, we can push it beyond 30%. We have the technology.
Yeah, I agree, and we can drink poison. I never disputed that. Like I don't do that though.
Yeah. And I can fuck your mom, and I do that.
Well, I don't.
Adam.
Maybe you do.
You should get
That's right.
tested.
Go to
Maybe
Israel at least
my
once a month.
priors are low. My priors are low.
Well, I think it probably, obviously, probably would be the maximally moral thing to do for Jeff Bezos to end all shrimp suffering and then, move on.
No, exactly. If I was a billionaire, I would like donate the fuck out of it. I don't know. I don't get these billionaires. They're evil. I never disputed that billionaires are evil. I like they do save a lot of us, but they're not optimal. They're like that. It's just the thing is, the problem is the more money you have, the bigger opportunity cost of your money there is. So like, billionaires use their per dollar. They're probably using their money way better than some dumb fuck in some random city, and they probably save more lives per dollar. But just like they have so many dollars and they misuse them so much that it's like
Imagine, if only there was a system that aligned the interests of capital with society at large. That would really, I think, sample tech. That would really solve the problems. Is there any such system?
No, I mean, well, you would still have billionaires. Norway has more billionaires per capita than the United States. So
that is such a cringe metric. I hate that that's true. It's one of the cringiest citations people have. Oh my god.
Oh, I'm sorry. I hate when people blow me the fuck out.
True.
Oh,
Your mom loves it when I blow her up.
No, that's right. But either way, No, so you get it. You're not solving the billionaire question, the BQ. Okay.
Yeah, and okay, just linked it to me in the
You-
end, bro.
That's true.
Like, yeah, we have this white ethno state with like 35% of the economy in SOEs. That's true.
No state what?
No. I'm joking. I hate it when people are like, "Wait, Norway has like an efficient thing." Well, they're white, so your own. I hate when people do that.
Dude,
But
I
yeah.
literally love that. I love it. It's just fun. The retort that I always give to that, and I've never heard a great answer to this, and it always like squarely focuses the issue, is I always ask, what is it about black people that means that we can't have universal health care? Like, explain that to me.
Oh, exactly.
What is it?
Exactly.
Like, is there just
It's
something
also like,
about
think about
black people
you go.
being in a neighborhood where it's just like we can't pull our health insurance? Like, there's just something about them. Like, why would that bother you?
Yeah. It's also like think of it like okay, what if brown people had a sovereign wealth fund? Like let's look at Malaysia. Like do
Yeah,
they have
instead of the
problems with their sovereign wealth
EPI,
fund?
and okay,
or
the
corruption is
EPI.
like no, oh wait, they actually
Fuck the
do. So maybe
EPI.
they have some argument. Okay. Economy, what do you have to say about the Malaysia sovereign wealth fund? That is ridden with corruption and scandals. That's because they're brown, right? Surely.
True. No, I think there's probably something. I think it was like Francis Fukuyama who said that you need a strong state first, and then democratic institutions, and I think what was the third thing, and then like capital investment or something like that. Like essentially, you need like these are like the three. Like he
Union
establishes
funded,
them in that order.
make slop charts,
right? But
horrible foundation.
I don't know that you necessarily need to do that in that order. I mean, I think there is a history of at least some states that have like what you could call like weak state institutions, but we're able to develop democracy. So I don't think it's like a necessary rule that you need like a strong state and then democracy first. But there's like some combination of like state capacity and democratic institutions that you need, I think, before you start doing a lot of just like government stuff. Period. If you start saying that, like, and that's pretty logical, right? It's like if you start saying that the government's in charge of stuff, but the government like literally doesn't have the experience or the competency in doing anything, much less managing like a portfolio of wealth, then it probably makes sense that you're going to have at least some problems, right? I mean, obviously, even the Malaysian sovereign wealth fund, there's the interesting story about how they repatriated a bunch of land that way from like the colonialists, which is kind of funny.
Cool.
Where it was like, have you guys heard this story?
No.
No.
Oh, it's kind of interesting. So it's like a very reformist anti-colonial policy. So essentially what they did was they were like, hey, there's this like British, I can't remember what the company was called. It was like British colonial fuck all the brown people company, and it owned like hundreds of thousands of acres of land in Malaysia, and it was traded, but it was traded on a stock market. Like it was it was a publicly listed company. And so what the Malaysian government did was, I think it was either through their sovereign wealth fund, or maybe this was like the seed of their sovereign wealth fund, where
EPI is the
they
least
were like,
based
okay,
out of all of them. And
we're literally just gonna like secretly build up a bunch of money, I guess British pounds, and overnight we're just gonna buy the entire company. And that's exactly what they did. They just like bought the company. They bought a majority of the company and re-headquartered the company in Malaysia, and effectively like, repatriated all of their like, not all of
So
it, but
sovereign wealth funds are a tool basically for third worldist
Yeah, I
race
mean, easy
resentment
money. I
communism
think obviously
to like hate the West. That's not telling me. That's not
right.
making me like.
I don't want to deafen.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, that's true. But yeah, it's I don't know, because some people make the argument. I do think this is kind of a dumb argument. Like some people will make the argument, like on the right hand, they'll say like, oh, like these poor countries, they don't know how to do anything right because they're fucking poor and stupid or whatever. But then there's also like some left wingers who will say, I mean, kind of substantially the same thing, but about like they'll say the opposite of the coin with the Nordics. They'll be like, well, the only reason that Nordic socialism works is basically because they were already wealthy societies and this and that. And it's like,
very true.
Not really
famously,
true.
Norway was always rich. Very famously. Yeah.
It's like that's not really true. But then it's like I don't really, again, mechanically, like I've never heard a socialist of that, like that kind of like anti-imperialist, like like I can't
Variety.
remember what the, not the anti, like the global south, like Marxist
Yeah,
Leninist
third
socialist type.
worldist. Third worldist.
Yeah, I've never heard one of those guys explain like, okay, but like mechanically, like what is it about like what is it about like having state-owned enterprises and public wealth management that you just can't, like, it's funny because people like that will say you can't do Nordic socialism in like Malaysia, but then they'll defend the Chinese model, and it's like the Chinese model is just like a worse version of the Nordic model.
No, I defend the Chinese model,
Like,
which
wait,
is
what?
just like do a lot of privatization, have a lot of markets, and see all the growth. Growth. I agree with that. That's the Chinese model.
But you get what I'm saying? Like these guys will defend
Yeah.
state
Yeah.
ownership. They'll be like, no. Like what countries really need is a bunch of state-owned enterprises and
So it's the meme. It's like state-owned enterprises, and it's like white people. It's like fuck off. I don't believe in this. And then it's like state-owned enterprises, like foreign people,
Yeah.
or like.
I've never seen that meme, but yeah, that is what I again mechanically I've never.
It's like Thing and then
heard a
Think
great
Japan.
explanation.
So it's like Thing white people and then Thing like fucking what's the term? What's the term for like how white people treat like the culture of Asia?
I mean, I saw there was a synthetic control
Orientalism.
paper.
Like it's just like
I don't
no,
think
just
it
like
showed that
Thing
extreme
white
effect.
people, Thing Orientalist like
did
South.
say
It's like
show Norway would be a lot more
I love
south
it.
than
I love
oil.
it. It's like that. I don't know. Just soy. People don't have an ideology. They don't know what they're talking about. They just hate like.
That's
Yeah,
true.
whatever.
It's like you sample text. Bitch.
No.
Wait, sample text. What party are you a part of in Israel? Like, who do you vote for?
Yeah, this is a really complicated question. I would like ideally vote Democrats. But like I'm thinking, okay, I don't know if I should say. I'm thinking like throwing away all my values and voting for Hadash, the communists, because it's just so bad. But maybe it's not based. This is an awful party. They're like they did Assad apologia and they're like just unhinged. But Israel really needs to learn something. Yeah.
You're like if you saw our conversation with that girl named Talia, you're like the Israeli Talia. You're like, I'm voting for the worst people just to teach the other people a lesson. And it's like
maybe.
I mean, to be fair, at least in the actually proportional Israeli system, like that actually makes some sense, right? Because you don't have to like strategically vote as hard as you do in Israel as you do.
Micah asked me like 3 years ago, something like that. I don't remember the conversation too well, but he asked me like, what parties are there in Israel that I like? He had like his list of parties around the world that he likes. He asked me about Israel. And I was like, maybe Yesh Atid is the party that he like. It's like a centrist party or whatever. Center right. But now, I mean, it's just every single party in Israel has said like unhinged, dehumanizing shit about Gaza. It's like I don't know if I should tell Micah like, hey, some of the MKs in the Yesh Atid said worse things than some of the people in the Likud. So maybe you should not support them. And like ideally, Micah would vote Democrats now. So I don't know if I should tell him that, but. Whatever. Like, look, the problem is the Democrats guy. They have Yair Golan. He also said some out of pocket shit, but it was like a week after October 7th. Everyone was crazy. Certainly, I was. If you look at my Twitter, I deleted everything. But yeah, so there's that. But I don't know. It's just like he's still kind of authoritarian. He's not really authoritarian. It's just like he has weird policies, like and I don't know, the liberal crowd in Israel, that is like the liberal Zionist crowd, it's very kind of authoritarian, very militant, because the idea is kind of like a secular god in the society. It's very weird. I don't like it. I don't like the dynamics. I don't like whatever. But they're probably the best party. I'll probably vote for them if push comes to shove. Almost certainly. I just cannot bring myself to vote for the communists. This is insane. They're evil. But maybe. I don't know.
Yeah, I don't know.
What party do you vote for in the United States?
I vote for the Green Party every single year.
That's right. That's very chill. I'm thinking America Party. Fuck me, kill me.
Dude, honestly, like,
No, I'm
I
here
bet
for it.
there's like a world where I could see some kind of weird strategic vote for the America Party, but I don't imagine. I think I'm always going to be a Democrat in the general election. I guess we do have
Yeah.
close primaries in Texas, so I could like strategically vote in like one of the Republican or American primaries and try to get like the
Okay.
craziest candidate. But
What do you think about the Zitler question? What do you think about Zoran? Do you think he actually has good policies?
Zoran, I mean, yeah, like I think his free childcare plan is probably the
I agree.
best single policy on his platform.
I agree.
I think that free buses is like okay. I mean, I can understand the arguments against it. I can understand the arguments for it. Like, I don't know. I think it's probably a good policy.
I think it's okay in other places, just not in New York City. It just like doesn't make sense. I mean, if you look at what people complain about from the MTA's own survey, and if you look at what people complain about, costs is like towards the bottom, and the things people complain about are like buses being late and overcrowding. And presumably, I don't buy the whole, you don't pay a fee, so actually we reduce wait times. Like, no, both of them are going to get worse. So it's just like it doesn't make sense to me. But it's okay, whatever. It's only poor people using the bus. Fuck them. I don't know. Fuck poor people.
That's true. I think his municipal grocery store's idea is just not that big a deal up or down. His rent control thing, same thing. I think that those are kind of his main planks. I mean, honestly, a lot of his abundance stuff could turn out really good. I think that the trouble with a lot of his platform is that, like, people will complain that, oh, he, like, this is probably true that, like, oh, he won't be able to get a lot of the stuff done because the state legislature won't agree with him on it. And it's like, yeah, that's probably true. But then the odd thing is that, like, probably the thing that gets the most play in, like, the neoliberal crowds with Zohran's platform is all the abundance stuff. But you got to keep in mind, like, New York Democrats are like all NIMBYs. They're like all NIMBYs. And so, you got like Zohran winning, which is good, but then you've got like fucking 55 Democrats in the New York City Council that are fucking all NIMBYs, And so, I don't really know the.
No, I agree. Certainly, establishment Dem is a demon, but like also, I just think, you look at. I like calling him Zitler. A friend of mine from New York City, Jewish guy, does it. So I think he's like really anti-Mamdani. I'm not. I just think
he
it's a funny
evacuating the city?
He might, but yeah. You've seen all the propaganda. You've seen all the he tells me, Sample, you don't know how bad it is. You don't know how bad it is. He said this one thing on Twitter in 2013. It's just so over. It's like, okay, bro. But either way. So I think I'm skeptical of how abundance he is. The problem with Ezra Klein's whole thing, I agree on the policies almost always. It's just it's kind of Pavlovian. Like someone can just say the A word. And it's like, oh my god, it's fucking soy, we love him. But I don't think Zoran is committed to the abundance agenda, whatever the fuck. Like he always, you look at his website, it's always like, and we're gonna do this by having infinity unions and have the government do all of it. It's like he did say he changed his mind on the private sector and markets. Then you look at his website, nothing reflects that. He talked to Derek Thompson. And Derek Thompson literally asked him, you can listen to their podcast. He literally asked him, we want to build the metro, right, and the subway. And one of the things that makes it so expensive to build is the way the unions contract in New York City. And I'm not saying it's unions intrinsically. Look at Paris. They have it for cheaply, and they have a lot of unions. So it's not just unions per se, but it's the contracts of the unions. So will you, as mayor, tell unions, hey, we got to reduce costs. You got to reform these contracts. And Zoran just says well, no, I just actually, you said that, right? I don't think the problem is unions per se, because you look at Paris and he just ignored, it's almost like he didn't listen. And he's like, so actually it's not unions the problem at all. So I have zero confidence he'll actually tackle the problems that make stuff expensive, whether it's public housing. I think he's going to be another Brandon Johnson. That's the Chicago guy who's like, we built 2 houses for $1 trillion. Yes. Well, thank you. Thank me later. but yeah, I don't know. I'm optimistic. He's the best shot you have, and also he's like just fantastic messaging. So Democrats need to learn. But yeah, I'm pessimistic about policy.
Yeah.
He's still the best, you know.
Did you
But
did
yeah.
you see, by the way? Okay.
Dude, fucking left. Fuck that guy. Fuck that guy. You know, it's so rude. It's so rude. He cannot just like get blown the fuck out, not acknowledge anything, and then leave once I own Zitler. Whatever.
True.
Whatever.
Right
That's
away.
okay. That's okay.
I was gonna say he
That's okay.
his like grocery store policy thing, by the way, was like he overestimated like how much money like he could actually get from it, because it's like it was like you know I think he read on the website like, oh, like $140 billion of investment is done by like grocery stores that receive subsidies, and like, you know, that's just money, that's private money that the grocery stores are investing. The city only actually gave them like, I don't know, like 20 million or something. Like,
Actually, you know, if people talk about like assimilation and immigrants don't assimilate, Zron perfectly assimilated into like white woke culture, like left wing culture. It's like incredible.
Well, that, you know, that actually,
and if
like,
he's gonna be,
a lot of libertarians make this argument, and you know, I don't think they're entirely wrong. It's like, okay, like, which do you think is like the bigger threat, like the immigrants coming over the southern border, or like the blue hair like college girls that are voting Democrat too? Like really, do we think the immigrants are the issue here, or do we think it's like the socialists in college?
No, exactly. It's like immigrants are actually trad. It's just like Republicans are so racist. They have no choice but vote them. You know, if Republicans were normal, you know, but yeah, not fun. You're not gonna race mix, are you?
No, I think I want to marry an immigrant because of the Nicholas Decker article.
No, he's gonna. Okay, well, he's gonna race mix. What a letdown, man. Never race mix. No, I'm joking. I just like I talked to Grok for like 2 minutes, so I changed my mind on a lot of stuff.
Yeah.
It's so scary that Grok is just like a Nazi now. It's like, oh boy. Very scary.
I love Twitter. I love Grok. I love Grok. He's awesome.
Yeah, that's right.
I hope the America Party is just like Grok.
It's just so out of pocket. It's just like, oh yeah, this person is anti-white and their name is Steinberg. I'm noticing a pattern. No hate, just the truth. Like, what the fuck? What the fuck? Hello? The fuck? I don't know. It doesn't feel good. I don't like that. Beyond parody.
I'm married to an Italian. Are they an immigrant Italian? Or are they just like Italian American? If they're an immigrant, that's based.
Wait,
if they're not, that's cringe.
You know the meme that Mussolini was black?
I don't.
You're young. Why?
I don't know.
Yeah, let me show you. It's a truth acorn. Here we go.
Italians aren't white. That is true.
What do you think about this? Not fun. Let me know.
Oh my god, the text is so small. What the fuck? His real name was Ventu. I can't even read that. And he was a black man. In the years following his death, he was whitewashed by racist white supremacists to stop the black Italian tribe from using fascism to self-determine their identity. That's true. Wow. Oh yeah, there we go.
Here we go. Higher quality. Very true. Very true. Profile picture Yakub confirmed. Yeah. You know, I might just read the Case for Colonialism as a troll. Like it seems like an out of pocket book, you know.
Yeah, I think I saw that book mentioned.
The forward is like about a bad guy. What?
Yeah, I think I saw that book mentioned in a book I read. It's called like Bad Samaritans. It's a, I mean, it's a book mostly about like industrial policy, and I think I have some disagreements now that I've read a lot of other stuff. But I think in that book it mentions it, although it's criticizing it. It's like, oh, this guy, can you believe this guy? He says the British Empire was super good, and it's which seems
he said the thing. No way. He's not. He just said it. No way he justifies it in the book. He just like says it a bunch of times in the book. That's what I don't like when someone says like someone has an unhinged thesis and then people are like, yeah, this guy just has the thesis. It's like, what did you? He's defending it. Like, you know, like, I don't know. I'm not even like a pro colonialism guy. I just think I don't know if someone writes such a book. I mean, maybe I don't know. People should read it. I know. I'm unhinged, Mac. But also, I looked into this guy, and he's like a Trump voter. He was like, "Why I voted for Trump in November?" And it's like, "Oh, let me read the article."
Of
and it's
course.
just like garbage.
He's gonna reignite the British Empire, okay? Under the American Empire,
Very
we're
true.
gonna
Very
colonize. We're gonna colonize the rest of
Very
it.
true. We're gonna know as Canada. He knew.
That's true, actually. Yeah.
So we're gonna cooperate with Elon Musk, the inventor, and we're gonna colonize Mars, and then we're gonna bring down the deficit, and we're just gonna fucking start no new wars. It's gonna be awesome.
We need to replace the Israeli government, colonize Israel. Yes, this is what is necessary.
Whoa.
This is true.
Yeah, maybe. I would not cry if there was a CIA coup in my country.
Don't most Israelis love Trump? I don't know. Well, sample probably.
Sadly.
Yeah.
It's about half.
No, it's not about half. It's about 80%.
Is it? Last I read, it was like 65.
It's not 65.
I was reading something
Trump
about like the Golan Heights
supported
and the
it.
expansion where they had it called like the Trump Heights or something, and they were saying that like 30-something% disapproved of that.
Oh, that's like one thing. Here. Okay, so this is from January. What do Israelis think about Donald Trump in Hebrew? Let me read it.
Oh my god, I think I do know this actually.
Okay, so maybe it's only if you ask Israeli Jews, but okay, so 61 said they're happy about Trump, and then like 28% said they're not happy about Trump. So maybe it's closer in the middle. Yeah.
Yeah, that's what I thought I had heard. It was something like 60. I had heard 65, but this was like 4 months ago or so. This was like at the very beginning of the presidency.
Okay, that's good. That is less than I thought.
Yeah,
Still too high though.
I mean, I agree it's too high, but I understand why it is that way. You know what I mean?
Yeah. It should be like 100% for the United States, 0% for Trump. That's like the way I view it.
Okay,
but I take like people like liking Trump over people not liking Trump, but also hating the U.S.
I don't know if you want to disclose this again, Sample, but someone asked, what's Sample's thoughts on Israel-Palestine?
What is what?
What's your thoughts on Israel-Palestine?
I'll have no thoughts, clearly.
Yeah, that's what I...
He doesn't even know what Palestine is.
Yeah, I don't know what that is. But not in the racist way. I just like, I never heard
I was going to say, you do. I don't even know what that... Do they even have a national identity? Do they even...
That's right. Yeah, well,
aren't they just
wait, what? Like, wait, I'm looking at the term. Wait, I'm looking into the Second Palestine Arab Council, and they say they're inseparable from Syria. What? It doesn't seem like they have a national identity. Wait, let me look into that. Wait, what? So it's just formed to destroy Israel? What? That's bad. No, I'm not doing these memes.
Was bombing Iran based? I don't think the U.S. doing it was. I could kind of see a case for some of Israel's strikes at maybe, but I don't know.
Yeah.
I mean, I think there maybe could have been a way our strikes went well, but from what I've seen, like I think if Trump like struck the facilities and actually destroyed them, which I don't think they're fully destroyed, and then like that actually made Iran negotiate. I think I think maybe it could have ended up being net good then, but obviously that didn't happen. They weren't destroyed and we're have not seen. I don't think we've seen any progress in negotiations with Iran. What does Sample think?
Yeah, I was talking about this with somebody the other day. The CIA apparently did a report where they
Oh,
talked
also my
about.
bad. It was the first Congress. It was the first Palestine Arab Congress, not the second one. But yeah, go ahead.
Oh yeah, I was gonna say
this guy's not answering.
There was a CIA report allegedly that came out that talked about how it was reviewed as a low confidence report where they said that they believed that the ability to enrich uranium to any extent at Fordo base was destroyed. And just to be clear, that was a low confidence report from the CIA. So
I mean, I think from what I've seen, it seems
No, I mean we had the Iran president say it was severely damaged in the Tucker Carlson interview.
Oh, I didn't see that.
So yeah, I don't know. Yeah. I mean, I think it wasn't like they didn't use a Moab or something, but it seems like the damage was bigger than people initially thought.
yeah,
I'm just happy I took the bet on nothing ever happens with Iran. By nothing ever happens, I mean I talked to the same New York Jewish friend of mine, and I was like, "Yeah, you are they're not gonna collapse, right? Like,
yeah,
the Ayatollah is gonna be there by the end of 2025," and you're like, "No way," or not no way. I said my confidence is like a 90-10 that they're not there, that they're still there by the end of 2025. He was like, "Want to bet on that? 10-1 odds?" And I was like, "Yeah, sure, fuck it." And then I took the bet, and I'm gonna win. So that's more $10. I bet $10 to 100 that they're still there, gonna be there by the end of the year. So seems like $10 more to donate. Very happy about that. Very pumped about that.
Does Sample know any members of the Otzma Yehut party? I think that's how you pronounce it. Probably something like that.
What's my Yehudit?
Yeah.
I don't know personally anyone who I do know people in my family that probably vote for them, but I'm not friends with any.
Damn.
Why would you ever vote for Peter Griffin? Just you watch the show, he doesn't know what he's talking about.
Okay, is there some pressing? Can I go back to Readin now, or do we want
to? You see how rude that is? That I just leave.
For real.
It's so antisocial.
That's true. Speaking of antisocial,
so we need
do we have any more
show.
Pressing concerns, or am I?
Yeah, email PF Young. You got to talk.
I do need to email PF Young. I do need to do that.
Yeah, so do that. What else? Are you good at chess?
No.
Okay. Hamsters, are you good at chess?
Me? I am rated 800.
Okay.
All right. What's your rating?
No, 1400, but I'm working on it.
Oh shit. Okay, wait. No, let's 1v1. Let's 1v1.
We are in the midst.
I used to be part of the chess club when I was 9, so.
Okay, not 1v1 in my VC though. Well, not in the stream VC because I want to read.
Yeah, we're.
Oh, we won't talk.
What are your plans for the stream?
I just want to finish reading a little bit of stuff on the Big Beautiful Bill, and then I don't know. I think I.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, I think I oppose the BBB. I'm curious, why did they call it the Big Beautiful Bill? Because that's BBB, and that's big. No, it's Build Back Better, right?
Yeah. I mean, it is technically the one Big Beautiful Bill Act, so it's OBBBA. But I just call it BBB. I'm not saying OBBBA a bunch of times.
Yeah.
Like that.
Hamsters. I said to Nonfon. Nonfon was straight posting. He was like, "Oh my God, these girls! I'm talking to a girl. I'm so happy about that." And I told him directly. No, very true. Very true. Very true. But I was like, Nonfon, you changed, right? You changed. I was like, if you could, I used to trust you. You used to be my top guy, my OG, my day one. But now, if it was repealing the Foreign Dredge Act, or talking to more girls, I don't know what you're choosing anymore. I used to know what you're choosing. I don't know anymore what you're choosing. It's so sad.
Choose the girls.
So
obviously.
hamsters. If it was like repealing the Foreign Dredge Act, or like seeing more like fucking fuck ass Chinese dog reels, which one are you choosing?
Probably a dog
See?
reels.
Yeah, see, I don't
Great
have
courage,
any
unbelievable.
like fucking allies anymore. They're all ops. They all switched on me for like fucking fuck ass hedonism. Yeah, very
I think I would
very
still
bad, very bad.
choose repealing the Foreign Dredge Act or the Jones Act or any type
Yeah,
of.
yeah, you can say that. You're being diplomatic.
Sure.
I know what you want.
I'm signing up for chess.com right now. Don't worry, you're about to get crushed.
Also, there's something to be said about revealed preferences. If all you want to talk about is how you just gotta have an SOE for like cleaning dog shit from the streets. We just gotta have that in SOE, but you don't talk at all about repealing the Jones Act. Something's wrong here. I know. Wait, so non-fund, is it 35% for like general government plus SOEs, or is it just SOEs are 35%?
I can send you my thing. So that's general government. The 35% is general government plus value added by SOEs. So their operating income minus raw materials and other operating expenses. Although I think a better value is either the final consumption of government or the final consumption plus investment of government. And both of those are like slightly higher. It's like 41% instead of 35. But I saw the guy who we first found, or who you first found talking about it. He uses general government, which makes me think that general government might be a better measure. But from the definitions I saw, it looked like the final consumption expenditure of general government was probably the better measure.
Maybe. But you don't want it to have like just general government spending as percent of the economy.
Why not? I could see the case for doing just like government spending minus transfer payments, right? That would include like every government contribution to GDP, right? Like
maybe.
Let chess.
It would also be like, I don't know, spending on like members of parliament. Wouldn't it? I don't know.
I think it doesn't. Well, does that count as a transfer payment? Actually, it might count as a transfer payment.
No, probably not. But maybe, I don't know. Whatever makes sense. I just think revenue is almost certainly double counting stuff, but I haven't thought about it too deeply.
What, SOE revenue or
what?
Like SOE revenue? I'm not using revenue for anything. I'm using.
No, I know. Originally, I used revenue.
Oh yeah. You should use value added. Yeah. But listen, either way, even if I do, either the final. So I have one that's final consumption expenditure of general government plus the gross acquisitions of fixed assets by the government, and that that is very.
Played a move.
That is very similar to the.
Just concede.
Wow, buddy.
What?
Just concede. You said you played the wrong move.
I played a move. Play a move.
Oh, okay.
Okay, hold on real quick before I move to dumb second channel. I have a measure that's the final.
We're talking. I'm going to be
a final consumption expenditure of general government plus the gross acquisitions of fixed assets and R&D by the government, which I am pretty sure is very close to, if not literally, government spending minus transfer payments. And that measure is very close to the final demand from general government. In fact, in 2022, I think they're like literally the exact same. So it's like, even then, I only get in 2022, you get a round up to 50%, but that's it. In 2023, you get 46%. So.
Mm-hmm.
And there could be,
Okay.
I don't know, they don't provide a definition of final demand from general government anywhere, but I think it is probably just the consumption expenditure plus R&D and fixed investment. So.
Okay.
Because these end up being like very close. So. Anyway.
Going on using Stockfish right now, or oh shit.
I'm not. If you use Talkfish, well, I
Get fucked. Destroyed. What was that? Squidward laughing? What's Squidward laughing? What are your best OBBB reads? I just read the I mean, I haven't read a ton of stuff yet, so yeah. Obviously, I don't even think I haven't read like the full CBO thing yet. I mean, do what with hair in my mouth. Listen, what I always do. For one, just like, I mean, I would just read, no opinion, my goat, okay, and like, usually if you just read, I have a few bloggers that I follow, obviously, and like, usually, I'll read the bloggers I like, and they'll have hyperlinks to all like the primary sources, basically. So it's like, oh, I'm reading an opinion, and now I have another thing to read from The Economist, and I have another thing to read from Committee from the Responsible Federal Budget. I have another thing to read from the this is the White House own source making nothing bullshit, but I have another thing to read from this study. I read the Committee for Responsible Federal Budget one, not yet, but I think I have that saved. Although I don't know don't they have multiple things by now? I don't know which one you're talking about exactly. I read their blog post about can you link your well, this is Notion, but this isn't public yet. I need to make it public. Copy link. Let me just send it into Discord. I respect the person who links to a primary. It's dying and killing our common sense, dude. This is why I like Substack so much better than so many other like news articles. Okay. Like traditional like article sites, because sometimes you know what's especially fucking annoying is when they have a hyperlink, but the hyperlink like just brings you to like searching that phrase on their website, right? Like they'll make a claim and it'll be like, oh, I'm trying to think of an example. The link isn't showing up. I sent it in the notes section on my Discord. It should. What do you mean isn't showing up? Is it like just not accessible? Like is it blocked? It should work. When you link to another article by them too, yeah. I mean, it's super annoying. Like I bet if I just look up like let's just do CNN tariffs. Okay, like let's just find an example. Okay, like article about tariffs. Like watch this shit is probably just gonna go to like a Google or like a search for Trump in CNN. Like oh no, it goes to another article. Let's see. Most of these are pretty good so far. But a lot of times, like it'll, do you have any pro? I mean, I have so what we're reading right now is like this, we're basically reading the debunk of one of the pro sources, the like CA's analysis thing. Also, wait, hold on. I just realized I'm dumb and reverse these. But I don't know. I haven't seen like any. There's no. Like there really is like no reputable like, pro big beautiful bill thing. Like there's the obviously the White House has their Council of Economic Advisors being pro it. Like I don't even know what else would be like. What else possibly could. What else possibly could have like. Pro BBB stuff other than like. I'm sure like somewhere out there there's some MAGA Substack dude, but I wonder Oren Cass' outside dude. I doubt he even talks about it. I These people who think a tax increase is an anti-Christian assault. This is, maybe tangentially, this is a little bit related. Doesn't seem like it though. Yeah, I don't think they've I don't think he's talked about it. Other than maybe. No, he hasn't. Maybe he mentioned something in here. Because I know the budget bill does have stuff for like immigration enforcement, but shall we get under the rug? Well, yeah. Is Israel the ideal American first ally? Thank you, Oren Cass. Oh, and also real quick, and okay, I didn't read all your chats, but you did send me this, and I've I think I've clicked on. I think I've skimmed through this video before. This seems a little stupid. And also, fuck the EPI. Fuck it. You think I have? First of all, you think I haven't? First of all, I've seen this meta-analysis. I can recognize this chart. This isn't from the EPI. Actually, this is just some citing the Dube guy, whatever. I mean, there are critiques of that study. I believe. I don't know, I'm like super anti-minimum wage or whatever, but like, yeah, I literally have his like website linked here, but yeah, this is not at all sorted, even remotely. So I was in the economic system tier list I put in React on stream. Oh, I guess I didn't. Oh no, the Mentis wave thing. Yeah, I don't know how many. I have actually I've skimmed through this video before you even sent it. You know, I don't think this guy deserves to be taken too seriously. So, you know, maybe I know Sam hates this guy. Maybe if Sam really wants to one day, you know, subject himself to some torture, we could react to it together. But it's just kind of it's kind of a little goofy, I think. There aren't any single issue full R&D full expensing voters. Sad. Debunked Keynesianism. Yeah, I know. It's incredible. It's incredible. You know, but like, and okay, like I'm not super against minimum wage, but like, I mean, you know, I don't know if minimum wage is like, I don't know if my optimal society would have minimum wage. You know, I really do just think that like, why wouldn't we just give cash transfers to people? Like, it seems like that's probably a better thing. But can you unprivate minimum wage section? I mean, this is like 5 bullet points. I mean, I guess, but it's, you know, it's not much here. A lot of my Notion pages look like this, where it's just like, you know, whenever I like see a link on something, I'll just kind of like paste it in here so I don't like just forget about it. But I think this probably mentions the negative income tax, or not. Oh, it did. Yeah. If we replace the tax credit in welfare system with negative income tax, basic income, whatever you want to call it, we would up the top wages of low-paid workers directly. I outlined something similar for you a few weeks ago. Yes, I'd like all the standard supply side deregulations as well, but a negative income tax would act as an insurance policy against the potential downsides of such deregulations, strengthening workers' bargaining power, and addressing the fears of those who worry that deregulation hurts some workers. Thanks for the follow, Doctor Who 88. Welcome to the stream. Nice to see you. You know, I mean, like, only going to study for the 10th time. Is this the HAI study thing? Just because people meme about monopsony power and overestimate the efficiency gains from minimum wage doesn't mean that they aren't real. $8 federal minimum wage based. Yeah, I think I've actually I think I've seen this one. It's like efficiency redistribution under both channels. Under both channels and utilitarian social welfare, weights to optimum minimum wage of $15, but alternative weights can rationalize anything from $0 to $31. Under only the efficiency channel, optimum minimum wage is narrowly around $8, robust to social welfare weights, and generate small welfare gains that only recover only 2% of the efficiency loss of monopsony power. I don't know. Most of the stuff is fucking stupid. Listen, okay. At least we're a little anti-tariff, though. Okay, I wonder where I don't know where it is. Ludditism. Wow. I like the empirical fallacy or whatever the fuck that he has here. The empiricox. Okay. Well, it's really incredible that it's impossible to skim through this video because of how. Thanks for following, Roy B. Welcome. There's subbing. Please watch it, all of it. You want me to watch all of it? It's 30 minutes, and I'm not gonna have smart enough feedback for some of these things, but. Just good content, is it?
Hey internets, so this video is going to be a tier list of some pretty bad economic myths out there, because there's a lot of opinions on economics out there that continue to have no grounds in rationality or reality in any way, shape, or form, and yet people still believe them, and people still spread them around. Even politicians and economists themselves tend to spread some of these myths around. And also, I figured I would add this very highly relevant meme for this video to the merch store. The Economist with a little Marxist tumor growing on his head. So sad. Unfortunately, it is inoperable. Personally, I think it looks best in gray, but you are free to disagree with me. Just follow it from the being rated highly doesn't necessarily mean that it's a better economic take. Rather, this tier list is rating them based on how well-versed in economics and rationality you have to be to realize why these are wrong. And that's why there's only 4 categories here. So things at the bottom, these are things that even a child can understand why it doesn't actually make any sense. As in, you could explain the rationality behind this to, say, an 8-year-old, and they'd probably get it. And so then, of course, in the pleb zone are myths that aren't uncommon to see with people who have just a high school diploma and nothing more. And then in the midwit zone, you have people who are college educated but not economists, who may commonly believe some of these myths. And at the top, on the flip side, it's going to be things that even an economist may fall for some of these myths. Or economicists, as I sometimes like to call them. This is actually a video topic that more than one person has requested. Yes, I actually do read my Discord. And also I wanted to make this video because there's a few economic takes in here that just aren't quite worth their own video. They're common but simple enough that you can explain why it doesn't make sense in less than a minute or two. But anyways, let's get started with a common but very, very dumb one, which is, why doesn't the government just print infinite monies? And that one goes straight down to even a child can understand.
Crazy.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
What do you want to say? This is good content for you.
This is who still does not understand that money simply is a trade medium that is used to represent wealth, but is not actually the resource it represents itself. And therefore, obviously, the government printing infinite money wouldn't actually create infinite wealth. It would just decrease the value of money. Honestly, this is kind of one of those really basic takes where anybody who still thinks this way past the age of 18, not gonna make it. Sorry, just flat out not going to make it. The unfortunate fact that there are millions of people who have the right to vote but do not understand this is honestly one of the biggest flaws of democracy. Next up is one that's a little bit harder to understand: apathy. It's the belief that economics doesn't matter at all. You shouldn't study economics. It's too vague of a field. It's too subjective. A lot of the models don't work. And to some degree, I can kind of understand this one. The problem with it, though, is that one of the big things that
I can kind of understand that because I don't believe any empirical economics is valuable.
Studies is the study of human action.
That's his position, right? I don't know if he thinks there's literally no value in empirical economics, but I think he does not like it.
And how it works. And so when you really start to
maybe we can watch while playing a game. Never mind.
Economics, you on
I don't know what you think. There's not. Oh, tax the rich is
gonna pretend it doesn't exist. And so that's
I can
you get
look
really
at that
stupid
one.
takes like people trying to think that certain forms of taxation don't do anything to economic models aren't able with economic models, which is that incentives and thymology are the most important things when it comes to economics.
Oh, hold on. There's a strict empiricism.
A smarter elementary school child can get this one as well, but again, even a child can understand this is based around the average kid. So let's move on to strict empiricism. And what I mean by this is the empiricist fallacy. I cannot measure X, therefore X does not exist. Realizing just
True.
Just how many college-educated people think this way?
Stephanie Kelton in shambles.
It's a huge red pill for me.
MMT has never considered
just how many people on this planet aren't very good at logic. I mean, I honestly even see this in a few economists, but for the most part, it's in the midwit zone. Most economists understand at the very least that economics needs at least a little bit of rationalism for it to begin to make any sense at all. No matter how reliant on models they are, in order to believe this and be an economist, you need to have your head pretty firmly planted in the sand. And anyway, the problem with it is actually one of the biggest problem with economic models, which is that incentives and biology are the most important things when it comes to economics, but a lot of economic models aren't able to measure that because it's very hard to measure incentives. And so what a lot of midwits do is they just like, well, we can't measure this, so we're just going to pretend it doesn't exist. And so that's
I don't think any actual I don't think any like actual college-educated economist does it.
So you get really stupid takes, like people trying to think that certain forms of taxation don't do anything to incentives because of insert empirical study right here that didn't account for those incentives and didn't account for tax incidents. Yeah, TLDR, just because it can't be counted doesn't mean it doesn't count. Just because you can't read people's minds and empirically measure incentives, that doesn't mean you...
I mean, obviously we can, probably, develop like probabilistic knowledge and how big the effects of any given thing are based on the empirical studies we do.
To pretend that it's zero. Bad midwit, no more Rick and Morty for you. Anyway, next up is tax the rich, or the belief that all of our economic woes can be solved by simply taxing the rich and spreading the wealth around. I kind of explained this one in an entire video already. The TLDR of it is that you can't actually tax the rich. It's not actually possible to just tax the rich. And the thing is, understanding why it doesn't work requires a pretty in-depth understanding of tax incidents and how that affects supply and demand, and when businesses will eat the costs and when they will pass it to the consumer. And it also ultimately requires you understanding that it will eventually get passed to the consumer. And so thus taxes eventually kind of just even out no matter who is taxed. And so that one goes firmly in the midwit zone.
But I think that might be true of like the corporate tax or whatever. But I mean, I think clearly, like, there are reasons why. Oh Jesus!
I just destroyed Sample.
Did you? I don't know if I believe you.
Yeah, he crushed me.
Whoa.
Yeah, look. Here's the final position.
I'm not gonna.
Do you know how to like look at chess? Like, who's winning or something?
Not really. I mean,
what?
It was brutal. I destroyed him.
Clearly.
Okay. Is that wait? What do you wait?
I know. We're just here to obstruct you.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, like kind of.
Is that what do we?
Okay. Wait, what the fuck? I forgot SDL posted this. Look.
Yeah, buddy.
Wait, I'm sending you a screenshot. Fuck off.
I don't believe you. You're trolling. It's a nice one.
I forgot he posted this. I remember seeing it. I was like, whoa. That's bad. But yeah.
Oh, October 8th. Oh no. Free Ukraine, free Palestine. Hello, human resource. Wow. So it's an unhinged thing to post on October 8th, bro. Kind of, but
I don't know. Either way, look, keep reading your big beautiful bill thing. Do you know about what's her name? Jessica Reed or something? What? No.
Yeah. Broadly, yeah.
The budget trans person, right?
Yeah. I know. Yeah. I don't know about any of her stuff on the BBB specifically, but I know of her.
Oh, she's great. I don't know about the BBB specifically, but yeah, she's great. No.
Alright, I gotta go talk to her.
Wow.
Talk to her. Bye bye. I'm gonna talk to you later. Same. I'm gonna go to sleep. I just woke up from sleep and I was like, let me see what other people are doing. It's like, oh, not fun. I was like, actually, let me put on a stream so I can sleep too. And I was like, non fun. It's like Econoboy hamsters. Like, oh my god, I gotta obstruct. Gotta waste their time.
Yeah. So what the fuck is this about?
Who spoke on the ellipse on January 6th, somebody who was impeached and who was under federal indictment by the feds. I do think that is something that would poison the United States Senate. Forgive me for my sanctimony, but I do think that is kind of poisonous.
Yes, like the root of what you're saying is like, yeah, like that is the MT.
I don't think what the hell? This picture's awesome though. I don't think I care about that, but Okay. Anyway, and okay, I don't even know if you're still here. I got so sidetracked. I've like skimmed through this video before, and it like seems mostly stupid to me.
Can almost exclusively be measured by the velocity of modern economy, the control the means of production, and profits are the key driver of economic activity. And it's important to note that
horrible definition.
Within a closed system with no new variables, capitalism's success can almost exclusively be measured by the velocity of money. The classic example is the farmer and the mechanic. This tiny
I don't really know if I buy that.
economy has $50 total. The farmer trades $50 to the mechanic for tractor repair, and the mechanic trades $40 for corn from the farmer, and then buys a barn calf for $10 from the farmer. And in this cycle, $100 has changed hands, so the velocity of money is measured as 2. This is calculated as the velocity within a time period equals the total sum of transactions over the total of money in that economy. In a larger modern economy, the classic way to increase the velocity of money is to reduce interest rates. But when spending becomes reckless and leads to higher prices and reduced currency value, the classic move is to make borrowing more expensive. Governments around the world either control.
I mean, clearly, velocity is not like the. I don't know if that's it's the whole metric of success by which we measure, capitalist countries or whatever. But love non-fonts attention span. Oh yeah, it's probably not very. Yeah, it's listen, Adderall's probably wearing off. Don't worry. But truly incredible stuff. I think this is I think it's pretty dumb takes about a 2008 recession.
Began to become dependent on that convenience. Retailers went the blitzscaling has become a normal. People are learning not to be bullish about companies that have an annual operating income of negative billions of dollars. And despite this, by 2019, the American stock market gained an impressive 30%. We're back, baby. While COVID is a hot topic for debate these days between scientists and cult members, let's try and remember how utterly terrifying 2020 actually was for us. The economy obviously companies around the world went from around 24,000 to 51,000. So what is happening here? Why would our variety of public securities drop by 50% while the rest of the world's doubled?
True. Based. Yes, let's go. Yes. Where is it? It might not be the same video I saw. But it looks kind of dumb too. Oh wow, that's GDP. Let's go. Wow, 36 trillion bajillion dollars. Yes. I'm very intelligent. A median housing cost or whatever is like. Labor force participation rate.
We still haven't even recovered to that level. Meanwhile,
because a lot of boomers, not billionaires, retired during COVID.
The decline growing exponentially as big tech entered the economy. It obviously crashed during the pandemic, and now, even though labor force participation was at a 35-year low in 2019, we still haven't even recovered to that level.
We really got like prime age labor force participation rates. That's actually doing like really well.
Meanwhile, in 2024, 36% of U.S. workers were participants in the gig economy.
Oh, gig economy evil.
That number will have grown to over half of the entire American workforce. I wonder what could possibly make everything that I told you in this chapter 100 times worse. In the late 1990s, we quickly realized how powerful marketing could be with the innocently named.
Okay, don't care. Okay. How long do we get sidetracked for? Okay, ignore this. Wait, hold on. Can I highlight this now? Is it still broken? Yeah, it's not gonna work. Okay, whatever. Estimate the impact of the extension of Tax Cuts and Jobs Act provision has on labor supply. CEA considers how the statutory tax cuts would impact after-tax returns to work. They, however, ignored the tax increases in a bill that would have offsetting negative effects on labor supply. For example, the cap on the state and local deduction will result in higher effective state and local tax rates. This is because fewer taxpayers would be able to deduct these taxes from their federal taxable income at the margin. Jeez, can't read. Okay, awesome. Okay, awesome. Firstly, ignores the impact of some of the bills. Tax increases. Do you know that Oren Cass and Lena Khan took the same major at the same school? No fucking shot, dude. I mean, I guess that kind of makes sense, but. Example. Cell cut deduction. Result in higher effective state and local taxes. As Reader says, the after tax return to work. No, we went through this before, chat. Oren Cass was political economy and Lena Khan was political science. Oh, damn. Same undergrad and law school. So, okay. Did we go through that before? I do not remember going through that before ever, but okay. North Empire bills increase on new investment. See analysis consider the positive impact of 100% permanent bonus depreciation, expensive for qualified production structures, expensive for research and development, and the 20% deduction for pass-through business income. However, it ignores tax increases that would have offsetting negative. I'm tired of this one. Negative effects on investment, including the repealed Inflation Reduction Act tax credits. They also ignored a tax increase on homeowner occupied housing, which resulted in far fewer taxpayers itemizing their deductions and benefiting from the home and mortgage interest deductions. Secondly, tax increases would have offsetting negative effects on investment, including the repeal of Inflation Reduction Act tax credits. Of IRA tax credits. Oh my God, what's up? Why are you screaming? Hello? What's up? What do you need? Oh, he's gone. Okay, as soon as I pull up the big camera. Okay. Damn, cat. Hold on, okay. I'm not familiar with this. Tax increase on a homeowner occupied housing, which resulted in fewer taxpayers itemizing their deductions and benefiting from the home mortgage interest deduction. Why are we expecting fewer people to itemize their deductions? The best orbiter. This is true. This is true. Well, I'll look into that in a bit more. Lastly, it assumes elasticity far outside of consensus. And elasticity of 0.75. i.e. for every 1% increase in tax wages, individuals increase their labor supply by 1%. When CBL, okay, my cat is freaking out. Sometimes there's like other cats that are like outside my room, and he'll like stare at them and meow and freak out. I don't know why though. CBO estimates it's really 0.24. Using the CBO's elasticity. Reduce CA's growth estimate by 40%. Down to 1.1% no longer. CA analysis clear outlier, other groups. Yeah, same thing. Regardless of ideology method, find much more modest effects from the BBB. Other groups project that the level of GDP by the end of the decade would be between 0.1% and 1.1% is higher in the absence of the BBB. The CEA's GDP estimate is nearly 6.5 times greater than the average among the other organizations at 0.4%. Crazy. Understanding of economic implications of tax policy is important. Lawmakers should understand how their policies affect the broader economy, housing, blah, 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 blah. Every other reputable group, regardless of ideology, estimate much lower growth. Okay, don't know again if that'll come up, but I don't think. Well, I guess I don't have this link, but I don't know if I'll actually get around to doing it. I'm gonna bring this up here. We're also just gonna hold on. As a preliminary, even though I'm fairly certain I know everything it's gonna say. I know Econ Chris Clark wrote a thing about it recently, but
$80 for it.
hold on. Let me go to his website because I bet he fucking links to it there. Shit, minimum wage have never been $66. What the fuck? How do we get such progressive brain rot? Brain rot things. Okay, or he doesn't. What the hell? What the hell? My man is slacking. My goat is slacking. My goat is washed. Minimum wage today would need to be $66 an hour to match the minimum wage buying power added that boomers added in the 70s. What the fuck are we on about? What the hell? I hate my generation. I hate my generation. I hate my generation.
or you want to get some free shit, then put some hours in.
The new bill is going to eliminate healthcare for many hardworking, low-income American people. First, I'll agree with the sentiments of the OP. Safety nets should get people back on their feet. As part of that, we want to encourage people to work. The problem is that Medicaid doesn't affect employment one way or the other. We should call these things red tape requirements. They want to double the red tape by requiring you to verify your income every 6 months rather than annually. Even Georgia decided to go back to annual. When you increase the bloat of bureaucracy without the benefit of efficiency, we call this government waste. Let's go back to Georgia. They are currently the only state that has work requirements for Medicaid.
Learning Gen Z isn't real. It's the most liberating thing you can do. What do you mean? What is this obsession with fake generations? Didn't you send something about millennials being fake too?
They spent $55 million of taxpayer money to set up the verification system. It was clunky and didn't work, but it did prevent low-income people from receiving Medicaid. It only enrolled 2.3% of the estimated eligible Georgians. The recent bill, it only allocates $100 million for the entire country. If Georgia couldn't do it for half that, how do you expect the other 49 states to do it? The same is true for Arkansas. They tried work requirements back in 2018, and the results indicate that 95% of those who lost coverage met the work requirements or qualified for an exemption. Well, okay, but did those people start working more? We did not find any significant change in employment, hours worked, or community engagement. And among economists, we've known this for a while. Here's a 2019 paper that gives causal estimates on whether the Medicaid expansion after Obamacare caused people to quit working. We can see that.
I probably have, almost certainly seen this paper, but Medicaid expansion and the unemployed.
Here's a 2019 paper that gives causal estimates on whether the Medicaid expansion after Obamacare caused people to quit working. We can see that both before and after. There is no statistical difference between expansion and non-expansion states on whether people become employed or decide to leave the labor force altogether.
Oh, what's up, Ricky?
Oh, and as one of my commentators said, it's obvious that Medicaid is being widely abused. Hey, what is your sample size? And a few anecdotes won't cut it. This paper has a sample of 166,000 people. You're never going to talk to that many people in your lifetime. Also, I need to emphasize, work requirements are not even the largest source of Medicaid cuts in this current bill. It's just this bit right here. So I need to back up. Medicaid is funded by both the federal and state governments. The federal government matches state funds. One of the popular sources of state funds is to tax their providers, and the current bill is limiting the ability of states to do that, thus lowering the amount the federal government will match. These have nothing to do with employment, it's just a blanket cut. The Congressional Budget Office estimates 12 million people will lose coverage. Medicaid saves lives, and we know this from careful empirical causal research. This economic paper finds that the previous decade's expansion saved 27,000 lives, and if all the states had expanded, we could have saved almost 13,000 more. Now, we'll see that progress reversed.
Incredible. What's the, I don't know what he's looking at for this. I'm curious. Oh, KFF. I've seen some things from the KFF. I might actually have some of that stuff linked, actually. KFF, CBO, Medicaid cuts. Yeah, here we go. Okay. Based. As a percent of 10-year baseline federal spending. Oh, okay. Damn. Destroyed. That's where I had, what do I, trying to think where I would put it. I swear I had something. I swear I had something on this. I swear I had a thing on this. Maybe I didn't. Maybe I can make it up. Maybe I'm making it up. Maybe it's in like econ stuff disorder or whatever. Which, hold on, by the way, I need to know what the what are the immigration provisions in the bill? I don't know if anyone has like anything good on that, because I know it increases ICE funding, and it's going to increase enforcement, but I don't actually know like what are the estimates for like how much let's say like how much deportation is actually going to go up because of it. I don't know what to I don't know if anyone has estimates on that or anything. Okay, based. I don't even think this has any fucking estimates. $100 non-removable fee to apply for asylum. Seems dumb. Special immigrant juvenile status. What? Why are we doing that? Okay, whatever. Increased application fee for temporary protected status. Higher cost for applying for initial work permit base. This seems incredibly retarded. Why are we charging immigrants to based on asylum application? I mean, is this a? I mean, I'm assuming this is that means for people like literally in a country, right? I mean, I guess you can probably get a work permit before you're in a country, but $170 for each renewal or extension of employment authorization for asylum applicants, parole, TPS. $45 billion for adult family detention and $30 billion for immigration and customs enforcement. Oh yeah, this is fucking remittance tax, man. Why are we doing this? Most significant transmission immigration system priority enforcement, border security, blah blah blah. Okay, I don't know if anyone has like actually estimated how many people are gonna get fucked by it. Other than I mean, I saw the one estimate for people, or a lot of people not getting child tax credits, like 4.5 million, because of the parents on Social Security numbers, even if they are citizens, even if the children are citizens and parents weren't. I did see there was a good Financial Times article. That was like, which I mean, I would have always probably agreed with this. That obviously the effects of the immigration freeze and everything, or well, it's not obviously not a total freeze, but we basically have been processing no asylum claims. The effects of very low immigration to the U.S. is probably going to be worse than the tariffs in the long term, depending on how long they both policies stick around. Financial Times. Trump tariffs. Which I don't know if I'll need this one. Yeah, border encounters are like dropped a ton, obviously, and then guys, look, the foreigners, they're taking our jobs. What the fuck? What the fuck? Deport them now. I am very smart. I'm economically retarded. How do you think immigration stuff would affect the economy in conjunction with the reduced tourism? I mean, I don't think tourism is going to be, I doubt that has a big impact on the macro economy. I don't know how much tourists spend in our economy or anything. But like immigration, so obviously, plus the deportations, obviously the U.S. Working age population is already like basically stagnant, probably shrink. I think it's minorly shrinked. Obviously, I think there's a graph here. Without immigration, or with like net zero immigration, we would have a shrinking population much, much, much sooner, right? And that's going to make it, a lot harder to fund a lot of our entitlement programs. Yeah, it has been shrinking actually. I think since I can't tell what year this is, like or something, but obviously it makes it a lot harder for you to fund like entitlement programs and everything if retirees are collecting a ton of benefits, but you don't have a growing working age population to continue supporting them. Obviously this makes, obviously if you just have less workers, you can just do less things. Like obviously immigration and work is a important input, right, for like basically everything. So I mean, you're just, you're shrinking the PPF curve, okay, the production frontier curve, like production possibilities frontier curve. I was missing the other P. I mean, yeah, I mean, not only entitlements, but like regular, obviously just working age people in general, pay quite a bit in taxes. Obviously that's a little more nuanced with immigrants just because a lot of them are lower skill, but it still seems like most of them are net taxpayers. But Trump said if you're a Hicken overall and you cry and beg for your workers to stay, he would maybe let them stay. Yeah, I know. It will be interesting to see. It wouldn't surprise me if we did actually get amnesty for a lot of the immigrants, which I think would be good. Obviously, I just think it'd be funny to watch his supporters cry about that because some of them would not like it. Immigration controls weaken growth and potential partly by reducing hours worked. Yeah, obviously. I mean, if you look at like literally, the estimates for like just like fully open borders, like every country just has like essentially no immigration restrictions, and anyone anyone can move anywhere so long as they aren't like literally like a criminal or or some shit. Like it's not unreasonable to project like global GDP would just like double if we did that, right? Like that is a not unreasonable estimate in that case, and some people even estimate higher than double. Like it's insane. Oh yeah, I mean obviously the sectors they work in, construction, agriculture, are gonna get fucked the most. So. Tariffs are taxing importers. In the near term, they push up prices and weaken demand by raising uncertainty. Over time, they sap supply by coddling, shifting resources to less efficient companies. But reducing foreign workers is more akin to directly removing resources, as well as the source of demand and innovation from the economy. It just takes slightly longer to filter through. Tariffs and their effects are also likely to be less permanent than a hit to labor supply. Future administrations can lower or remove any input duties. They can also reduce immigration barriers, although politically they may be harder, but generally trade flows and supply chains are more responsive to changes in policy. Cost and economic conditions that migratory flows, at least in the short run. This means that once a chunk of the labor force is reduced, it won't be easy to scale it back up quickly. Skilled workers, students, unauthorized immigrants could remain risk adverse to committing to life in the U.S. for some time after Trump's second term. Limited character, so I don't know if that must have made sense. Oh, sorry. True. Something that dramatically shifted my perspective was hearing about how immigrants come here at prime working age and don't burden the economy being raised here. Yeah, I know. That's another thing. Unlike citizens born here. That's another thing. It's like, it's so funny when people are like, all these immigrants, they're going to, come over here and they're going to, increase labor supply and reduce wages. And it's like, okay. Don't we think that equally, like if we just had the same number of native-born children, which I understand we aren't, that would also put downward pressure on wages. Plus we have to pay to raise them. Like when we get an immigrant from Mexico, a lot of times like you said, they already have all their schooling paid for by the Mexican government, and we get to free ride a little bit because we benefit from their labor and their demand. Without actually having to pay for any of their cost or whatever, bringing them up. I mean, you know, this comes up when I type in, you know, pissed because I bring it up so much. It's a good article. It's just, you know, this is all the graphs you need to see, okay, to become an open border chat. Yeah, we're getting probably. Okay, anyway. I'm going to keep reading a little off stream after going on a nice walk. What a fun time. We got like a little bit of reading done. I don't know. But I had a fun time. Oh my god, wait, Benar is streaming on Twitch again? I'm not rating him. You can head over to well, on Twitch, I'll send you over to probably Dylan Burns, I think. But then on YouTube, I don't know who's even streaming on YouTube, but we'll see. Oh, an emulator enjoyer based. Oh, I do have yeah, Dolphin. Dude, I'm a big Wii fan. Okay, you know, I just love the Wii. All right, like it's the Wii is fucking goated. Okay, you know, we had family over for the 4th of July, and like to an extent, maybe you can recreate the same thing with the Nintendo Switch because you know they're similar games, but like ain't nothing beat just playing Wii Sports. Okay, well, you know, when it's raining outside. You know, can't do anything fun for 4th of July. Okay, you load up Wii fucking bowling and do some shit. Like that's you know, that's goated. That's goated, bro. And you know, some of my younger cousins were you know, barely alive for the Wii. Like you know, they didn't play in it as a kid like I did. You know, some of the reason I like the Wii is just because you know, just because of you know, I grew up with it, but yeah. Do you have a motion detector for your Wii? Yeah, I have the Mayflash Dolphin like Bluetooth connector thing. So like it, you know, it's a Bluetooth connector for your Wii remote as well as a like motion sensor bar. But yeah. Anyway, I'll see you guys. Head over to Dylan Burns. Interesting. Yeah, I'm looking at getting one. For me, the Mayflash Dolphin bar works a lot better than just connecting Wii remotes via Bluetooth. But yeah, anyway, I'll see you guys. See you tomorrow. I already read Dylan Burns, but yeah. See you tomorrow, maybe later tonight. I don't know. We'll fucking see. But yeah, love streaming, love you guys watch the stream. Subscribe if you